Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Became Pandora's Champion? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Chapter 1. Tests, Loaders, and Guns. Oh my. Midoriya stepped out of the written exam with confidence. As it turns out, studying advanced robotics with his girlfriend was enough to get him to, if not ahead of anything UA could throw his way. Taking a seat in the auditorium and bowing his head, Midoriya checked a rather bizarre-looking watch he was wearing. Everything's fully loaded and I'm topped off for ammo. Just gotta see what the test is before picking what to use. Midoriya began to mutter to himself, but managed to control his volume. Hey little listeners! An overexcited cockatoo screamed as he walked to the podium. Can I get a yeah? Upon realizing said cockatoo was actually a person, and was the pro-hero present mic, Midoriya decided to indulge him. Yeo! Midoriya screamed back. Too bad he was the only one who made that decision. With the crowd staring at him, and Presentation Michael with stars in his eyes, Midoriya slumped back into his seat. Finally, someone responded. I love your vibe. Anyway, it's time to go over the rules for the exam. Present Mike began his PowerPoint presentation and explained the rules. As he went on to explain the robots, a Cheshire grin showed itself on Midoriya's face. Knock off loaders, I have just the thing. As he made his plans, some blue square of a teen interrupted the hero, declaring something about UA's reputation, but Midoriya wasn't listening that closely. Soon they were loaded onto buses and were on their way to the exam sites. Upon arrival, Midoriya began to reach for his watch when he noticed a brown-haired girl nearby looking ready to have a panic attack. Before he could aid her, however, the blue square teenager grabbed his shoulder and demanded to know if he was trying to sabotage the other test takers. After swiping his hand off, Midoriya went to tell him off but was then interrupted. Start. Everyone looked at the intercom system for a hot second. What? There are no countdowns in real life. Get moving. That examinee has the right idea. Upon turning to the now open gate, they saw a kid with a shrub for a head, or just someone with green hair, sprinting at a nearby two-pointer. As he ran, a burst of pixels appeared on his arm, and seemingly reformed into a gun. As the rest of the crowd attempted to catch up, Midoriya pulled out the best weapon for this situation, the caustic infinity. Unloading 2 rounds into the bottom, he watched as the bot disintegrated into a puddle. I guess it only takes one shot then. Midoriya wasn't used to fighting such poorly armored enemies. Oh well, not gonna look a gift skag in the mouth. With his plan played out, he started taking out bot after bot. His aim never wavered, and he even managed to save a few of his fellow participants either by shooting robots attempting to sneak up on the unsuspecting, or melting rubble off of trapped people. In a dark room full of monitors, a group of people watch as this green bean somehow managed to rack up an incredible amount of points quickly. Kid has potential, said a masked man with a cowboy hat. His aim is as good as mine. True, and he seems to show some good tactics. As well as showing how well built he is. Nemuri, no, stop. This one seems to have received training, it's logical he would do well. A man in black tried to call off his friend, a violet-haired woman with a skin-tight suit. But will he show those same skills under pressure? A small fuzzy being stated, and pushed a big red button. Either way, this should be very entertaining. Midoriya had no clue how many points he had at this point, and decided to slow down to let others have a chance. And then he felt the earth shaking beneath him. He turned toward the far end of the fake city, and saw the 0-pointer coming. Welp, if it doesn't give anything for beating it, guess I'll just dash. His escape plans were interrupted. Help! Someone yelled, caught in the path of the mega robot. Alright, guess we're doing this now. Midoriya sprinted over to the trapped person, who was the brown hair girl from earlier. Seeing she was trapped, he pulled out his caustic infinity and melted off most of the rubble. Can you move? A shake of the girl's head had him turning towards the robot Cyclops, who was entirely too close for comfort. No way to outrun it, guess I'll have to fight. Midoriya decided to go all out, and put away caustic infinity, and in its place another much bigger flash of blue appeared. In the hands of this teenager, a rocket launcher appeared. The nuclear Jericho. "Eat this!" Midoriya roared, a phrase that felt weirdly appropriate. Firing just one rocket, Midoriya grabbed the girl, still shocked by the previous actions, and ran. The robot was still for a moment, seemingly contemplating its final moments. Then, from the view of a single giant lens, one rocket split into several. The rockets all nailed their target, blowing the robot to pieces, then more pieces. This giant robot, reduced to little more than scrap. Silence rang through the monitor room, in both shock and awe. And fear. A child had literally pulled out an RPG. What? How? Where did he even get that? I wonder what else he has. And he saved the girl too. I can't wait to meet him. Down Namuri. Nizu, he's in my class. He has power, but we have to be sure he has actual potential. Agreed, Aizawa. This year will be most interesting. Now, can we all agree to 100 rescue points for all of his rescues? Nizu asked the gathered teachers. All of them nodded yes, seeing no issue with the amount. A wide grin spread across Aizawa's face. After getting the girl, who introduced herself as Uraraka Ochako, to Recovery Girl, who he did not fanboy over, thanks, he then decided it was time to go home. As he started his way home, he lifted the watch to his face. Hope you all appreciated the show. See you guys soon. In another room, this time with a giant holographic screen, a round of cheers started. Great job. Killer. Hell yes, Slab. Heh, his aim has improved. Makes me proud. Good going. My, he certainly knows how to put on a show. Makes me miss my arena. He was impressive. Perhaps getting him a blade would be a reward. A most impressive show, young Izuku. A thrilling hunt indeed. Who, go Shotty, that's my beef. I'm pretty sure he's both of ours, but that was awesome. Always fun to see lesser bots get wrecked. And then they saved the recording. There were quite a number of people who would want to see this. Midoriya made his way home. Along the way, his watch buzzed as several messages started coming through. All of them were ones of congratulations and declarations of how badass he was. There was also 2 messages came through. Shawty, that was a Mazballs. You gotta let me try. Tishball? That was absolute anarchy. You certainly know how to get my gears going, hero boy. Midoriya blushed. Despite being with his girlfriends for a while, he never quite got over his nervousness. Looking at all the messages made him flash back to how all this started. A bright flash of blue and white pixels had Midoriya looking around at an unfamiliar location. He was just going home after the first day of his last year of junior high, when he felt a sudden tug and flashed away. What the where? Midoriya couldn't even process what was happening. What the hell? You one of them fancy Hyperion android things. Midoriya snapped his head over to what looked like a grease-covered child of Alabama and Georgia's unholy matrimony. You'll never take me alive, oil sucker. Wait, what? Just calm down. Midoriya yelled at the redneck mechanic while scrambling back out of Wrench's reach. Scooter, we heard you scream. What? Who are you? Midoriya was going to give himself whiplash snapping his head around like this, but for now he focuses on the tall man in the beret that just walked in. I'll ask you again, soldier, who are you? How did you get here? Now, this would be when most people would introduce themselves. However, that task requires the ability to understand each other. And Izuku just realized he may have missed that step. No, he did miss it. What? I don't understand? Midoriya asked in Japanese. And then the other 2 people in the room realized they had also missed said step. What? Do you not speak English? The beret man asked, rather pointlessly since it was true. Oh crap, man. I think some of them words sound familiar, though. I think it was from some of them old cartoon things we used to watch before we left the Hodinks. It would put the words at the bottom in English, but almost none of us could read, yeah, so it was more just like watching pretty colors and random noises. I think Mom might have paid more attention though. If anyone understands him, it's her. The room was silent for a moment. I have many questions, but for now, let's just get him to Moxie. Beret Man then pointed to himself and just said, Roland. Roland. Midoriya, picking up on the meaning, mimicked the gesture and said, Midoriya, Midoriya Izuku. Roland smiled, this is a start. Midoriya chuckled. Roland and Scooter was attempting to hook up the fast travel in Sanctuary, and like normal, it took Scooter a redo to get it done right. Moxie was thankfully around already, and apparently she learned how to speak Japanese from anime, so that she could use it as code to plan her escape from the Hodinks. Apparently, he had been summoned by the fast travel station being incorrectly wired, and while it was scary at the time, he was glad to have someone who could understand him. He even began to learn Pandoran, which was just a slightly different English. Moxie took a shine to him as well, and became in essence a mother to him. To others she was Mad Moxie, but when they were alone together, she was Mama Moxie. As they spent time together, Midoriya learned many things, most of it stuff he probably shouldn't have at his age. But hey, show him another teenager that can rig a slot machine, mix drinks, and can work on robotics and signal tracking, and he'll tell you to put down the mirror and go away. Mom, I'm home. Midoriya called out, stepping into the apartment. Honey, you're back. How was it? Did you get hurt? A short but lovely woman stepped out of the living room. His original mother, Inko, was always worried about him. After he disappeared for 6 months, only to show back up in the apartment wondering when he was, and why was he short again, she made sure to be around whenever he was supposed to get home. I'm fine and it went well. I even got to see a hero, Present Mike. Hugging her and telling her about his day, he remembers when he did the same with his mama. He also remembered when he managed to meet his other maternal figure. Roland, you got a moment? I need to. Who's the kid? Midoriya looked over from the gun he was stripping and putting back together, and saw a dark red head staring at him. Roland, who was nearby watching, responded, Hey Lilith, I was just showing the rookie here how to field strip his weapons. If he's going to join us, he needs to know how to survive. Lilith gave him a once-over, so, you're gonna be a killer, huh? Rather scrawny, but then again so is Mordecai. Has he been out there yet? Nope, haven't had time yet. Really? Hey, mind if I borrow him for a bit? Okay, but why? Roland questioned, suspicious. Reasons, Roland. Anyway, killer, you got a gun. Midoriya nodded, and showed a Jacob's pistol. All right, step over here for a second. Midoriya complied, and Lilith put her hand on his shoulder. Oh, and don't freak out. A flash of orange, and Roland was alone in the room. Lilith, better be careful. Elsewhere, a flash of orange appeared in a cave. Midoriya jumped out, glancing around. What in the world? Was that a quirk? I told you not to freak out, kid. This is my place. Lilith rolled her eyes. What even is a quirk? I just used my siren powers. Siren powers? Jesus, has Roland not mentioned me at all? Guess introductions are in order. My name is Lilith, I'm supposed to be dead, and I'm a siren. My name is Midoriya, Izuku Midoriya. What exactly did you need help with? Well, since I heard you was training, I figured you could use actual practice. Let's go, we gotta earn you that nickname, killer. Midoriya chuckled, looking back on it, meeting Mama Lilith was one of his favorite moments. Then, of course, Jack happened. But with the help of many people, they managed to survive both Jack and the Calypsos. They lost family along the way, namely Roland and Scooter, but it was expected. They had their time, and while it was too soon, he's had time to mourn. Izuku was just glad he could save both Maya and Lilith. Turns out hiding nearby with a sniper and providing support to the Vault Hunters was more valuable than they initially thought though. It really was kinda comical, watching the boulders Tyrene was about to crush her corpse after getting nailed in the head from the side. The gifs made from that still get shown across the galaxy, apparently. But now he's back. He isn't quite home, but it will be soon. Looking at the mostly completed machine in the corner of his room, this will be home soon. I'll open the gate and get my family back. His eyes flashed a brilliant green. I promise. Midoriya started at the giant door in front of him, with 1A on the plaque next to it. After receiving his acceptance hologram of Eraserhead congratulating him on getting first place, he knew that this class was going to be interesting. He knew Bakugo most likely made it as well and was not looking forward to seeing him again. All I can do is hope he learned his lesson last time. Midoriya finally opened the door to see a blue square teenager policing the room for dress code and Bakugo, of course, in the seat in front of him. On the plus side, as soon as Bakugo saw Midoriya, he immediately crossed his legs with a squeak, avoiding eye contact. Apparently he did remember his lesson, Midoriya thought. Of course, bullets tend to send the message pretty well. Wonder if they managed to actually fix them? Midoriya pondered to himself in a mumble while taking his seat. No, whoops, apparently Bakugo heard him. Either that or the invisible girl moved closer without him noticing. Who knew a man's voice could hit that pitch? On default? Hey, it's you. Rocket Man, a voice called from the door. So that was her first impression of him. Not the worst thing he's been called. Yo, Gravity Girl. Glad to see you're better. But you might want to sit down. There appears to be something that wants in. The girl turned around as she walked to her seat and spotted the majestic yellow caterpillar team. It then wiggled up to the front and stood up, revealing a face. A very tired face. It took you all 3 seconds to quiet down. Get better. Now put on these uniforms and meet me on Field Gamma. But what about Dash? Did I stutter? You have 5 minutes to get there. You might want to go. The Keanu Reeves stunt double told them before leaving. It took most of you 5 minutes to get here. Speed that up next time. As for what we're doing here, you're doing a quirk test. Bakugo, what's your record for ball throw in your previous school? About 60 meters, replied a voice that was higher than half the girls here. Alright, try it now with your quirk, just don't leave the circle. Bakugo stood in the circle, wound up his arm, and blasted the ball with all his might, which was smaller than normal. The ball was launched a minuscule 100 meters. Oof, Midoriya didn't cause that, did he? Aizawa stared at Bakugo in both confusion and frustration. Alright, you guys know the rules. Whoever's in last place, or doesn't give their all, will be expelled. At this, the class stared at him wide-eyed and protesting. Quiet, do you think natural disasters care if it's fair, or your first day? Heroes are not here to fight fair, we are here to capture and punish those who would take advantage of what's fair. And with that lovely reminder, the test began in earnest. Across most of the tests, Midoriya managed to do above average. The only ones he had any issue with was the flexibility test and long jump. And surprisingly he managed to place higher than Bakugo. In fact, most people did. But it was time for the ball throw, and Midoriya had a plan. His turn came, and he stepped into the circle. Reaching to his watch, he pulled out what could only be described as a bright yellow, black, and white shotgun. Thank goodness Uncle Torg liked to gift him any spare shotguns they had laying around. Apparently he was blown away, by Midoriya's ability to spot where to blow something up to cause the most mayhem. So they started talking, and by the end Midoriya had a new self-proclaimed Funkle Torg, who would teach him all the ways to FKST up the Torg family way. After he pulled it out, he proceeded to slide the ball down into the barrel, into Midoriya's special ammo. Midoriya found a way to make Torg shotgun shells that could be used with grenades to make a duo explosion of explosive power and whatever element the grenade is. But now that would simply be baseball element. Here's to hoping the thing won't burn up in the blast. As his classmates watched in both awe and terror, Midoriya aimed out and up and pulled the trigger. A roar was heard as the shell with the ball came flying out, traveling several hundred meters before exploding and launching the ragged ball even further. Aizawa stood there with a wide, terrifying smile, but his eyes showed confusion. Why hadn't his quirk worked on Midoriya? He started before he even reached for the watch, so that wasn't an emitter or transformation quirk. Midoriya's file had him under quirkless, but that couldn't be true, could it? Midoriya, you got 4.2 kilometers. Next. Midoriya felt good about himself, the only one in. Front of him was Uraraka, this nice girl. Even Momo, because Izuku can't be bothered even thinking of her last name, who copied his idea with a cannon, couldn't beat it. Soon, the tests were over, and the scores were displayed. Izuku found his place at a fair third, following only Momo and Todoroki. And surprisingly, The last two spots were Bakugu and a grape that he was about to turn into a raisin if he didn't stop perving on the girls. Mineta, you have shown almost no creativity, but absolutely no respect, to me or your classmates. Expelled. And such, the grape was dragged away crying about how he never even had a chance to touch any of them. Bakugu, your quirk records state you should be able to release bigger blasts with no difficulty. What happened? Well, Bakugu started. It turns out that a lot of bodily functions depend on hormones, and I don't produce those anymore, so my sweat has severely weakened in both power and amount. What do you mean anymore? What happened? I lost them? What are you talking abo-? My TVs, I lost my FG divs, okay? Bakugu squealed, his voice now making much more sense. Everyone stood in shock again, even Midoriya. Holy skagball, did I do that? Izuku was asking himself in horror, crossing his legs on instinct. Along with all the other males in a 100-meter area. And some of the girls. Okay then. As sad as that is, as it stands you have no real potential with your quirk. Before, it may have been a somewhat okay combat quirk, but now it has almost no combat abilities and explosions never aid in rescue operations. As of now, you are in general education. Should you prove yourself in the sports festival, we can see about bringing you back. Until then, report to 1E and explain to Mike what's going on. How did you even lose them in the first place? Bakugo looked away suddenly, not making eye contact. Well, a few months ago I was doing something I shouldn't have, and there was an accident. That was as far as he was willing to go into how he had bullied Midoriya, and what happened when he tried to continue it afterward. Apparently, incendiary ammo is enough to set off his sweat, and with it being summer back then, all it took was one stray spark to set it off. And the result is that the Bakugo bloodline ends with him. Yeah, I kinda owe Aunt Mitsuki grandchildren, don't I? Midoriya pondered to himself, silently watching as Bakugo left with a distant look in his eye. That's all for today. Syllabi are on your desks, now leave me alone. With that, Aizawa left, and soon so did the class. Along the way home Midoriya was joined by the Uraraka, who brought along another friend who wished to be called Tsu. They talked, joked, and had fun back to their respective homes. And with that, the first day, and Midoriya's first impression as a madman to his class ended. Midoriya was sitting in class the next day behind a now empty seat, and was wondering who was supposed to teach heroics. All the other teachers were heroes, so that trend should be a hint, but he had no clue. It was already weird that still active heroes were teaching them as opposed to retired ones, but hey, if they want to give up sleep at night, so be it. So who would be the poor sap they suckered into a teaching position? I am here, coming through the door like a normal person. All Might bust through the door, almost literally, screaming about how normal he is. And his class lost their minds, screaming about how excited they were and how he was wearing his Silver Age costume. And Midoriya? He was merely pleasantly surprised. It was hard to work up the same vitriolic excitement the others had when you have been on the other side. Savior of Pandora and Slayer of the God Queen were screams he heard wherever he went. And it was only most of the time it was followed by a firefight. With a following arguably greater than All Might's, Midoriya wasn't about to freak out in front of someone he respects. Oh, and apparently he just said something about costumes, and opened up the rack of cases. Midoriya noticed there was only 17 cases. So apparently the gear he requested was rejected, with no replacement available. Just how hard is it to infuse iridium into body armor? Oh well, it wasn't like he didn't expect it. Thankfully he already had an outfit, and his shield should be fine. In the locker room, Midoriya changed into his custom green hoodie with a rabbit surrounded by a gear on the front. It was a gift from his girlfriends, and he was proud to wear it. Plus, he already got all the bloodstains out. He slipped on his pants and combat boots, with special jets on the sole to give him double jump capabilities from a spare Oz kit he keeps next to the shield on his hip. On the other side he kept his Echo, which was linked to his watch that acted like a much better, actually useful Fitbit. It allowed him to digistruct things on the fly. He got the idea from Gage, but didn't feel like cutting an arm off for it. Speaking of his watch, he activated the recording function so he could send it to the others later. Walking into the monitor room, Midoriya saw everyone in costume. They honestly didn't look bad, at least by Vault Hunter standards. Krieg showed more skin than both Momo and Kirishima combined, after all. All except for one. Hagakure, please tell me your costume is made out of your hair. Midoriya asked, dumbfounded at what he wasn't seeing. Wait, that's a thing? Hagakure responded, confusion lacing her tone. I'll let you sort that out yourself. We got things to do here. Young Midoriya is correct. We have a heroics class to get to. Today, hero versus villains. All Might took control of the class and explained the rules. Teams of two, one is heroes, other is villains. They were paired up randomly, and Midoriya found himself paired with Uraraka. So good so far. First teams to go are A as heroes and D as villains. So it was him and Uraraka against Blue Square and Peppermint Popsicle. Oh, fantastic. All Might sent them off to their base to prepare. But Midoriya noticed something strange. Is it just me, or is All Might looking at me weird? Earlier that day, he's completely quirkless. Recovery girls stated to the meeting. Everyone in the staff was gathered for an early meeting, with the main topic being Midoriya. How's? He summons guns constantly. Present Mike was losing his mind. But even he had nothing on the energy pouring out of two people in particular. Eraserhead was cracking the widest smile ever seen on him, and All Might was panicking internally. How is it possible? Quirkless people shouldn't have access to that kind of power. It's true, Recovery Girl started explaining. Midoriya has absolutely no quirk factor, that is shown by both the extra toe joint and blood tests. What he does is most likely not a quirk. Of course, either he has revolutionary support tech, or it's an effect of somebody's quirk. Aizawa sat there, actually feeling excited for once. Finally, Aizawa thought, a hero hopeful that isn't just a show-off with a destructive quirk. He shows more and more potential. All Might had a very different thought process, however. There is no way he could ever be a hero quirkless, no matter what he can build. And not even Island has that kind of technology. If he was quirkless, but has one now, that can only mean. With his heart set, All Might opened his mouth and started speaking. I believe the best thing to do is expel him. He is clearly violent, with a dangerous power, and I believe we should conduct an investigation into his circumstances. And with that now out there, all eyes turned to him. But this time, instead of eyes filled with admiration and trust, he instead received ones of confusion, and 3 sets of eyes filled with disbelief and even some rage. Surprisingly, Aizawa, Nedzu, and Power Loader were all staring at him with a negative aura around them. Are you stupid? Midoriya has shown he has great control over his weapons and remarkable planning skills. He has technology so advanced we thought it was a quirk. He has some of the most heroic potential out of his class. Why should he be expelled? Aizawa was livid. Despite his track record, he honestly cares about his students, especially those that earn his respect. Midoriya has gear so advanced, we should be keeping him here. If not a hero student, then as a support class student. Power Loader was not gonna let them get rid of Midoriya before getting the chance to examine his gear. Midoriya may not have allowed them to make him anything much, but he will beg if he has to for that tech. As for Nedzu, All Might, I am disappointed. We are sitting on the world's first quirkless hero, which can only help both the hero community and the quirkless of society, and you want to get rid of him. He took number 1 in both the written and the practical exams. And looking over his profile, he shows no more aggression than other students. On what grounds do you think we should expel him? All Might swallowed. He just knew the kid was villainous, with possible connections to him, but how could he convince the others without telling them of his greatest enemy? You see, we don't even know the items he uses are his. He could be taking advantage of someone else's quirk for his own benefit, a villainous act. And he is clearly hiding secrets. He shouldn't feel the need to do that if he wants to become a hero. All Might tried to defend his point, but all he accomplished was having even more members of the meeting moods turn sour. Look, there's also no way for him to be a hero. It's too dangerous without a quirk. He'll be useless out there and die. All Might kept talking, trying to make the others understand his point. As even recovery girls started to glare at him, he knew. TFD up. Present. All Might's POV. All Might thought his current plan was rather genius. He paired up the future villain with a non-combat quirk classmate, and put them against the strongest quirk users in class. When he loses, All Might could then expel him for having no potential. And the only way for him to win would be through villainous acts, and he could expel him then. Absolutely flawless. And then the exercise started. And as they say, plans never survive first contact with the enemy. Young Todoroki wrapped the building in ice, and All Might was about to call it when Midoriya pulled out a gun glowing orange, and then melted his way in. As they snuck through the halls looking for the bomb, All Might saw young Ida find them. Young Ida should surely stop them, but as it turns out, no. He couldn't. Midoriya pulled out another gun and fired at young Ida's feet, creating an ice block that trapped him. Then young Uraraka tapped him, removing his gravity. Young Ida is out. All Might didn't need to announce it, but he hoped young Todoroki would get the message and stop him. Soon the team found the bomb in a room completely blocked off by ice. As Midoriya melted an entrance, young Todoroki launched a wave of ice at him. It should have worked, but the ice seemed to curve around him. How is that not a quirk? Even young Todoroki was shocked, which allowed Midoriya to shoot his freeze gun at his feet, making him a block too. Instead of tagging him, however, young Uraraka ran and grabbed the bomb. The hero team wins. All Might was now absolutely enraged. How dare this child villain take out the children of two other heroes he respected, and with little effort. After thawing out both of the other contestants, both teams came back to the monitor room. According to his original plan, he was supposed to be expelling Midoriya. He couldn't do it now unless he convinced the class. All right, who was MVP? All Might assumed the class would call for young Todoroki. He was shocked once again. The MVP was Midoriya, sir. He created the plan and found a way to counter both of his opponent's abilities. Young Yaoyorozu, how could you do this to him? But why not young Todoroki? Because he ultimately left his teammate alone, and didn't change his strategy when proven it didn't work. I am confused, however, Midoriya, what did you do to Todoroki's ice? Young Yaoyorozu asked the major question. That? It was my shield, it's immune to cryo damage, which was what that whole attack was. I also have ones for other elements, so I'm protected from most emitter quirks. Midoriya was sitting on some sort of super armor apparently. All Might called bull on this. There's no way that wasn't a quirk. The rest of the day wore on, with All Might being unable to find any way to get rid of the brat. As the day closed, All Might was determined to prove to everyone that he was right. He'll make sure of it. Another day, another dead body, pretty normal on Pandora. Lilith walked by Sanctuary's control room and saw a flashing light on the console next to hers. That could only mean one thing, a message from Izuku. Would Moxie, Hammerlock, Wainwright, Tina, and any interested Vault Hunters please come to the control room? Lilith spoke into the speaker system. Hey, just because she could telepathically tell them, doesn't mean she would always do it. One by one, everyone showed up and saw the flashing screen on the desk. Alright, shoddy got yous and kicked vid. Play it, play it, play it, play it. Lilith loaded it up onto the hologram and pressed play. And here are some commentary from the assembled killers. Whoa, that dude is as big as Torg. Wonder if he also makes as big a mess as him? From what Hero Boy said, that was All Might. He said he was big, but I thought he was joking about being big enough to grapple a bullymong. Absolutely fascinating. The next stage of evolution for humans is extraordinary. I must meet with some of the anthropologists there. Good show. Holy ST, the whole building is wrapped in ice. Not even my sniper rounds could pierce that unless... Incendiary. Would melt through the entrapment? It's good he has one. Killer always tried to be prepped for anything. Saved us a few times too. Each man, that armor dude got put him on ice, Izzy. Little Sugar sure does know how to keep his cool. Is it just me, or is the Torg knockoff looking at Hero Boy weird? He totally is, wonder why? Ah, was that the end? I was hoping to see that big bomb baby blow. End of commentary. The kid did good, And according to his report, he is almost done with his fast travel station. Can't wait to see the planet Killer grew up on. Lilith told the gathering crowd gathering around her. How much longer? I haven't seen my best beef in forever. Tina asked while jumping around like a stalker on steroids. Should only be a day or two according to him. So knowing him, he should finish it and get it updating sometime later tonight. The rest of the gathering smiled, whether to themselves or each other. They were going to see their long-distance family member once again. Back with our MC. Izuku was walking to school the next day with a spring in his step. He had finished the fast travel station last night, so all that was needed now was to update it and connect it to the system. Man, who knew traveling the multiverse was so difficult? He was also excited for one other thing, however. Unknown to the crew, Midoriya added an extra point to the fast travel by using his watch. Sure, he can't leave with it, but he could bring them to him and help them go back through the watch. It should go online with the regular fast travel back at the apartment. Time skip cause why not? Today you'll be picking a class representative and vice. Don't bother me and figure it out yourselves. The very tired caterpillar told his class, like they aren't a class of problem children. And true to their nature as problem children, the shouting began instantly. I want to be class rep. Vote for me. I promise more lax dress code if you vote for me. I'll make Class 1A better again. It's time for change. Vote for your first alien class rep. Enough. Let's settle this with a vote. Ida managed to scream out over the crowd, and thus, democracy won out. Midoriya was debating with himself about who to vote for, before finally writing a name and submitting his vote. It was a tough decision, but he was satisfied. After the votes were counted, the results were thrown up on the board. And somehow, Midoriya was vice rep with 3 points, while Momo won class representative with what? Alright, homeroom's done, go do whatever your schedule says. Aizawa left them with that. The absolute mad lad. Not that it mattered, they just had 2 classes before lunch anyway. Lunchtime. Alright, who did it? Midoriya asked to the group that had gathered around him somehow. Uraraka, Ida, and Momo immediately looked away. Yes. These were the BS Surdis. These poor fools. Too bad they had no idea about the raids he led against both Hyperion outposts and COV bases. The raiders under him still can't look him in the eye. Well, I hope you all are ready for absolute he-dash. He was interrupted by sirens going off. The lunch hall quickly began to panic. In their rush, they somehow conveniently managed to shove Midoriya into the window, where he saw who caused it. I gotta get the crowd's attention. Midoriya mumbled as he reached for his watch. He had an idea, and pulled out the gun he got from killing the DJ that worked for the Calypsos. Nothing like some dubstep to get the crowd's attention. Midoriya opened the window, pointed the gun to the sky, and pulled the trigger. A resounding WB washed over the crowd, as they stopped to see what made that sound that for some reason made them think of, it's just a bunch of reporters, calm down and stop panicking. The crowd, upon confirming that he was right, began to slowly and shamefully leave the cafeteria. On his way to the designated waiting area, however, Midoriya noticed a flicker of purple in an adjacent hallway. Deciding to check for lost students, he walked his way down to the room it was in front of. Instead of finding a student, however, come on, where's the intel? Gotta get back to base. A blue-haired man-child was going through one of the teacher's desks. Quickly pulling out a gun from his favorites, Midoriya took aim at the man who needs chapstick, and shouted, "Fly, get down on the ground now." Chappie whipped to the sound, and actually relaxed when he saw a student. That was his second mistake for the day. Get out of here, kid, unless you want to make me blow my cover just to silence you. Besides, you're a hero brat. You won't kill me. And with those words out of his mouth, Midoriya pulled the trigger. Aiming for his left hand, Midoriya shot. The thunder of the gun going off resounded throughout the school. Or at least this side of it. I'll kill you, brat. Kurogyri, I got what we need, get me out of here. Before Midoriya could fire another shot, Chappie sunk into a purple cloud and disappeared. Looking at the gun he pulled out, Midoriya had to stop himself from laughing. Suddenly, Eraserhead bolted into the room. What the hell, problem child? What are you doing? stopping a villain from digging through that desk, the one with the copious amount of blood around it. Although, he said he got what he was looking for. Midoriya answered, trying to hold back the snark he would normally throw into mission reports. There is a time and place for everything, but not now. Upon seeing the blood, Aizawa immediately checked over the overly armed child, and saw no wounds. You didn't kill him, did you? Aizawa was already done with the situation. Probably not, sir, as long as he's careful when it goes off. When what goes off, you gun gremlin? Well, we call it the Duke. In an evil bar base. Shigaraki stumbled through the portal, his left hand bleeding heavily. Kurogiri immediately got the doctor and the first aid kit, and the television lit up. What happened? A voice echoed through the room. A hero brat shot me. I'm gonna kill him. First All Might, then him. Shigaraki threw a fit as the doctor tried to get him to stop moving. Wait, is that something flashing in your hand? The doctor asked. Shigaraki immediately brought his hand up to see a flashing light buried in his hand. Boom. Agig. Shigaraki gripped at his face with his right hand, as a small explosion burned most of it and his left eye. Meanwhile his left hand. Forget All Might, I'm killing that brat first. Shigaraki thought to himself before passing out. They got the info, but at a heavy loss. Later that day, in a teacher and detective meeting. As it turns out, a villain used the media to sneak in and attempt to steal something from All Might's desk. Thankfully, Midoriya's watch passively records up to 30 minutes in case of emergency, so we have video evidence. We also have a blood sample for the villain who has yet to be identified. So far we are calling him Chappie, as that is how Midoriya referred to him. They stated they got what they wanted, but according to Midoriya, the gun he shot has a secondary explosion that takes a few seconds to go off. At minimum, Midoriya states that the villain will lose that hand, and depending on how he is positioned, maybe more. Nezu was not pleased. In fact, he was livid. A villain got into his school. If he had his way, the villain would lose more than a hand by the time this is over. Unfortunately, as everything was soaked with blood, we cannot tell what he took. Eraserhead was actually proud of his student. He saw a situation and handled it as best as could be expected. The violence was a bit much, but Midoriya could be forgiven as he was under threat at the time. All Might, however, how can we allow someone who hurt someone so carelessly to stay, let alone praise him? He should have reported to the evacuation area with the rest of the students. All Might was also livid, but his view of Midoriya skewed his feelings into hating both. Now not only was a villain able to get into the school, but a student was a villain in the making and his desk was now permanently stained. Naomasa shook his head at his friend. Technically speaking, everything he did was legal. And he told the truth throughout his whole interrogation. He's a hero here, since your office doesn't even have a camera installed. We likely would have missed everything if he had not investigated. Enough. For now we need to decide what to do. We gave a trip coming in a day. What should we do? Nezu took control of the situation, and together, they decided to hold the trip. The villain's injuries should prevent any more attempts. All Nezu could do was hope this wasn't a mistake. Midoriya was chilling on the bus. Apparently, they were having a field trip today, and despite the incident a day ago, Midoriya was hyped. Not particularly because of the trip, but because the fast travel should be done by the time he got home. He was excited to finally see his non-blood-related but blood-covered family. Hey Midoriya. Kermit the Frog, Tsu, got his attention. What happened yesterday? You wandered away and we just heard a big bang. Almost caused another stampede. Midoriya knew that the school wanted to keep the infiltration a secret, so he had to make up something, fast. That's actually pretty common with me around. It's actually weird if something doesn't blow around me. Okay. A pretty obvious deflection, if also a bit true. Given who his bully was before finding his other family, and part of said family being Uncle Torg, explosions was practically a daily occurrence. Aizawa seemed to relax in his seat. Apparently he had been paying attention to that conversation. Alright, that's actually freaking manly. Kirishima, declared over the noise of the bus, thankfully removing the attention from Midoriya. Midoriya played along, shifting the conversation to quirks and who would. likely be popular. They soon arrived at their destination. A giant dome, with a sign at the front with only 3 letters on it. How maddeningly vague and unhelpful. The class unloaded from the bus and walked inside, where they were not with a new hero. It's 13. She's an amazing rescue hero. Midoriya turned his head, surprised he wasn't the one freaking out first. Instead, it seemed that honor belonged to Uraraka. 13 gave a small wave, and started talking about how much damage quirks can do if not carefully controlled. As entertaining as that is to Midoriya, a buzz at his wrist caught his attention. The words, "Fast Travel Unlocked," flashed across it, and a grin split Midoriya's face. He immediately sent a message to Sanctuary, as well as set up a live feed of his lesson. Hopefully they wouldn't decide to make use of the fast travel yet, especially in his watch. It would be awkward to explain to either his mother or teachers where these lunatics armed to the teeth came from. But of course, that's when the trip went downhill. The lights started to flicker, and a sound came from Aizawa's phone, telling him the signal to the school was cut. As all this happened, a familiar wisp of violet appeared swirling in the center of the plaza. "Sensei!" Midoriya yelled and pointed at the plaza, which now held a growing number of villains. "Everyone, get outside now. This is not a simulation. Where's All Might? We came all this way and he isn't here. We even stole his lesson plans to make sure we catch him." A voice complained from the villains as a familiar face stepped through the portal. But now, this face has certainly seen better times. A wicked scar carved into the left side of his face, a patch over that eye, and even drier lips than before greeted the heroes. As well as the new left prosthetic arm, in the shape of a meat hook. But at least we have our secondary target here. At this, Midoriya pulled out a gun, the same as the last time they met. "Kurogyri, split them up and bring the green one here." The mist disappeared and proceeded to reappear in front of them, this time with a face. "Greetings, heroes. Would you happen to know where All Might is? We were told he would be here." "Oh well, doesn't matter. Now be gone." Purple mist enveloped the class, and deposited them in separate locations. Midoriya saw Aizawa next to him, figures he would jump into the same portal to save him. Surprisingly, there was another face next to him that he recognized. "Kara, we're in for it now." Tsuyu was also there, whether by chance or a possible extra hostage, only the living vape knew. "You." Chappie was glaring at Midoriya, putting as much malice as he could through his remaining eye. "You did this to me. I'm supposed to destroy everything I hate, and you do this to me. I am Shigaraki Tamura, and you are dead. Go for the green one with the gun." And like that, this giant of muscle, teeth, and exposed brain attacked. Having experienced similar creatures, Midoriya was dodging like a champ. Aizawa tried to help, but was too busy fighting off the crowd of villains and protecting Tsuyu. Aizawa fought with his all, protecting his students first and foremost in his mind. He could only hope that the backup Nedzu planned worked. Nedzu's office. Normally, All Might would have attended the class he was missing, but he had spent all morning arguing with Nedzu. Over what topic? Take a guess. I do not trust Midoriya at all. He is nothing more than a villain, and if we let him go, no doubt everyone will be hurt if not worse. All Might tried to swing the principal's opinion to his side, and was so far unsuccessful. How goes the hunt for a successor, Yagi? Thrown for a minute, All Might realized he was neglecting his search. It's going well enough. There's a few potentials in 1A, but I would like to see more of 1B before deciding. Oh, a few potentials you say? Care to give an example? All Might began to sweat at this, but before Nedzu could get started, an alarm went off on his computer. Whipping around to it, Nedzu pored over the information before turning back. All Might, gather the teachers. The USJ is being attacked. All Might immediately took off, while Nedzu set off an alarm. He knew something would happen, he could only hope they weren't too late. If only All Might hadn't wasted his time and was with the class. Meanwhile, at Sanctuary, Lilith saw the notification and was ecstatic. She called everyone up onto the bridge, but just as they arrived, the video took a turn for the worst. Holy Estibal, Izuku's being attacked. This won't do at all, sugar. How can we help him? He set up a fast travel, but it's at his house. We can't make it there. Especially since I've never been to that place, I can't teleport. But Killer's message mentioned a second travel, closer to him. We gotta try it. With that, the assembled group ran and suited up as fast as they could, and reported to the fast travel on Sanctuary. On it, they saw a new head listing, Midoriya's World, and under it 2 listings. Midoriya's House and Watch It. Hitting Watch It, the Vault Hunters and friends began the long travel. Midoriya was dodging the beast as best he could, and what he couldn't was ate up by his shield. Of course, he fired upon the monster, and even managed to blow its arms off. But of course, this bullymong-looking bird brain literally regenerated said arms nearly immediately. Deciding the Duke wasn't enough, Midoriya drew an incendiary weapon and started firing. It seemed to do more damage, but it was only slowing it down, not stopping it. With the realization that this thing's healing could be beat with enough power, a new plan formulated in Midoriya's head. He'd have to reveal one of his greatest secrets, but it was necessary to save everyone. Okay, not really, but it's been a while, and the fireworks are gonna be so pretty. And with that, Midoriya's eyes glowed an electric green. Aizawa was losing his mind. Between fighting the villains and protecting his froggy student, Aizawa was forced to let Midoriya handle the big monster. Although, it seemed Midoriya was doing just fine. Other than a few punches that should have landed that would have killed anyone else. A flash of light seemed to stop it from actually hitting him. But even though he could dodge and dive like the best of underground heroes, Midoriya wasn't able to damage the thing. Sure, he managed to give it several burns, but even those were healing. This beast just seemed unstoppable. Get a load of that, stupid heroes. And you has shock absorption and regeneration, you can't win. He was built to fight all might, now you're gonna die. Chappie, or the self-proclaimed Shigaraki Tamura, taunted. If that was true, then that means the thing might truly be unbeatable. Are you sure about that? Midoriya lifted his head, and Aizawa was stunned by 2 things. First, the determination and confidence in his eyes. And secondly, the fact his eyes were glowing. Midoriya raised an arm. Seraphim phase lock. And glowing green tattoos snaked down Midoriya's arm. Suddenly, the Nomu was lifted in the air, trapped in a magic bubble. Phase grasp. And suddenly more of the tattoos appeared on his other arm, and 6 green spectral arms appeared behind him and grabbed the Nomu. 2 for the arms, 2 for the legs, and the final 2 ripped open and kept the Nomu's jaw locked. Midoriya pulled out a very special gift that he got, a shotgun in the familiar yellow and checkers. A gift he had received custom from Uncle Torg. Shoving the barrel into the monster's maw, Midoriya looked dead at Shigaraki. Let's see him heal from this, motherflacker, and he pulled the trigger and leapt back. The Nomu was still locked in place, when suddenly its body bulged outward. Then it did it again. And again. And again. Soon, the Nomu was little more than a constantly swelling sack of meat, with the popping inside growing louder each time, before finally, an explosion the size of a multi-story house replaced the Nomu, with small chunks of charred meat and bone being left behind. Midoriya just looked up at the scarred villain, smirked, and said, "Looks like he couldn't. Care to see if you might do better, Chappie?" Midoriya killed the unkillable. POV back to normal. Midoriya stood there in the remains of the monster, smiling at the power of the blast. Back at the crater, Midoriya got his hands on one of his favorite shotguns available, the casual flacker. Of course, after Torg almost adopted Midoriya, Torg decided he was gonna become the favorite uncle, which kicked into high gear once Midoriya met the Jacobs family and earned another uncle. Torg gathered his team and created the greatest shotgun possible, improving upon the casual flacker. After months of work, sweat, and blood, the mother of all flackers was born. The name was shortened, of course, to simply being the Mother Flacker. Staring at the blue-haired villain in front of him, Midoriya was reminded of every bandit he's killed. Depraved monsters, just short of putting on masks and grabbing buzzsaws, they all had the same look in the eye. Unhinged. Dangerous. A threat to those he loved. And Midoriya does not take to threats very well. You cheater! How did you even beat my Inu? It was supposed to fight All Might. Sensei wouldn't lie. How did you do that, you filthy cheater? Kurogyri, bring in the reinforcements. If power won't kill him, then outnumber the freak. Kurogyri seemed hesitant for a second, before opening a portal the size of a large swimming pool. And out of it came villains. 100 of them easily. And the ones Aizawa knocked out earlier was waking up. Midoriya, Aizawa, and Tsuyu was surrounded. Problem child, you wouldn't happen to have anything that can help here, do you? I do actually, just hold on a dash. Suddenly, the doors blew open. I am here, to save the students, a very familiar voice shouted. Then, they were suddenly at the front of the USJ. Along with the rest of the students. Don't worry, I'll handle that crowd, no dash. All Might was interrupted by a giant flash of light from Midoriya. Pixels quickly filled the air, similar to the equipping of Midoriya's weapons, but it covered a large area. Several bright flashes began to form, and as they faded, a voice rang out. Hey killer, you need a hand? A smile almost divided Midoriya's face in two. Several more flashes began to die down as several more people joined the red-haired woman. Oi, if you think you can hurt our nephew without any kind of consequences, your head's as empty as my old rack ale bottles. A sniper in red quickly took aim at the villain. Hey Slab, you sure know how to throw a welcoming party. And now we can get to the fun stuff. A leather-wearing mountain of muscle stepped out cracking his knuckles, and actually looked rather excited. Look alive, recruit. We got the cavalry. A dirty blonde pulled out an automatic rifle and took aim while reaching behind his back. Look at this mess, absolutely disgusting. A navy-haired woman in a hood flashed with tattoos similar to Midoriya's earlier. Looks like the fiesta's just starting, amigos, a stout mohawked man said as he pulled out 2 shotguns. This will soon become a blood-soaked battlefield. If you do not leave. The LTX-clad being said as he pulled out a katana. Surprisingly, Tokoyami looked on in awe of the edge. Let's go get the pain train. A deranged shirtless man yelled as he pulled out a circular saw on a stick, which revved menacingly. Don't worry, sugar, we got this under control. A woman dressed to make even midnight blush with a top hat pulled out an SMG that crackled with electricity. You will not harm my friend, or else you will face the hunt. A deep voice resonated from a robot with a sniper rifle, which kept a strange dog-looking animal next to it. I might finally get some action. Time to bring down the hammer. Another woman with glowing tattoos appeared and summoned 6 ghostly arms, the same as Midoriya did earlier. Looks like you got yourself into a right mess. But don't worry, boyo, if there's one thing I'm good at, an older man with an Irish lilt pulled out a nasty-looking revolver. It's cleaning up messes like this. Alright, looks like we get to join the fun. Hope they have some flame protection. A rather small woman with lean muscle and a helmet on looked out at the enemy, with one hand ready to do something. You sure do know how to pick a fight, hero boy. Now let's get into the anarchy. A redhead with a cybernetic arm pulled out an SMG and smirked. I'm gonna blow you all to Kingdom Gone if you even scratched my mans. A blonde with a rabbit mask yelled as she pulled back an arm with a grenade in her attached hand. Well, killer, long time no see. Wish we could catch up right now, but... What the H? L, you can't just summon an army when I summon mine. What the H? L kind of trap card Uno reversal is this? The blue-haired man baby screamed until a loud crack was heard. Looking down, the villain realized that no, it wasn't his prosthetic breaking. He then felt a warm substance begin to trail down his other arm. You're giving me a headache, so how about you shut up before I take your good arm, yeah? The sniper stated casually, like almost removing someone's limb in a single shot was normal. You dash, the villain almost began another call-out post on Twitter.com, when suddenly shouting was heard from what used to be the door of the USJ. Do not worry, students, help has arrived. Present Mike screamed as the rest of the teachers showed up. Upon arrival, however, the 3 parties stood there staring at each other. The scent of blood and smoke still clung to the air. There was the heroes and hopefuls, staring at the other groups in fear and confusion. There was the newcomers, armed to the teeth and aiming at the villains. And there was the villains. Despite being in the largest group, they knew they were in the most danger. This has become a very, very awkward situation. Suddenly, a portal appeared and swallowed Chappie, and disappeared. Apparently Kurogiri decided to escape with his charge while he could. And not a second later, All Might took a swing at the gathered villains, sending all of them flying through the air. And then there were two groups. Midoriya stepped in between, tattoos still glowing. I can explain? Wait, does this mean we missed the punching people part? Midoriya was sat in the auditorium, on stage. The reason? He had managed to summon most of his family. In front of his teachers. And now he was being questioned by the principal, Aizawa, and some detective that was supposedly called for by All Might. In fact, the whole staff was there besides All Might. Where he went in such a hurry, Midoriya had no clue. And on the opposite side of the heroes was his family. At least, the majority. They looked to be standing around casually, but if you took a closer look, you would see how their hands never left their weapons, and that Lilith, Maya, and Amara's eyes never stopped glowing. They were ready to fight at the nanosecond something happened. And knowing some of them, they might start something anyway. Better handle this fast. So, who starts the interrogation? Let me guess, Aizawa is bad cop, detective is nice cop, and the principal is the even worse cop. Okay, maybe not that fast. Years of talking back on Pandora and other planets made snark his default response to most things. So of course, it would happen now. Actually, I will be starting the questioning. My name is Tsukachi, and I will be able to tell if you're lying or not. The detective introduced himself as he walked over to the table set up in front of Midoriya. To start with, can you identify your name, age, and quirk? Midoriya rolled his eyes as he answered the question. Midoriya is Zuku, I'm 15 and I'm quirkless. Detective Vision. The boy stated his response. Truth. Say what? How is he supposed to be quirkless? And why is his age only a half-truth? Maybe Toshinori was onto something when he came to him, saying he's found a potential villain in the hero course. My quirk tells me if you are lying or not, and according to it, your age isn't right, and while it says you are telling the truth about being quirkless, however the powers you showed at the USJ say otherwise. Care to explain that? The verdant teen in front of him sighed heavily, before starting to speak. Technically, I'm both 15, and as for my powers, they are not of quirk, and not even of Earth. What? How is he two ages at once, and where did his powers come from? If All for One was involved, then it would be a quirk and it would have registered as a lie. So how is this not a quirk, let alone not of Earth? I believe we are going to need more of an explanation than that. Care to detail what you are talking about? Nedza finally cut to the center of the issue. Midoriya glanced over at the group of armed individuals, and sighed again, before saying, all right, but this is gonna take a while, so better get comfortable. Guess it's a good thing I listen to Marcus's stories from time to time. Anyway, I'll start from the beginning. There is a planet, in a dimension not our own, named Pandora. Many were drawn to Pandora, from the richest of businessmen to the most depraved of madmen. All of these people were drawn there for one thing, the vault. An alien vault left behind by a race long extinct, said to contain so much treasure that whoever opens it will never go broke, nor will their descendants. Those who chose to actively search were dubbed with a name, Vault Hunters. At this, the assembled group hooped and cheered. They were really getting into it, and the heroes realized that they weren't just a bunch of random armed people. These people were Vault Hunters. Eventually, it took a team of 4 Vault Hunters to reach and open it. However, instead of treasure, they were greeted by something far worse. A monster, an alien abomination, was sealed inside the vault, to prevent the destruction of Pandora. These Vault Hunters were able to kill it, but as there was no treasure, left the vault empty-handed. But someone else realized there was treasure there all along. Iridium, a powerful substance that contained massive amounts of energy. And the man who found it, he discovered there was another vault, and the iridium was one half the key to open it. But the other half was an actual key, and a special being to use the iridium to charge it. A siren. Sirens are 6 special warriors randomly chosen to bear special powers from the ancient race. All 6 are female and bear tattoos on their skin. Universally loved and feared, sirens are the only beings capable of handling iridium in large enough quantities to charge a vault key. And this man had access to one the entire time. This man turned monster was Handsome Jack. At this part, the vault hunters booed and started laughing at the upcoming part. However, a group of 4 were silent. They knew something was coming. Seeing the growing threat that was Handsome Jack, the original vault hunters formed a militia against him called the Crimson Raiders. Roland led the group, and Lilith, as a siren, hid away to prevent Jack finding her. Brick left soon after to form the Slabs, a more violent group meant to help control the various bandit tribes back on Pandora. While setting up a teleporter called Fast Travel in Sanctuary, base of the Crimson Raiders, their mechanic scooter put too much power through the system, causing it to punch a hole into the multiverse, and snatching me up shortly after the start of my final year of junior high. Working together, I managed to cross the language barrier, which is good because Pandoran is actually the most spoken language, and it's just a modified version of English. After finding out both their problem and inability to send me back while they were effectively at war, I decided to help. Figured it was the only way I could become a hero. Couldn't do it here Quirkless, but on Pandora? I took lessons from the Vault Hunters and became one myself. After I arrived, a few months later we were joined by 6 new hunters, and together we brought down Handsome Jack. But we didn't do it without consequences. I was able to save Bloodwing, Mordecai's bird, from dying due to experimentation by Handsome Jack with iridium. She may be fine now, but the scars won't leave. And we lost one of our own. Roland was shot in the back by that cowardly, no-good, murderous, madman Jack. That absolute jackhole. The Vault Hunters were silent now. Even they knew to respect their fallen comrades. The heroes were shocked at Midoriya's anger. Midoriya always seemed so relaxed and carefree that seeing him upset scared them a little. All except Aizawa, Present Mike, Midnight, and Nedzu, who knew this rage. Handsome Jack wanted to open the vault to unleash the warrior, a living weapon able to clear Pandora of all life on it. And he almost succeeded. If it wasn't that the warrior was still powering up when we arrived, we wouldn't be here right now. But we killed the warrior and Handsome Jack. And we found the treasure this time. A map that showed the locations of every vault within the galaxy. We thought we had finally gotten peace. Or at least as close as it comes on Pandora, but we were wrong. We were attacked shortly after by Hector, an ex-commander who unleashed a bioweapon. It killed many of our men and women, and we even lost Scooter, someone I felt was like a brother to me. So, after making a vaccine to make us immune to the spores of the weapon, we traveled back to Sanctuary, and we blew that BSTRD sky high along with the rest of Sanctuary. We lost the map in the blast, but everything was fine. We had to rebuild the raiders and get ready. Because peace never lasts long on Pandora. And we were right. A few years later, we had a new threat. A force that united every bandit clan, and even teamed with Maliwan weapons manufacturer. All to open the Great Vault. And inside that vault was the Destroyer. A being able to erase planets, and the one behind this force was 2 sirens. Normally, only females can become sirens, but the Calypso twins proved there is a loophole to that. Twins that are born conjoined can both be a siren, and when separated the 2 have the same powers. Troy Calypso is the only instance of a male siren ever, and they could drain the energy and powers of other sirens, which they did to Lilith, and attempted to do to Maya before I interfered. They even came close, but in the end, we managed to kill them before they could charge the Great Vault Key, which was Pandora's moon. And Pandora the planet was the Great Vault. We found that out after going to the last known home of the ancient race, Necrotafeo, and meeting the Vault Hunter who started it all. With peace relatively here, it was a few years later that we found a way to open a way back for me. But I'm not going to abandon my family. So I found a way to keep communications open, and put together my own fast travel. And when I came back, it was like only a month disappeared here. And I reverted back to the age I was at when I left. Somehow, that entire story rang as the truth with his quirk. That explained most of their questions, except for one. That doesn't explain your powers, problem child. Aizawa stated dryly, not having the patience to go into that story just yet. There's time for that later. Maybe over a bottle of sake. I'm getting there, hold on. There's an art to storytelling, you know? Anyway, after killing the Calypsos, I started looking into the ancient race, and thanks to a translator that we found in a vault, I studied ancient engravings on stone, which detailed 6 challenges the ancients used to test their might. I also found their locations, and found a being there claiming to have been built by them to act as a guide to the challenges. The other vault hunters went through first as a group, and then I went after them, clearing them alone. After clearing all 6 challenges, the being stopped me and asked me to go with it. Teleporting to another location, it stated as I cleared the challenges alone, and showed off my skills in combat, it said I was worthy. Apparently there was supposed to be a checks and balances to the sirens. A being able to mimic their power, if not outright take them from them. And I was chosen to become that being. I agreed, and was quickly surrounded by alien energy, which I could feel pouring into my body. I was changed that day, and I was given a gift. The power of the Calypsos, which was being held onto by that being due to the trouble it caused. I quickly learned that to mimic a siren, I simply need to borrow some of their power and feel it, then I can return it without losing the mimic. I am the one the sirens are meant to both love and fear. I have become the seraphim. The heroes were staring at me expectantly. Whether to confirm their doubts of the student's sanity or not, I do not know. I had to tell them. The kid hasn't lied once. And silence rang through the room. All Might POV. Standing behind the door, Yagi was listening in. He thought for sure that this kid was lying through his teeth. No way any of that was true. Then Naomasa said it was true. How? How had a random quirkless brat get powers and high-tech gear? Did he find a way to trick Naomasa's quirk? Perhaps another power from All for One to make him undetectable? That had to be it, and All Might was not going to let this go. He will make sure that All for One and anyone working for him is destroyed. Back to basics POV. The heroes were stunned. If that story was true, then that confirms several things. Like multiverse theory, and the existence of extraterrestrial life. And now, they had opportunity for information on both. The possible advances in technology. In interstellar travel. Quirks may have stopped the race for interplanetary travel, but now it's back and better than ever. I think, Nedzu started, we can reach a mutually beneficial agreement. Nedzu smiled. And the teachers shivered. Midoriya sat in class once the 3-day weekend passed, and was both excited and terrified. In return for information on their technology and tips for combat classes, the Vault Hunters was allowed to come and go into our dimension as they please. As long as they follow the laws of the land they are in, they can do anything a normal civilian could do. Now all they need is to learn Japanese, and they may be able to live in this world if they wished. Time with his family would always be great, but this does leave some worries for Midoriya. Worries named Brick, Salvador, Krieg, and his girlfriends. The second a villain fight breaks out in front of them, they would jump in without a second thought. And given that Nedzu wishes this to remain quiet while he negotiates with the government, any unnecessary attention could be troubling. At least Brick was satisfied with a promised fight with All Might, Tina and Gage was happy with the workshop they were given, and Salvador and Krieg seemed content to stick around for now. Of course, Midoriya could feel the stares of his classmates. As they weren't at the questioning, they still had no idea who the people that showed up around Midoriya were. First the guns, then the powers, then summoning his own army apparently. The blue square teen named Ida was losing his mind. Where did those thugs come from? Were they villains as well, and were rivals to the villains that attacked first? The rest of the class had similar doubts, although they wouldn't go so far to call them villains. Aizawa walked in, seemingly even more exhausted than normal. At least he only had bruises instead of broken bones. Your fight isn't over yet. The class was freaking out. Was there another attack already? The sports festival is coming up, and if I see you slacking on any portion, there will be consequences. The class sighed in relief, It was a normal school thing. Also, Aizawa cut through their relief right quick. We have a few new counselors that will aid you in your next 2 weeks training. Don't worry, they promise to only slightly maim you all. And because I believe it's only fair, Midoriya, if you could explain your powers to your classmates, that would be all for the day. The gazes of the class snapped to Head of Green, which appeared to be slamming into the desk it was resting on. Lifting it, Midoriya stood up and walked to the front. Feeling the stares, Midoriya understood why some sirens hide their abilities. Well, the short version is, I can teleport, control fire, fly, move things with my mind, weaken enemies passively doing so, create spectral arms that can slam, grab, and channel electricity and acid. I'm also a technopath, and I can drain people of energy through contact. Oh, and I'm kinda telepathic too. At this, everyone was staring at him in barely contained awe. Powerful quirks were rare. Dual quirks were even more so. But this is unprecedented, unbelievable, other words that begin with un. Everyone was astounded, except for one. Todoroki glared at Midoriya. How could he not, when he realized just what kind of monster stood in the way of his goal? Todoroki promised himself that he will overcome Midoriya and show his father he can do it with just his ice. Feeling the prolonged stares and glare, Midoriya sat back down. Sure, the secret was out, but hey, at least this couldn't get any. Dud open. Oh dear Lord, no. See, I told you I knew where the classroom was. A yellow cycloptic robot stood in the doorway it just fought to open. And behind him was a very familiar face. Yeah, ex-shoddy, never believed in you for a second. Now where could my BOI be? A young woman just slightly older than them was at the door, with a rabbit mask covering one side of her head, and covered in what looked to be burns, patches, and the smell of smoke. Izuka, my beef, there you are. I have been waiting forever for you to come see me, so I came instead. The overly energetic woman ran over to Midoriya, before capturing his lips with her own. It was sudden. It was hot. It was now awkward as the entire class was staring again. As was his hobo teacher, who looked like he welcomed death at any moment. Pulling back, Midoriya looked one half of his girlfriends in the eye. And the only thing he could say was, why? Because shawty, I am awesome. Ugh, are these your classmates? They look so adorables. Hey, that guy looks like Bloodwing and Talon. And a ninja, just like those shows Moxie tried to hide. And Ash. Midoriya threw his hands up, cutting her off, and said, and why would you have Claptrap bring you here? You know how he is. Midoriya long ago decided that he would rather keep things professional with the short robot. And now he was here. Fantastic. Actually, I never asked him. Wait, then who dash? I did, slab. Suddenly, a guy who looked to be the same size as All Might with 1000% more biker gang in him walked into the room. The students jumped at the shout, and had their laser focus set on the man. I wanted to come over here and take a look at the fresh meat. And now that I look at him, holy escape ball, that dude looks like Bloodwing. Knew I should have made Mordecai come with us. And just like that, the situation has gone from bad to worse. At least Mordecai would have kept those two in check. The walking mountain of leather walked over to the currently dying inside Midoriya, and lifted him up and sat him on his shoulder. Ooh, me too, please, please, please. And as such, the woman was added to the other shoulder. At this action, the blue teenager in glasses jumped up. Excuse me, but who are you to come in here and make fun of our classmates and interrupt our lesson? And Midoriya, how could you allow yourself to let this happen? If you are trying to disrupt this institution dash. Can I punch this one? The screaming teen froze mid-chop at the question aimed at the green teenager on his shoulder. He reminds me of my old teachers, never knew when to shut up. Can I help him learn? Aizawa stood up, ready to intervene, but Midoriya spoke up. No, unfortunately it's something he has to learn himself. Ida wanted to be offended, but at the same time he was just glad to avoid major bodily harm. Ah man, oh well slab, let's get some food. I heard they got some kind of food hero, and I want to see if they can keep up. Maybe I can teach him how to make brickerdoodles. With that, the man turned to exit, with the cargo still on his shoulder, when he opened the door, and was met with an entire hallway of people half his size and a fourth of his weight. The crowd looked up and saw the heavily scarred biker and the two on his shoulders, and the smart majority of them stepped back and out of the way, which left 3 people in front of them. Manly, king of Manly. A Kirishima palette swap was absolutely glowing with excitement. And Kirishima agreed. Big surprise. Is this the preferential treatment given to the entitled 1A? Even though 1B is so much better. A blonde guy with an ego higher than his IQ tried to pick a fight as soon as he saw the uniform on Midoriya, still on the man's shoulder. Sue Midoriya, the shoulder was surprisingly comfy. Is this what passes for Hero Course students? If so, how they selected people like you over me is stupid. An Aizawa clone with gravity-defying violet hair stood there, judging them through Gucci eye bags. And now these 3 stood in their way. The man seemed to chuckle at the silver-haired boy screaming manly, but scowled at the other, and a scowling brick was a brick about to break. Why-oh, screamo, snob and sir needs, amp, get out the way. The woman yelled from her perch. The snob snapped his head towards her with anger in his eyes. Upon seeing a lack of an uniform, the blonde immediately tried to call her out. And who are you supposed to be, a 1A fool who's too good for a uniform? Nah, I'm Tina. Or Tiny Tina to my bestest buds. And this is my kinda dad Brick. And that's my boyfriend Izuku. And the class was shocked at this, as was the crowd. This clearly 20-something woman was dating the green gunman of the hero course? A high school student? Everyone stared in shock, eyes beginning to resemble Aizawa's with all the staring. As for Aizawa himself, he was banging his head into his desk repeatedly, hoping to either knock himself out or give himself amnesia, whichever happens first. With this, Brick made his way out towards the cafeteria. Tina excitedly rattled on about around 4 to 5 topics from one shoulder, and Midoriya was dying inside from the other. With them gone, the class turned to their not-yet unconscious teacher, and Ciro asked, "Who was that? Why are they here?" Aizawa lifted his head, blood trailing down his face and a smile to put jack-o'-lanterns to shame. The class shivered in their seats. That was one of our new support counselors, and one of your new counselors for the next 2 weeks. And now the excitement for the sports festival was overshadowed by their fear. Wait, did the teacher just say, one of? The hero courses were gathered in the auditorium. They sat there, looking at the stage, wondering what this was about. And Class 1A had one other question. Where was Midoriya? Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and Nezu took center stage. Hello students. Glad to see you are all doing well. I hope the school year so far has been beneficial to you. With the sports festival coming up, we have decided to bring in some extra counselors to help prepare you. Each of these individuals have dealt with real combat, and will attempt to teach you how to handle yourself in a fight. The sports festival will be a test to see how well they help with your skills. Now, let me introduce you to the counselors, and their assistants if they have one. The sniper in red from the USJ stepped out, this time in a bandana, dreads, and goggles. This is Mordecai, and he will help those who use long-range attacks as well as companion quirks, given who his partners are. At this cue, twin screeches were heard as 2 birds with bat wings flew down onto his shoulders. One of which, the bigger of the 2, seemed to have eyes that glowed slightly in the darkened room. Mordecai and his companions took a spot behind Nezu. The mountain of a man himself stepped up onto the stage and stared at them in a judging gaze, and seemed ready to fight at any second. Next, we have Brick. He will be helping those with close-range quirks, as well as anyone who wants to practice close-range fighting. He will be Mordecai's assistant. Brick looked out at the terrified students and let a smirk slip onto his face. He turned around and joined Mordecai, slapping an arm on his shoulder and almost bowling him over. A woman with red hair and blue markings strutted out and scanned the crowd before saying, "Sup." And this is the leader of the group, Lilith. She will aid those with elemental quirks, namely fire, as well as helping you all develop leadership skills and proper teamwork. Lilith then joined the other 2, currently laughing between themselves. Next, a group of 3 stepped out. A sandy blonde, a short mohawked man, and a ninja, person, stepped up. Next, we have Axton, Salvador, and Zero. They will be helping as a team and will help you all strategize for diverse groups with separate strengths. And no, not even I know what Zero is. He doesn't even have 5 fingers like a human. With that, the 3 join the others. Next, we have a special group. Netsu announced as a blue-haired hooded figure stepped up while a just as ripped as brick but taller and lankier man lumbered behind her. Maya and her assistant Krieg will be looking more into everyone's mental health, as both have become adept at it due to unfortunate circumstances. If they approach you, resistance is futile. With that, Maya took Krieg's hand and lead him to the others. With that, one final group stepped out, a small woman in an army helmet, another woman with similar markings to Lilith, an older man with a swagger, or stumble, in his step, and a robot with one eye stepped out. This last group are the all-arounders. They will help anyone who wants a taste of everything. Meet Mose, Amara, Zane Flint, and Flack. They each took a bow before joining the others. And lastly, a red head with goggles covered in skull decals and motor oil stepped on stage. We have... Wait, why are you here? You aren't a counselor or an assistant to the hero courses, Gage. The woman now identified as Gage started flapping her hands around, seemingly embarrassed. Well, you see, about your final counselor, I may have aged him? Silence fell over the room. What do you mean aged? Well, you see, since there was a huge difference in the amount of time spent on our world versus here, I thought it would be best to try and sync him to his actual age. Only, a green-haired young man stepped onto stage, in clothes entirely too small for him. I may have just balanced his age and forgot to get him bigger clothes. Everyone stared at the young man on stage. They saw the hair, the eyes, the freckles. Midoriya? The room screamed in shock. I guess this is more comfy than the tiny 15-year-old body. Indeed, it seemed Midoriya has become a 20-year-old with some serious lean muscle, only accentuated by the tight clothes. But I'll be your last counselor as well as a student. I will help with getting used to unforeseen circumstances, and will help with your analysis. Treat me well. And with that, Midoriya joined the group, who now included Gage while she was taking peeks at the greenette. Netsu seemed shocked for a moment before recovering, and that is all. I hope you all prepare well for the sports festival. And with that, the assembly was over. And training began. 1 week later. Come on, Granny Brick hit harder than you. Are you supposed to be heroes, or walking punching bags? Brick tore into his opponents, namely Kirishima, Tetsu, Kendo, and Ojiro. Not just verbally for the poor students, either. Each would be sporting many, many bruises by the end of the day. But they were improving. And not just how to take a punch. Remember, aim where they are going to be, not where they are. That's what makes long-range shooting difficult. But if you can master it, 3 shots rang out and 3 targets were decimated. No bad guy is out of your reach. Seeing the shots and taking notes, several students were listening and attempting to mimic Mordecai. The most surprising one being Yayarozu, who Midoriya had dragged over and made Mordecai her counselor. Momo, who had wanted to be with Axton and his group, started to excuse herself, but then Midoriya pointed out something very important. Remember, your ability is limited only to your imagination. With your ability to create anything, you could easily be the most terrifying sniper, never running out of ammo. And with that, Momo was slowly becoming a much more competent markswoman, and was even developing some confidence. Alright hero kids, remember, as cool as your power is, it could also kill just as easily as a weapon. Unless you're okay with that, then hey, no judgment here, but I hear it's frowned upon here. Lilith was working with a relatively small group, with Mina, Kaminari, and Shizuki. The first 2 were there because they needed very precise control over their powers to avoid them being lethal, and Shizuki wanted to become more assertive and take the lead from time to time. The training was going well for most, except for 2 students. So tell me kid, why don't you use your fire? You hold back to the point of hurting yourself and do nothing about it, why? Todoroki glared at her. For the last week, Maya had been attempting to get him to open up, but had made no progress. As for the other student, look kid, you need to be able to work with everyone, no matter what class they're from or whatever. And why should I work with those 1A brats? We are better anyway, so why bother? Despite being forced into the group focused on teamwork, somehow Monoma still managed to do nothing but show off the size of his ego. As for Midoriya, he was bouncing between all of them, trying to help where he can. Sure, this led to some embarrassing moments with his family, but he was always trying. Along with a new wardrobe for his now grown body, Midoriya was showing excellent leadership skills as well as analysis of his classmates. Nezu was honestly impressed, and considered taking him as a personal student. And if he did, he would have to fight Aizawa for him. All Might, on the other hand, he has somehow convinced the principal to allow more villains not only in the school, but to work with our students. One of them already said they want to fight me, and the others openly admit to killing before. How could he believe they are from another universe? Perhaps another quirk was given to Midoriya to make him more convincing to people. That, along with weapons creation, an aim quirk, and the tattoo powers, it's the only way. All Might was spiraling. Despite the mounting evidence contrary, All Might was convinced he was a villain, and associated with the worst villain of all time. And now he knew he couldn't convince the others, he would have to take action himself. The upcoming sports festival was going to be very, very interesting. The day has come. The sports festival was set to start today, and the students were preparing themselves. After the rigorous training, they still felt worry at how they would perform, and were trying to hype themselves for the upcoming challenge. They may have questioned whether or not they were enough during their training, but now was the time for action. Midoriya was sat in the waiting area, going over his list of non-lethal weaponry to ensure no mistakes happen. Or, at least as non-lethal as any weapon from Pandora could be. But he would make sure to protect his class, as well as the other students. They worked hard to get here, and he would not leave them hanging. While he was preparing, one of his classmates walked up to him. Midoriya, you may have your weapons and powers, but I believe I'm still stronger than you. Todoroki was confronting Midoriya. Furthermore, your actions and allies have shown to be rather villainous. I will beat you, and surpass my father as well, only using my ice. And like that, Todoroki declared war against the green boy-turned-man. I mean, that didn't work last time, but go off I guess. Too bad Midoriya couldn't care less. The class had a laugh at Todoroki's embarrassment, who only narrowed his eyes and walked away. Wonder what that was about? Midoriya pondered to himself. 2 days ago. Young Todoroki, would you please step into my office? All Might gestured, more like shoved Todoroki into his office after another failed counseling session. Young Todoroki, so far it seems you are one of the few who resist these new people. Todoroki, who thought this was another attempt by a teacher to get him to cooperate with the counselor, replied, I don't trust these new people. They showed up out of nowhere, show off all this tech and power, and now get to do as they please. When Aizawa heard this, he had tried to convince Todoroki to give them a shot, but failed to convince him. All Might, on the other hand, smiled to himself. Perfect. I'm glad you think that way, young Todoroki. I have had my doubts of them from the first time I saw them. Todoroki stared, eyes wide. Was he actually being listened to? By All Might? I believe they have far less heroic intentions than they let on, and young Midoriya is included. I have been advocating removing him from the hero course, but the other staff will not listen to me. Without more reason, they will not do it. All Might looked directly into Todoroki's eyes. And that is where you come in, young man. Todoroki stared at him in confusion. If a heroic student performs poorly, or is caught cheating, they are automatically removed from the course. I want you to take him out as early as possible, or force him to cheat. If you do that, I can help you become much, much stronger than your father could ever dream of. Todoroki knew what he had to do. If it meant proving himself better than Endeavor, and getting to show everyone he was right, he would do it in a heartbeat. I'll do it. If I focus him early and rally the class against him, he should be no problem. All Might laughed and replied, an immediate answer, as I had hoped. Now, let us work together, to save everyone. Present day. Present Mike began to call out the classes to the field, and 1A made their way out at the announcement. As the other classes followed, They knew it was time to prove themselves at last. As for your announcers today, we have me, Present Mike. Joining me is my co-host, Aizawa, and a special guest that's out of this world. It's Mayad Moxie. Thank you for the introduction, Sugar. Due to previous experience with events like this, I decided to extend the offer to help flesh out the experience. As the crowd wondered who let her into the booth, Midnight walked out and announced herself to be the referee, leaving more questions than answers. Such as, did they clone Midnight? And why do I feel weirdly hot right now? And now for the athlete's pledge, we have the #1 scorer on the exam to give it. Please welcome Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya stepped onto the stage, both Todoroki and All Might's eyes hardened at this, and the crowd was busy either questioning why there was a man walking across the stage or were still questioning their sexualities. But personal introspection aside, it was time for the speech that would start off the sports festival. I Midoriya pledge that, as students of UA, we will all go and do our absolute best at the upcoming events. We are here to show why we deserve to be here, why we earned our place at this school. If we didn't give every bit of everything we have, we not only disappoint the school and ourselves, but you all as well. So, we must go all in for this event. After all, it's a fine day, full of opportunity. It's time to go beyond. Plus, Ultra! And the crowd roared the slogan with him. They were ready and hyped. If they were going to give their all, then you could be sure, after a speech like that, the audience was going to give it all back and more. In a special booth. How much do you think Marcus paid him to use his slogan? Lilith gasped out between howls of laughter. All the gathered Vault Hunters and company was laughing like mad. They have heard that phrase nearly daily after all, and to hear it in the middle of a speech like that was hilarious. Anyway, what's the first event? Back to the action. The first event is the obstacle course. You know how these work, so get ready. Midnight declared as the ground around her transformed. Stepping to the line, Midoriya saw a tunnel in front of him, with something moving on the other side. The track then seemed to loop around and ended at another tunnel. Smirking, Midoriya simply stood there nonchalant. Todoroki saw this, and decided he would take advantage of Midoriya's carelessness. If he could freeze him in the tunnel, he could use the excuse of blocking off everyone, and not just the young Vault Hunter. 3, 2, 1, go go go! Midnight yelled, and the crowd rushed forward to the tunnel. Todoroki swiftly took the lead, and froze the feet of everyone behind him, and left a jagged ice wall in their way. Now Midoriya shouldn't be able to get through, and if Todoroki slowed down, he could catch him again if he manages to somehow catch up. And in first place we have Izuku Midoriya. Todoroki almost literally froze on the battlefield. His head snapped to the end of the track so fast it should have been accompanied with a Johnny Test Whip crack. And standing there at the finish line was Midoriya. Turning his head towards the giant screen, Todoroki saw how he managed to win. Midoriya teleported in front of each section and completed the lap within seconds. A logical course of action, anyone with teleporting abilities would easily win this. Aizawa was in all actuality impressed. He had forgotten Midoriya could do that, and Midoriya teleporting in front of each segment showed that he stayed on the track, as opposed to possible cheating allegations if he skipped straight to the end. Of course my little darling could do it. Honestly, he stands to be the most powerful student here. Those powers, the brilliant mind, and that toned, strong physique, makes him rather exhilarating. Moxie delivered her compliments in her usual style, but Midoriya knew better. While it seems flirty, Moxie uses such tactics to distract from her own brilliant mind and machinations. When alone together, Moxie almost completely dropped the persona, and would have long, wonderful talks with him. He was grateful for her, and she him, that they could do that. She would always be his Mama Moxie, and he wouldn't trade her for the world. Of course, Midnight didn't know that, and threw in her own opinion, such a strong student with such youthful energy really drives me wild. And so, the birth of the world's first pair of interdimensional BFFs. And so, the world shivered. In fear or something else? Well, anyway, the students quickly began to continue chipping through the ice, and Todoroki realized just how out of his depth he was. From to everyone who passed, Congratulations! You will move on to the next event, the cavalry battle. Now, everyone will have a score based on how they placed, with second place having 4,100 points, but first place instead has 10 million points. Now, place yourselves in teams of 2 to 4, and let's jump right into it. Todoroki smirked to himself. Surely that big a target on his back would mean nobody would team up with Midoriya. All he had to do was scare away anyone who tried, and build his own team. And by the time he turned around, he saw the gravity girl, the frog girl, and random pink-haired girl was lifting Midoriya into the air. But why did life have to be so difficult? Moments prior, Midoriya had just accepted Ochako and Tsuyu into his team, and then the pink-haired girl stormed up to him. 10 million. You're dating the support counselor, right? Nodding a yes, Midoriya watched as the girl grew even more excited. Fantastic! I'm teaming with you. I got some babies that will absolutely blow your socks off. And then another one to put them back on again. And like that, the team of 3 became a few minutes later, the teams were settled. Todoroki had snagged Ida, who wanted to prove himself, Kaminari, who had developed much better control of his power, and Kirishima, who while tempted to join the team of Mina and Pony, realized that that team would work better in a smaller group that can be better supported by Pony's horns. Guess he could join Team Horny another day. But the stage was set, the teams were ready. And all eyes were on Midoriya. Ready, set, go! Midnight roared into the crowd. And Midoriya and his team were gone. Looking around, no one could find where they went. Until they looked up. Floating in a giant bubble, Midoriya's team was chilling, in the air above the stadium. Pink Girl actually seemed upset, until Midoriya whispered something to her, and she started cackling. Seeing their target now out of reach, the teams turned on each other. All except one. Todoroki was dodging desperate grabs for his headband, and trying to figure out a way to eliminate Midoriya. Then, halfway through the round, inspiration. Todoroki created a massive glacier-like ramp, pointed straight at Midoriya's bubble. Ida, use the ramp to get to Midoriya. Ida was conflicted. Sure, he wanted to prove himself against Midoriya, but to do this would put everyone on the team as well as Midoriya's in danger. Kirishima was already wearing out from protecting Todoroki, and Kaminari had to stop going to zap and grab when his IQ began to drop. What are you waiting for, go? Nobody's tried going after them, just do it. And Ida made up his mind. Kaminari, Kirishima, separate for now, this is extremely reckless. Now Recibro burst. And Ida ran up the ramp at high speed with Todoroki on his back. Launching off the top, they flew straight at Midoriya's bubble. Only to receive a boot to the head. And then the boot released a blast of air that knocked them back onto the ramp. Tumbling down like a certain mistake of a website, the two slid down, gaining more speed as they went. Luckily for Todoroki, Kirishima stopped him from sliding onto the ground. Picking him up, Kirishima went over and helped Ida back up. And Kaminari stood there, and just realized that Todoroki made the glacier to be a ramp. He overused his quirk a little, okay? Looking up, Todoroki was about to tell Ida to try again when, it's time to count the points, and of course, Midoriya took first. After break was called to repair the field, the students went to lunch. Toshinori sat there, fuming. Of course the villain had too many quirks to be beaten with just ice. The brat started to look more and more like All for One with all those stolen powers. Todoroki couldn't beat him. At least, not with the power he has now. Buffing up, All Might found and pulled Todoroki aside into a spare waiting room, and said, "Young Todoroki, you fought valiantly. However, it appears you cannot beat him yet." Todoroki hung his head in shame. "However, I have an offer that should level the playing field." 1 hour later, in a dark abyss. "Toshi, you absolute dumba. All right, everybody. It's time for the final round of the sports festival, and you already know what it is. It's time for the one-on-one tournament." The audience was roaring at this point. They were excited to see what the classes could do. They certainly stood out more than previous years have, and now it was time for the event that defined the sports festival. That's right. Now, let us announce the matches for the first tourney. The giant screen lit up and showed who was going to be facing who. The listings were Hitoshi Shinso versus Hatsume, Momo Yaoyorozu versus Minoma Nito, Izuku Midoriya versus Shuto Todoroki, Ida Tenya versus Tokage Setsuna, Eijiro Kirishima versus Tetsu, Denk Kaminari versus Reiko Yanagi, Itsuka Kendo versus Ojiro Mashireo, Toru Hagakure versus Kyokujire. Alright, the fighters are set, let's end this once and for all. It's time for dash. Suddenly, static took over the speakers. The audience put their hands over their ears as presently screaming Mike tried to fix it. Then, the reason for the static revealed itself. Miu, dee-dee-dee-dee. How the HL did you think you could even have a fight arena without inviting me? My arenas are always top-notch, and you thought I wouldn't notice? Besides, how the HL else am I gonna cheer on my amazing nephew? Hiai Izuku. I saw you wrecking faces, great job so far. Present Mike finally untied himself from the wires he was trying to fix, and asked, who are you? That, Moxie started, is Mr. Torg, owner of the Torg Company. He's the leading manufacturer of explosive ordnance. Yeah, I am. And as representative of Torg, buy Torg weapons. Now that the stockholders are settled, let's get into the action. Good heroes and all that, now it's time for a schoolyard brawl. As Torg belted out another air guitar I refuse to spell again, the audience sat there confused, but excited. The other announcers spoke to each other, before settling on allowing him continued access, not that they could stop him now. The first match was called, and the contestants stepped out. Mei was jacked, and covered in support gear. Hitoshi was a walking insomnia ad. The match started, and as soon as Hitoshi opened his mouth, Mei cut into the mic, hello everyone. I'm here to show off my babies. And now with a more or less willing test dummy, I'm going to show you why you should buy into Hatsum Industries, not yet established. And the match only got worse from there. Mei absolutely destroyed him, because of not only her babies, not only because she could knock him out by turning too fast, but also because Mei never even responded to him. She spoke to the audience, and displayed every weapon she was carrying. 30 minutes later, Hatsum took a bow and stepped off the stage, no brainwash, and just left. The winner is Hitoshi Shinso? Not even present Mike could hype that. I don't know about you, but that rocked. Hey Ms. Hatsum, any chance for a partnership between the Torg Company and Hatsum Industries? Call me later. We'll get along great. And now the world's first interdimensional engineering buddies was formed. And the world felt their face pale, for now there is a high likelihood of imminent destruction. Well, anyway sugars, I believe it's time for a second match? Alright, it's time for the next contestants. Please step out onto the field. Momo and Nito stepped out, one surging with newfound confidence, and the other with long-held arrogance. Start! Mike screamed, and then he screamed again as a bang rolled out over the arena, and Nito's body hit the ground. Before anyone, besides Mike, could panic at the arena, Moxie stepped in. Before throwing a tizzy, look at the round the young girl fired. It's a tranquilizer. Upon zooming in on the round fired, a tranquilizer dart was rolling across the stage. Momo walked up to collect it, when Minoma suddenly shot up, entire front covered in metal, and he slapped her arm and jumped back. Now you can't beat me. Let's see you handle the same. Minoma gloated as his chest lit up, and he pulled out a hunk of iron in the vague shape of a pistol. Minoma tried again, but got the same result. And then a second shot rang out during his third, and he fell, snoring loudly this time. Aizawa decided to chime in for once. She just took advantage of her opponent's confusion and lack of focus, which is what he attempted earlier. However, he forgot that he had no idea how to use the quirk, while Yaoyorozu knows the ins and outs of it. Clever girl. Momo blushed slightly at being praised, and left the arena after she was announced the winner. And now it was time for the next match, one that had people on the edge of their seats. The man who took first in the first two events, and the son of Endeavor. The two have shown incredible strength so far, but now that they were going head-to-head, This is where the action really begins. 1 hour earlier. Young Todoroki eat this. Todoroki stared at All Might in shock. He had just been told that his favorite hero, the one he aspired to be like as opposed to endeavor, could pass on his strength willingly, and was giving it to him. Without hesitation, Todoroki swallowed the offered hair. Remember, young Todoroki, this is a secret. With this, you should be able to beat that villain brat and send a message. We will not allow villains to stand in our way. I'll ensure you get to fight him in the first round, and not first, to ensure you have time to receive it. The future is up to you now. Todoroki nodded, and thought to himself, as long as he uses all his strength and ice, he should win. For All Might. At the same time in a black void. Toshi, you are an absolute dumba. And this is who you chose to give the sacred torch to? Were you speaking of Toshinori or Nana? Both. Both. Both is good. Look, the voices fell into a hushed silence as a voice that sounded much older spoke. We can torment 7 later. Right now, we need to judge the boy. If he does something stupid, we will have to activate that ability. But if we do that, we'll lose a lot of our strength. It'll take generations to rebuild ourselves. Not if we use the power of the current holder to do it. Normally they wouldn't survive such an ordeal, but with the strength in our new holder, he may make it out mostly fine. And how fine is considered mostly? Back to present. Midoriya stepped up, relaxed as could be. Holding an orange glowing ink, Midoriya looked at Todoroki, who seemed to be glaring at him even harder. He seemed to be warming up, or perhaps the better term would be cooling off, as steam was seen exiting his ice half. Midoriya was confident he had this, however. And start. And the world turned white. And not the metaphorical world mentioned earlier either. Todoroki stood there, staring at the massive glacier he just created. He smirked internally. The size of that glacier, no way Midoriya made it out. Holy Eskiball! Oh no, the audience! Whipping around, Todoroki saw Midoriya, with scorch marks around his feet, flaming wings spread. Todoroki prepared another glacier, but suddenly felt his quirk vanish. Glancing to the announcement booth, Todoroki felt Aizawa's glare from the arena. What? Why would? Then Midoriya's words hit him. Turning back, Todoroki realized why. The entire audience was frozen solid, and didn't have much time. But how could he melt this fast enough? Endeavor's quirk was too wild for this. Lilith! Midoriya roared loud enough to be heard even in the back row. Lilith appeared next to him, wings out. Use your Firehawk power to melt the majority. I'll help thaw closer to the people. Lilith began her task, quickly managing a quarter of her section, as Midoriya started to help the edges. Turning away, Todoroki saw one of his classmates, Azui, banging on the ice and screaming. Help! My family's in there. We can't handle cold. Save them. Azui kept trying, even as others pulled her away. Terror showed itself on the usually blank face. But if he used Endeavor's quirk, suddenly a splitting migraine shot across his head. It felt like his body was splitting in two. As he collapsed, a voice sounded in his head. You are not worthy. We will find one who is. Unknown to the youngest Todoroki, the world watched as his hair turned completely white. Then he was carried away by the Medabots on the scene. Back with Midoriya, he had heard his friend Suyu's pleads for help, and immediately got to work even harder. Pulsing so much heat without actual flames was putting a strain on him, but he continued to push himself. Lilith finally melted a large chunk of ice and was able to safely break off the majority, allowing her access to the trapped civilians. She joined Midoriya, and together they managed to melt out everyone, with only minor frostbite for most, and Suyu's family required more heat than the others, due to almost going into hibernation. Once they had freed the civilians, Midoriya finally allowed himself to drop to his knees with a groan, and the world fell away as he slipped from consciousness. All Might POV. This is an unmitigated disaster. Not only did young Todoroki fail to beat Midoriya, but he had actively harmed hundreds of festival attendees. And footage showed he was about to do it again. Thankfully Aizawa stopped the proceedings, stopped young Todoroki from harming hundreds more. Young Todoroki also seemed to freeze when he saw the damage he caused, and even hesitated when he should have been helping. Then he collapsed. Recovery Girl immediately examined him, but couldn't explain the hair color change, nor the collapse. Then there was Midoriya. If Midoriya was a spy from All for One, why would he help so many people? Why wouldn't he take the opportunity to ruin the school's reputation by purposely failing to save them? No one died because of the actions of Midoriya and Lilith. They were the heroes today. Midoriya even collapsed, having pushed himself too far to save everyone. In the eyes of the school and the public, Midoriya is practically already a hero. So what? Why does he feel doubt despite all his evidence otherwise? Why was he questioning his stance? He was the symbol of peace. He was supposed to eliminate All for One. So what? Why does it feel like he's lost something very important? Kako POV. After seeing Midoriya save Tsu's family and the resulting crying fest afterwards, Ochako was about to run out there to check on Midoriya when suddenly a massive headache stopped her in her tracks. She froze, and it felt like something was pushing into her mind. 7 voices called out to her in her mind. We have looked into your heart and deem you worthy. Accept this gift, and you may help as many people as possible. And then a female voice called out, separate from the others. Oh yeah, and try not to set the world on fire, okay? Needless to say, after freeing the trapped audience, the rest of the sports festival was cancelled. UA had attempted to cut off the cameras when they realized what happened, but that didn't stop everyone recording it and posting from their phones. Not even Nedzu could keep up with the negative press. And to be honest, he felt like it was deserved somewhat. Civilians were endangered because of the actions of not just any student, a recommended student. Sure, recommended by Endeavor, but still. Reporters were crawling all over the recorded videos, picking it apart for anything they could use to make an expose. Everything was being discussed, from the initial attack, to the attempted follow-up, to the lack of action during, and then Todoroki's collapse and hair change. There were debates on if this was a sudden quirk mutation, to possible trigger use, or possibly even a villain using their quirk on him. After Recovery Girl looked him over, she openly said she couldn't tell what was happening. Other than the hair change and a sudden drop in his body's temperature, there was no telling what was wrong with him. Even the drag test came back clear, so that wasn't it. Unfortunately as well, the media got their first glimpse at Midoriya as well. It was good that they were regarding him as a hero, but there was 3 problems with that. First, Midoriya was now in the public eye. With his variety of powers, this was going to earn him a target on his back by any villain who wants a fight. Second, Lilith helped him, and she was now being discussed as well. Several news sites have already declared her to be Midoriya's mother given their powers, and with how Lilith freaked out when Midoriya collapsed. And lastly, while completely unintentional, Midoriya's actions made Todoroki's problem much worse, because it displayed how much Todoroki hesitated. If both had worked together to save the civilians, it wouldn't have gotten this bad. But Todoroki hesitated, and then passed out, so Midoriya's heroics made Todoroki look much less heroic. And now Midoriya was resting in the infirmary, his family constantly coming and going. And now, All Might just revealed to him that his time has cut down to less than an hour. Things were going from bad to worse, and it only seemed to be accelerating. As for Ochako, she felt like her body was heating up, and she could feel a massive whirlpool of energy in her. After the headache eased, she went to the infirmary to check on Midoriya. Upon arrival and seeing him fine, Ochako sat down to take a breather and fell asleep. And then she saw 7 people sitting around in a room that seemed to morph the more she tried to focus on it. So anyway, there I was, barbecue sauce on my, oh, hello. All eyes turned towards her, and she began to sweat. And then a woman with white gloves, a cape, and her dark hair tied up started laughing. Really, guys? This is how you choose to greet our new wielder? Hey kid, the name's Nana, and this is your brand spanking new quirk. Please, remember my advice from last time? So, I get you have questions. Ochako nodded, not trusting herself to speak to these random people. And what the heck are they talking about? New quirk? That was about as explanatory as just a hello, Nana. Here, Uraraka, we are a part of a quirk that stockpiles power and passes it along. Normally the last user would search for a successor, but due to certain circumstances, we took it upon ourselves. And when we found you, we went through your mind. Seeing your reasoning to be a hero, your general need to help, and a drive to be a rescue hero, not just a combat hero, that is why we chose you to bear this sacred torch. The oldest of the group explained, and Ochako's eyes were blasted wide open. So, apparently a quirk decided it didn't like something to do with the old possessor, and downloaded itself into her body. Normally the last user would train the successor as well, but due to circumstances, that's not possible. So, right now, we are going to be overseeing your training. And, you'll have access to our quirks as well. The name of your new quirk is Stock, due to its stockpiling nature. That is all you need to know for now. The dream is collapsing. You're waking up. Nana jumped back in. So wake up, girl. Wake up and smell the ashes. And Ochako awoke, laying on the floor as the chair she was seated on was floating. And on fire. Oh no, fire. The chair's on freaking fire. Todoroki POV. For the first time in his life, Todoroki woke up feeling cold. Normally nobody would give that a second thought, but with his quirk balancing his temperature when not in use. Unless he was using his ice, he never normally felt cold. So why? Todoroki's thoughts were interrupted by a little old lady came up to his bed. Ah, you're finally awake. Got caught in that imperial ambush, same as us. Wait, what? Never mind, how are you feeling, dear? It's been a few hours since you passed out. Todoroki looked outside and confirmed, as the sun was starting to set. I feel fine, just cold. What happened? Recovery girl's face fell. You injured a lot of people, young man. There was nearly 150 people directly caught by your attack, and another 100 with frostbite just from being near it. Thankfully the Midoriya boy pulled through and aided them. Do you remember anything else? Todoroki hesitated, before answering honestly. I heard a voice. Or maybe voices. All I can remember is that they said something about not being worthy. Recovery girl began to sweat. Either a jealous villain attempted to sabotage him, or... Todoroki, did you perchance speak to All Might earlier today? Todoroki gaped at her for a not-so-hot second before stating that he did see All Might earlier. And did he mention anything about power? And duty? Recovery girl was paling at an alarmingly fast pace. Todoroki sat for a moment, trying to tell if Recovery girl knew the secret or not. Deciding to come up with an excuse later, Todoroki just said yes. Recovery girl stared at him, and confusingly enough, his hair. Then she whipped around and power walked her way out, simply stating she needed to meet with Netsu and All Might. Midoriya POV. Midoriya awoke in a semi-comfy bed, surrounded by Lilith, Moxie, Gage, Tina, and surprisingly enough Brick and Mordecai. What time is it, and what was the number on that train that hit me? It's only around 7, killer. You were out for a few hours. Lilith embraced him, and Moxie joined her on his other side. I swear, sugar, you and your heroic tendencies are gonna get seriously hurt one of these days. Please try to be more careful, darling. That was awesome, shawty. You kicked booty out there. You did great, hero boy, glad to see you awake again. You did good, kid, especially that teleporting. Pretty sure that's a new record. That was great, Slab. Too bad none of them got to get into any good fights, but that second event came close. Midoriya smiled, happy as his family was. He hugged Lilith and Moxie back, and then Tina and Gage joined in. Brick ruffled Midoriya's hair, other arm thrown over Mordecai's shoulder. They were together. They were happy. Izuku, I saw the last event and couldn't get here faster. Are you okay? Inko burst into the room, expecting to see her son heavily injured, or at least unconscious. Not being hugged by practically 6 people. Izuku, who are these people? Hey mom, do you remember when I said we had a makeshift family over there when I disappeared? Well, this is part of it. Inko distinctly remembers that discussion. Shortly after he showed up again, Midoriya had tried to tell her some of the nicer details of what happened. Namely his family. Which made Inko nervous. Was she not enough for Izuku? When his father left, she tried to fill in the gap as most she could. But now, his other family is here. I see, Thank you for taking care of my son. It must have been rough, but you have my extreme gratitude. Inko bowed to them. She may feel inadequate, but her son was alive and healthy. It's no problem. Killer here is a great kid. Indeed, Honey just works his way into your heart with that selflessness. I honestly feel like he's one of my own. Oh my lord, you're shoddy so. Ahem, excuses me, I'm Tina. I am one of Izuku's many girlfriends. Inko practically stood ramrod straight, eyes wide. Many? Hey, there's only 2 of us. He's not dating anyone else. Hello, by the way, I'm Gage. I'm the only other person dating Hero Boy over there. Well, one problem has been solved, but another arises. Izuku, how did you manage to get 2 girlfriends? You didn't cheat on one of them, did you? What, no? I'd never do that to them. Midoriya hastily responded. It's true, he was a gentleman the entire time. He's not even the one who suggested it, we were. Especially Tina. Gage coolly responded. She had given thought as to how to explain this to his mother at some point. We met when Axton and his group started searching for the second vault. Initially, Midoriya was still somewhat shy, but he was absolutely adorable. And then we met Tina, who I kinda got a crush on. We worked together a few years, and Midoriya picked up on my crush. He helped me admit my feelings, and when I confessed to her, I confessed to him as well. I've always been poly, and I had a feeling Tina was too. So, Tina and I agreed immediately to start going out, then we invited Izuku into the mix. He was cautious for a bit, but he agreed, and we've been happily together since. The other vault hunters in the room already knew this story, but awed at it anyway. Inko, on the other hand, was ecstatic. Not only was Izuku finally dating, but he had somehow gotten into an honest relationship with 2 adorable women. It may have taken a few days for her to get used to him suddenly being older, but this was more than she could have asked for. Suddenly, the door was slammed open again. All right, everyone except the patient and parents out. I have an examination to do, and I will not allow anyone here to contaminate any samples. A woman in a red coat walked in, arms wrapped up, but still had that unmistakable glow in her eyes. Hey, Dr. Tanis. Midoriya greeted. Ever since she had taken over the position as medic for the team from Zed, Tanis was very eccentric, but effective. It also helped that Midoriya actually called her doctor, and not just Tanis like the others. Hello, Midoriya. Now, everyone but Lilith and Moxie out. Tanis started to hurry people out of the room, when Inko stood up. Hey, I'm his mother. I should stay too. Tanis looked her over. All right, but only because you look similar enough. The rest of you leave. As soon as the others left, Tanis gave Izuku an examination, saw no lasting injuries, prescribed iridium and bed rest, and left him with his 3 mothers. Izuku was glad to see his mother get along with his family. He had been scared of her attempting to separate them, but all was going well. And then Inko pulled out her phone and said something about baby pictures that had both Lilith and Moxie jumping up, excited. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, All Might was heavily sweating under the glare of Recovery Girl and the curious gaze of Nedzu. Recovery Girl had called them in, saying it had something to do with that. He suspected she had figured it out, but he wasn't going to incriminate himself here. Perhaps she simply found someone she thought was a good suck. Tashinori, you absolute idiot. And so, the beating of All Might with Recovery Girl's cane began. What did I do? All Might sputtered out between whacks. Imagine my surprise when I asked Todoroki what he remembered, and he said he was hearing voices talking about worthiness, and he said he talked to you earlier today. He said you was talking about power and a duty before he clammed up. So did him. All Might paled, as both Recovery Girl and Nedzu glared into his soul. I did give it to him. I thought he was the best candidate and showed promise. So I decided to give it to him. This has earned him another whack. You mean to tell me you gave your quirk to someone who showed serious reservations about the quirk he already had during a competition aired internationally, and who had been pushed to his limit during the previous rounds, with no instructions and no time to test it before a fight with another student? Nedzu, for once, wasn't smiling. and that terrified All Might more than anything. Yes. And as the third round against Recovery Girls Kane started, Nedza sighed. At least we know now what happened. The problem is now trying to explain this to the public. Alongside needing to ease the public's fears, we'll also need to train Todoroki, else this happens again. Actually, Recovery Girl interrupted his line of thought. When Todoroki awoke, he said he was cold. Normally I would say it was quirk overuse, but my healing should have eliminated any physical symptoms. When I took his temperature, it was significantly lower as well. His quirk should be regulating his temperature, but it isn't. And with the quirk speaking about worthiness. Nedzu's and All Might's eyes widened comically as the implications hit them. I have connections to a quirk counselor who may be able to help. She can visualize quirks and show the state of it to others. Theoretically, if everything is fine, then the visualization should be very large, with aspects of both flames and ice. But if not, we have a massive problem. And this doesn't even touch the matter with the boy's father. All Might turned back to the small mammal, even more confused. Endeavor has been very public with his demands to see his son, as well as extremely publicly bashing both Midoriya and Lilith. He has been saying that they should not have interrupted Hiro's work, and that the only reason he didn't save the crowd was because he was blocked by the panicking audience, and that Lilith and Midoriya were in his way. Despite this, the public has openly rallied behind the two, as they see their actions as ultimately heroic. How are we supposed to tell him that his son's quirk may have been irreversibly damaged? All Might realized he was right. He knew of Endeavor's rather twisted view on heroism, and that there was several private issues in the family. Also, there is the matter of one for all. Was it speaking to Todoroki? And if it was, then what did it mean by worthiness? Did it destroy itself to stop the power from getting into villainous hands? Or has it attempted to relocate itself? Was Todoroki's quirk damaged by it leaving, or was that purposeful? How sentient is one for all? His head was starting to hurt. These questions were just too much for the simple man. One for all? Sentient? Was that possible? The only way to find out was to wait for the quirk specialist to get in. The quirk specialist was soon called in. Thankfully, they were expecting a call like this after the spectacle. They arrived that afternoon, and was swiftly brought to Todoroki's bedside. Unfortunately, due to his power and influence, Endeavor was also attending. Why are we wasting time on this? Shudo's quirk is fine. He's just being rebellious, he'll get over it. Endeavor growled at the principal upon Nedzu walking in. Unfortunately, we cannot take the chance if it is or not. Having a sudden quirk change that's reflected by his hair in the middle of a worldwide broadcasted event has made the public very suspicious of both of you. The drag tests didn't pick up on anything, but even with that the public has doubts. If we can find out if his quirk is damaged or not, that will help us find out what happened. Nedzu remained calm, despite his dislike of the hero in front of him. He knew they needed something to tell the press, otherwise the school could be thrown into hot water. I'm ready to begin. The androgynous voice monotoned. The quirk specialist took their place next to the student. Who even is this quack? Endeavor was getting angrier and angrier. I am Orichara, don't worry, I'll be done and gone soon. With that out of the way, Ori lifted their hands over Shudo and closed his eyes. Suddenly, the room darkened as what looked to be an iceberg appeared. Or rather, half of an iceberg. The other half seemed to be empty space, nothing to be seen besides the caved-in and broken side of the iceberg. Cracks ran across the surface, with what looked to be mist still coming off of it. What is this? Endeavor looked on, impressed by the ice, but confused. Where was his fire? Perhaps buried in the ice? Nedzu took pictures at various angles, to reference later, and spoke. This is young Todoroki's quirk. Or rather, what's left of it. Endeavor whipped around, flames crackling. What? What do you mean what's left? Simple. Nedzu started. Young Todoroki's quirk has split, and seems to have gotten rid of the fire half of his quirk. Nedzu chose this moment to start setting up their cover story. My hypothesis is that his quirk was at war with itself. Fire and ice never truly mix into something new, they neutralize each other. But as quirks are a part of us, it's likely that the human part, young Todoroki, was ultimately the deciding factor. Given how often he relied solely on his ice, it probably caused that part to grow stronger while the fire part dwindled, until the quirk finally corrected itself. As he launched that final attack, it's likely he finally snuffed out the last of the flame, causing his attack to be so much stronger since it was no longer divided between its use and fighting itself. Nedzu paced, trying to rationalize the next part. He was aided by looking at the illusion again and noticed something new. Not all hope is lost, however. Look at the broken side. Everyone looked and saw nothing. It's freezing over. They suddenly noticed the cracks in the ice slowly filling itself, and ice beginning to reach out towards his other half. What this could mean is that since Todoroki is no longer held back by his fire, his ice half can finally start growing on its own. While yes, he will have to deal with all the weaknesses ice users have, at least he can still be a fairly good hero. He won't be as effective in winter, but depending upon how much control he has over his ice, he could become a fantastic rescue hero for fires and capture. Nedzu was trying to put his positive spin on this, but as the specialist let the illusion fade, Endeavor became absolutely livid. You mean to tell me that the quirk I worked so hard to make has broken? He was supposed to be stronger than All Might, to surpass him. The words poured out of his mouth, as hot and vitriolic as his beard, and the gathered adults were in shock. Rather than comfort his son, or fret about his health, Endeavor was mourning his quirk? And you, he rounded on Shudo, if you hadn't been so rebellious, you would still have the quirk I gave you. But you did nothing with it, and now you've become as useless as your mother. Shudo was floored by this. As was the adults, for different reasons. Shudo was confused. He wanted to be like his mother ever since his quirk came in. He should have been happy, but why does it feel like he lost a part of himself? And the adults had alarm bells blaring through their heads. These words had some very bad connotations. Created? Surpass? Useless. You know what, I'm done. You wasted everything I worked so hard for, and I will not stand for this anymore. If you want something done, do it yourself. Do whatever, brat. I don't care anymore. And with that, Endeavor left the room. Shudo sat there, somehow feeling both happy and sad at the same time. He finally got away from Endeavor, he won. But he also feels loss. Loss of the last shred of the fake care his father held for him. And now, other than his siblings, he was alone. Titular press conference. And that is what caused the incident now known as the Sports Festival freeze. We will not be answering any questions in regards to young Todoroki's condition. Any other questions? The reporters stuttered for a moment, most of their questions revolving around what happened to him and his hair. Then one reporter finally stood up. Excuse me, but what is going to happen to the young man's placement in the hero course? Several families, including the family of a classmate, have already stepped up stating they intend to sue both the school and Endeavor's agency for damages caused by his son. Will he be a hero? Or possibly move to another course, if not expelled? What are the plans moving forward? Nedzu kept a neutral face as he answered, At this time I cannot speak for Endeavor or his agency, but on UA's front we have already started writing up reparations for those involved. Our hearts go out to those injured in the attack, and we plan to atone for it and take action to prevent it from happening again. As for the student, as this was ultimately a sudden change in his quirk, we don't have plans to expel him from the hero course at this time. We will, however, be setting him up with a counselor. We will aid the young man through this process, and he could possibly become a great hero this school can be proud of. Another reporter stood up, Sir, what happened to the other boy in the match? He saved everyone, but collapsed afterwards. What is his current state as well as the woman who helped him? Nedzu glanced over. Midoriya is absolutely fine, he just had to push himself to save those people. As for the woman, she is fine at this time as well. Any more questions? The reporters began to jump up, speaking over each other trying to find out the identity of the woman, and if she was Midoriya's mother. Nedzu shook his head and sighed. He always hated the press. Elsewhere, staring into the void. Come on, Gravity Girl, you can float. Just focus on my energy core. Ochako was sweating in her room as she attempted to meditate. She was told doing so would help her meet with the voices and get her trained to use the powers said quirk contained. She hovered above the ground, for once not using her zero gravity, and was concentrating hard. Apparently the way the quirk worked was that each voice had an energy core that contained a facet of power, and focusing on that allowed her access to the abilities of each voice. The only issue was that one voice didn't have an energy core, and the fire power core had no voice. As such, the voice without took over her instruction with that power, with others chipping in from time to time. Only problem with that was Jones barbecue and foot massage. Jones barbecue and foot massage. The voices never shut up. They said they were doing this to get her used to distractions while using her new abilities. You know, like a liar. Ochako was 100% convinced they were just meme lords with the power to invade minds. They didn't even have any new memes either. What the heck even is Farisha Vokadu and Zawarudo? Great, Ochako has a bunch of degenerates in her head. At least she was improving her control, especially with the fire. After the chair incident that everyone at the school was too distracted to notice, she realized she had to get a handle on that, fast. Suddenly, a thought hit her head, which made her lose focus and drop back to the floor. How in the world were internships going to work? Elsewhere again. Midoriya was chilling in Sanctuary. He had decided to take his extra day off as a day to spend with the family he made. As Tina, Gage, and he chilled in Moxie's bar, the girls looked at each other, holding a silent conversation between themselves. Midoriya could have peeked into their minds, but he doesn't want to invade their privacy. Plus, the one time Tina asked him to look in her head, he couldn't stop blushing for a week. Suddenly, the girls turned to him, with mischievous laughter in their eyes. He gulped. Say, Izuku, Gage started. Midoriya was about to reply, when suddenly, you shoddy beef, wanna add some more jeefs into this? Tina, who spelled subtlety with capital T and T, piped in. And Midoriya's brain clocked out. What? Izuku, you understand that this is a poly relationship, correct? As long as we're honest with each other and all agree, we can possibly bring in more people. Midoriya nodded, but was still confused as to where this is coming from. Listen, my sweet not little Isa babe, there are times where your eye will wander. Ours do as well. And we noticed quite a few of your classmates' eyes wander over to ya. And the reason we noticed is because our eyes were wandering. Absolutely wonderful. But we wanted to see if any of your classmates would like to join in on our fantastic little tea party. So what you say, shawty, what you say? Looking at the excited girls in front of him, Midoriya was shook. Were they seriously okay with more girls joining the relationship? And one other thing caught his attention too. Wait, you said girlfriends earlier, none of the guys got your attention? Not really. They are just a bit immature, and why would we settle for anything other than the number one man in our hearts? Gage said, somehow being completely serious while also saying the cheesiest line ever. And don't worry too much about us, we like a good cuddle party. Midoriya thought about the girls in his class for a moment, before coming to a decision. I say we. Elsewhere. Endeavor stood in his training room, absolutely furious. The woman he bought for her quirk turned out to be completely useless in the end. Not only that, he wasted years training her spawn, and it amounted to nothing. He hurled fire around in blind rage, having built this room to train his brat's quirk in. Now it seems the only flames it'll only see would be from him. Taking a moment to cool off, Endeavor also thought about his sinking popularity. He could manipulate and bribe almost anyone, but the public's view on him was getting harder to cover. The internet was demanding he be taken down a few pegs, just because of that waste of time. His popularity was sinking so low, the Hero Commission was speaking about lowering him 3 ranks. There was no way he would allow them to put him behind not only the blonde oaf, but a pigeon, stupid rabbit, and the denim man. He had to find a way to not only save his reputation, but also surpass All Might. Thinking, plotting, Endeavor slowly felt a wicked smile appear. If fire and ice doesn't work, then how about upping the firepower? That woman from the festival showed incredible control over her flames, enough to form wings and fly. And her kid out there showed he was incredibly strong. She also looked to be the type no one would really ask questions about if she disappeared. He had the start of a plan, he just needed to eliminate some loose ends. Starting with the Ice Woman, Endeavor decided that he was going to start his plan that weekend. He prepared by making sure that only the people under his thumb would be doing rounds that day, and paid them off to stay away from Ray's room. Deciding to kidnap her back to his house, he could make up the story that she snapped and escaped to murder her family. Endeavor would of course be the hero and defend his family from her, perhaps with a bit of excessive force. Sure, he might take a bit of backlash, but murder to defend his family could be easily justified. All he had to do was remain in control. Walking into the hospital, Endeavor saw how all the orderlies looked away from his gaze. Good, they feared him as they should. He then started towards Ray's room, specifically built to be soundproof to prevent outside contact. Walking up to the door, he slammed it open and strolled in like he owned the place. Ray was laying on her bed, her head turned when she heard the door slam and froze. She swiftly started to hyperventilate and picked up the pace when Endeavor slammed the door shut and made his way towards her. She tried to resist, but he easily overpowered her. He grabbed her arms and lifted her up. Listen here, you useless trash. The spawn you made has turned out just as useless as you and your other failures. I was thinking about trying again, but given your failures, I believe I found a better solution. Ray wanted to cry, to scream, to kick, but was locked by her own fear. That redhead from the sports festival was strong. Possibly as strong as me. If I had a child with her, no doubt the firepower could easily beat All Might. But there's the issue of you. Ray shivered, unable to stop herself. You see, I can't have it come out that I cheated on my wife. So instead, you are going to attack me. You will die, and I will be free to pursue that redhead. Looking at her, she looks the type to do anything for money. It shouldn't be a problem to buy her as my new wife. Then when she's broken in, we can create the future of heroes, far past anything All Might ever could. Endeavor was about to stand up when behind him he heard a woman's voice. Who knew Izuku was right about me being able to sense people with my powers? Anyway, I suggest you put her down. Now. Endeavor whipped around and stuck his gaze onto a blue-haired tattooed woman in a hood, who seemed to be holding up what looked like a high-tech Game Boy. Who are you and why are you here? Endeavor growled. Name's Maya, and I was here with my friend trying to get more info on how this place treats mental illness when we heard doors slamming. Who even slams doors in a mental health center? Anyway, I'm afraid I can't let you go through with that plan. Endeavor began to subtly charge up a flame attack. And you think you can stop me? I'm the most powerful hero. And you will be nothing more than ashes. Endeavor launched his assault, looking to bring down a flaming punch into the woman's skull. She was faster, however, and dodged backwards into the hall. Endeavor jumped around the corner and blasted with fire, trying to eliminate her. As he blasted, however, he failed to notice what he was blasting. Then when he stopped, he was shocked to see a giant near 8-foot-tall man, shirtless and on fire. The man then began to walk forward. You see, my friend Krieg here hates two things. People who hurt their loved ones. Krieg continued walking towards Endeavor as he attempted another fire blast. That only seemed to make the gleam in Krieg's eye that much sharper. And people who try to hurt me. Krieg lifted Endeavor by his shirt as if he was a sack of potatoes, and tossed him into an adjacent room. He pointed to Ray's room and said, "Take it now." Then the door was shut. Maya walked back over to Ray's room where she found her huddled into herself. Maya's heart broke at the sight of her struggling to breathe through her fear. "It's okay, everything's all right. I'm gonna get you out of here, okay?" Maya spoke softly, trying to be as gentle as possible. Ray whipped her head up, surprised at the fact the woman was still there. Ray looked around for Endeavor, but couldn't see him anywhere. Slowly, she stood up and took Maya's hand. "Don't worry, I got you." Maya smiled at Ray as she led her through the door and into the hallways. The only thing heard was the very, very faint sound of a revving buzz-axe. Maya slowly led Ray away from the hospital. Surprisingly, the nurses and doctors ignored them leaving. Not going to look a gift skag in the mouth, Maya took her time escaping, Where are we going? A tiny voice asked, not used to talking to others. Maya looked over reassuringly and said, "We're going to meet some of my friends and getting this evidence to the police." Maya held up the Game Boy, showing a new recording. Izuku also thought to upgrade our echoes to record video and not just audio. Thought it'd be important, glad to see he's right again. Ray was floored. This random woman was helping her? But what about him? He would hurt them, kill them. Listen, thank you, but he will come for you if you dash. Suddenly, a crash and screaming was heard. Looking back, they witnessed a flaming, screaming man hit the ground from the third floor legs first. And Krieg, standing in the window, covered in burns and blood. Krieg swiftly jumped down and started running towards them as Endeavor rolled on the ground, legs broken and with large gashes in his body, including over his left eye. As Krieg caught up, he picked up both women and started running. The only words out of his mouth were, "He'll live." Later, Netsu just finished watching the impromptu attempted murder, puzzle pieces finally clicking in place. No wonder young Todoroki hated his fire and father, if the way he had been conflicted after the recent events meant anything. He knew what had to be done. Maya, Krieg, thank you for bringing this to my attention. I will make sure that, no matter what he tries, Endeavor will be prisoned at least in Tartarus, nothing less. Lilith was also nearby, as they called her in when she was mentioned. That absolutely disgusting jackhole. If it weren't such a problem here in this world, I would gladly show him how my flames outclass him. Lilith was livid. To be included in a murder plot and seeing what he planned for her made her want to take up the Firehawk mantle again just to kill him. Ray sat nearby, in barely hidden disbelief. She was shocked at everyone willing to help her. She sat there in shock as the police were called in and presented with the evidence. Upon viewing it, they immediately went out to the hospital, where Endeavor was stuck in bed with 2 broken legs and gashes that, while they seemed random, was actually targeting his tendons and connecting muscle. Until he healed for a few months at least, he was bedridden. And strangely enough, any evidence of the attack on hospital cameras didn't exist. Neither did anyone there even report seeing Endeavor or Ray. With the arrest coming soon, the news was going to have a field day with this. And now they had the problem of what to do with Ray. She needed somewhere with support so she can heal, but also safety, as Endeavor had apparently a lot of connections. Until his trial, Ray needed to be protected. "Hey, I got an idea," Lilith said as she turned to Ray. "How would you like to stay in Sanctuary? We got room." Okagogo Power Rangers. Ochako was sad to admit it, but she caved. Having had enough of the memes being spouted in her head with no context, she sat down and watched really old videos from a dead website that was put into compilations in another dead website from too many ads, and then brought over to HeroTubes. And she was hooked. She watched video after video, until she finally understood what the weirdos in her head are talking about. She also browsed through Urban Thesaurus to pick up on other terms they used. Now she can't help but say poggers every time she succeeds during training. The voices actually seemed calmer now, like they were worried about something before, but now they were more relaxed. They all admitted that, despite being people, they were also in essence conscious energy. They felt no need for food, drink, or other mortal things. They spoke to her about who they used to be, all except the one called Nana, and one would always brush off any attempted conversation about his past, and Nana deflected with jokes or surprise training sessions. Ochako managed to figure out she was the 10th holder, however, when one of the others called her 10 spot. Everyone froze, as much as disembodied voices can, and tried to play it off. But she got the truth out of them. Ochako always gets the truth. She was also worried about the internships, and how she would have to reveal her new powers. She was trying to figure out how to reveal to her friends and family her powers, without coming off as crazy. Wait, doesn't Midoriya have a bunch of powers too? I bet I could ask for his help. With that thought, Ochako went to sleep, plans formulated in her head. I didn't get no sleep cause of y'all, now y'all ain't gonna sleep cause of me. Shawty, you ever feel like you're missing something, but Chu got everything but it's still just not there? Tina, you know what happens when you drink. You get all existential. Enough about that thought, we got a harem to plan. So, you down, hero boy? Alright, but on certain conditions. More jump cuts than a ninja anime. A masked figure sat on a roof. Covered in blades, this man was rejoicing. Not only had he put Ingenium down for good, but Endeavor, his biggest target, had been brutally attacked and arrested earlier that day. He had even come close to killing the scarred man-child in the league who threatened All Might. Today was going great. Deciding to continue his hunt in Hosu, the masked man leapt away. Completely unaware of the single glowing green eye and metallic helmet shining in the moonlight watching him. Inside a hospital room. What do you mean, you were there just to check on your wife? Tsukachi stood there, trying to find out just what happened in that room after the recording stopped. Endeavor knew he was caught, but tried to fight his hardest to make it seem like he was the hero. However, the detective was having none of it. Endeavor attempted to lie about what happened despite the video evidence, and once he found out about the detective's quirk, he then tried to subtly hint that he was willing to pay a large sum if the detective just said his story was true and make the evidence disappear, but that only made the detective angrier than he already was. Listen here, you are placed under arrest for quirk marriage, attempted murder, and for bribing and blackmail. Any other charges you want to add on there? Tsukachi had hit his limit with this disgrace to everything his best friend has built. You can't arrest me, don't you know who I am? I'm the only hero that could beat All Might. I have the best villain arrest record in Japan. You can't arrest me by the word of some pathetic thugs. Yes I can and I am. Evidence against you is too high to leave any doubt in my mind. And my quirk makes everything you say admissible in court. It's over, Todoroki. Tsukachi watched as the man began to rant and rage against the restraints attached to the bed. You can't seriously do this, there will be consequences. Villains will rise, and you will be letting me back just to deal with them. They are nothing. They're a bunch of thugs, and I am the GN hero. But no matter how he tried, these binds would not let him escape. Not that he would get far with his legs tore up. The pain, the feeling of loss finally hit him, and he passed out. Before he did so, he couldn't help but remember. The one who put him in here. Flashback sound effect. Endeavor slammed onto his back. He quickly stood back as the flaming giant stepped into the room. He could feel the heat burning into his skin. He was pushing his own resistance, but the man in front of him seemed to radiate a burning rage more effective than anything Endeavor could do. Realizing his fire wouldn't work, Endeavor tried to take a swing, but had his flaming fist caught by a scarred hand. The man lifted him up by his arm and slammed him onto the ceiling, then the floor. The man then yanked on the arm, dislocating his shoulder, before stomping on his leg, shattering the knee. Endeavor howled in pain, but he wouldn't be hurt. He had made sure of the soundproofing himself. As Endeavor blasted the man's head, trying to escape, he saw something that chilled him to the core. The man reached over to his side and pulled out a circular saw on a handle. Then he revved it. Endeavor tried to scramble backwards but felt his back hit the wall. The man then raised the weapon, and swung again, and again. Endeavor could feel the saw tear into his flesh, not deep enough to kill, but he could feel the flames cauterize his wounds as they were made. Then, the man aimed for his face. The scream tore through his throat, leaving it raw as he realized he couldn't see. Had he lost that eye? Would he die here? The man wasn't quite content yet, however. Lifting Endeavor by the back of his suit, he walked over to the window. By the time Endeavor realized his intent, he was already in the air above the ground. A final scream left his lungs as he tried to land, only to feel the bones in his leg give. He hit the ground, glass digging into his wounds, and he slowly passed out from the pain. The last thing he saw before fading into unconsciousness was the man running, hooded woman under one arm, and the useless hag under the other. Graphic scenes of defenestration done. As Endeavor slept, however, he already had a backup plan going. He had already ordered his lackeys in his agency, as well as the police, to eliminate anyone who tried to reveal his crimes. It was only a matter of time until he was a free man. Matter of time later. What do you mean you can't find her? One of Endeavor's sidekicks was absolutely livid. The police officers in front of him trembled in fear. Look, we can't find her. She's not in any of our safe houses, and the only way to get to her in her file said to talk to the rat principal. If she's at you, we can't touch her. The sidekick glared at the officer, despite knowing it's true. If both their target and Ray were with the rat on campus, there's no way to get them. Too bad, they didn't even know that their targets were more out of reach than they could ever imagine. In a galaxy, far, far into the Disney copyright vault, Ray was staring out of the window, in serene amazement of what she saw. After being invited to a place called Sanctuary, Ray was given an echo, and brought to an apartment where an Izuku Midoriya lived. Upon arriving and meeting the lovely Inko Midoriya, who said that they would find her boy already at Sanctuary, Ray was led to a young man's bedroom and a strange machine in the corner. Now, this is a little dizzying the first time you do this, but you'll get used to it. Maya warned, before hitting a holographic button with the word Sanctuary on it. Suddenly she was engulfed in a burst of light, and saw a long blue and violet tunnel of light, before suddenly finding herself standing in front of a similar machine. But now, everything was different around machine. Looking around, she saw several doors, a couple tables, some house plants, the void of space, and a few stragglers hanging around. Wait, space. Ray stared stunned into the stars and galaxies in the window behind the machine. As a kid, she loved stargazing, but to be among them is another thing entirely. Glad you like the view. Still gets me sometimes, you know? Maya stood beside her and let her get acclimated. All right, if you're gonna stay here, you need a place to sleep. Thankfully, I know someone who can help. Taking Ray's hand, Maya led her deeper into the ship. Ray looked in awe at everything they passed. The whole place looked like a sci-fi movie. AKA, a lot of tech that was just around with no clear reason as to why. Like electronic lockers. And boxes with glowing stickers. And a few vending machines that sold ammo. And slot machines. In fact, they stopped in front of said slot machines. Yo Moxie, got a favor to ask. Oh, hey Izuku. Looking over, Ray saw a green-haired young man with a girl on either side. And a rather pretty woman behind the bar that turned to the newcomers. Oh, hello Maya. And whom might this be? Ray felt her cheeks flush deep at the pure SXL energy exuded by Moxie. This is Ray, and she needs a place to stay safe and someone to talk to. Think you can help? Maya asked, as Ray stumbled over herself trying to figure out the English language again. Don't worry, darling, I speak Izuku's native language quite well. Moxie spoke in perfect Japanese, putting Ray at ease while making her flush even more at Moxie's voice. And this is who she's supposed to stay with. Don't worry, sugar, I got all your needs covered. Come with me, let's get you settled in. And Ray knew that she was going to be in good hands, and she was going to blush the whole time. The next day at UA, everyone sat silently in class. Todoroki looked to still have the emotionless expression, but was feeling more free than ever before. After finding out about his quirk and the arrest of his father, Todoroki had no clue of what to do. Even though he has started seeing the school counselor, he knew his circumstances were different than most. And now he had to learn his quirk all over again. Ochako was waiting for class to start, and more to the point lunch, because not only food, mood, but she also needed to get a chance to speak to Midoriya. She still needed a way to reveal her new powers, which included a tentacle whip now. Which left no end of jokes from her personal peanut gallery about a certain type of show that even her own newfound meme skills refused to acknowledge. Either way, she had to get advice soon, and Midoriya was likely going to be her best bet. Ida sat in silence. At some point during the sports festival his brother was attacked. The hero killer let him live, but he could never be Ingenium again. And when Tensei tried to pass the name on to Tenya, Tenya couldn't help but feel it was undeserved. He was no hero, and Ingenium is supposed to be a hero that helps inspire everyone. If he was going to take the Ingenium name, it had to be earned. And then a dark plan began to form. And a certain frog girl was also waiting for Midoriya, but for different reasons. Reasons she then got to act on once he stepped into the room. Bolting from her desk, Tsuyu ran to the other greenette and hugged him tightly, while croaking out a thank you repeatedly. Tsuyu had spent the weekend with her family, and after what happened, she felt he deserved every ounce of gratitude in her heart. She wrapped up her emotional moment and sat back down, leaving Midoriya in shock, as well as reminding him of the conversation he had had with his girlfriends. Midoriya sat down just before Aizawa walked in. Alright, normally this is when you all would be getting a list of heroes who put in request for you to do your work study with them. However, due to recent events, we have gone and selected a hero for each of you to do your work study with. We selected them for you based on things we believe you could work on that they specialize in. Today will only be a half day, as we are sending you home to make sure you pack. Now, look over your heroes and decide what you need to bring. Ida, pass out these envelopes. I'm going to take a nap after dealing with you guys for too long today. If you wake me up, detention will be the least of your worries. Aizawa then proceeded to duck under his desk and climbed into his sleeping. But, looking at who was paired with what hero, there were a few ones that raised people's eyebrows. Here's a few of them. Ochako and Gunhead, Todoroki and Eraserhead, Momo and Snipe, Ada and Present Mike, Midoriya and Miruko. Suddenly, Midnight burst through the door. Or there'll be, seriously Shota? We talked about doing an intro here. Did you even pay attention, you greasy cat man? Looking at the sea of confused looks, Midnight turned back to the desk. You didn't even tell them they're picking hero names today? You must be extra done today. Anyway kids, today you will be picking your hero names today, and be careful, you might get called this your whole career. So pick cautiously, or they'll be it was ruined the first time, just pick your name. Most of those present had some good ideas. Froppy was adorable, Blizzard made sense, and Alien Queen may sound scary, but with Midoriya's origin, it seemed more okay. The only real change was Can't Stop Twinkling, as his original was a full sentence. Oh well, it'll still be funny later when people start calling him the TWK hero. Hey, Midnight was only there to prevent naming disasters, not judge poor taste or predict the public's way of calling them. Then Midoriya stepped up with his whiteboard. I thought about several options. At first I thought of using Deku, as a nod to my experiences growing up, but that felt too on the nose and insulting to myself. I also thought about being the God Queen Slayer, but that only works back in Pandora. So, I went with what I am, and what I'm proud to call myself. The Seraphim hero, Vault Hunter. And of course, it was a half day, so Ochako's plan fell through once they left after a quick lunch. Oh well, there's always after internships. Principal's office. Lilith sat there waiting for anything to happen. But the mouse in front of her was sipping tea. And has been for 5 minutes. Just as she began to wonder how deep that cup is, Nedzu finally spoke. So, the world knows about you now. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem, but legally, you don't exist here. So now, we have someone considered an illegal alien, under public scrutiny. Normally, I would choose something less drastic, but circumstances leave me no choice. I have devised a way for you to continue living here. Lilith sat there, waiting for whatever punishment he will deliver. You are now the hero Firehawk, congratulations. And Lilith had to be hearing things now. What the Fudash? Normally you would be forced to train at a school and take the exams, but the power you showed as well as the ability to use teamwork makes you a star candidate. As such, I used a few favors to register you as Midoriya's stepmother, and to get you that license to help quench the public's thirst. Please don't make me regret this. No killing unless it saves civilians. Sweet. Does this mean I can team up with Izuku in public? Yes, in fact we plan to have you work with him after the work studies. Until then, however. Nedzu dropped a stack of books taller than himself. You have serious catching up to do. So I will be your tutor for the next week. And for yet another moment in her life, Lilith felt true fear. Midoriya stood at the train station, confused. He had always heard Miruko was against the idea of teamwork, and never took anyone as an intern. The only employees she keeps were all office workers, but never another hero. So why did she decide he would be the first? Ida also had him concerned. Midoriya had heard of the teen's brother, and could feel the rage inside of him. The hero killer left him paralyzed, and while he could be healed, if he was and became a hero again, Stain might not be nearly as merciful next time. So it was a race against time, for as long as Stain continues his rampage, the more the chances of Ingenium never even walking again. And the rage inside Ida seemed to flare even higher when he learned he was being forced to intern with Present Mike. The man may be a friend of his brother, but now Ida could not get away to begin his vengeance. Midoriya had figured out the reasoning for the pick, though. Ida didn't need help with power. Sure, his turning needed work, but that isn't the main problem he has. It was his tunnel vision. Ida's one-track mind was his most dangerous weakness. It's honestly why Midoriya didn't vote for him to be class rep. After saying goodbye to his friends and reminding Ida that he's always willing to talk, Midoriya and his classmates went their separate ways. Midoriya rode the train down to the next town over, Hosu, where Miruko set up one of her offices. Midoriya thought it was a smart choice. Any dangerous villain looking to hunt and fight heroes tended to attack their headquarters, which even under the best of circumstances, the hero was unable to continue work for a week, at least repairing the building and upping security. Miruko eliminated that by having multiple offices scattered in the surrounding towns that she could go to if she was needed in that area. Midoriya eventually made it to a simplistic 4-story building that will be his base for the next week. Not exactly impressive looking, but hey, neither was the town sanctuary. As he walked in, he saw an older man with sunglasses sat behind the desk. "Excuse me, I'm here for the work study?" The man, whose nameplate said Stan, looked the boy over from behind his sunglasses. After appraising him, Stan finally spoke. "I had heard someone was doing their work study with Miruko, but I didn't know anyone was crazy enough to accept. However, after seeing all you did at the sports festival, I should have guessed. Excelsior, hero." The older man pointed towards a door on the left. "3rd floor, she's in her office. And if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I'm here to help with anything a hero needs." Midoriya felt weirdly validated by Stan, reminded him of a grandfather that was proud of his grandchildren. "Thank you, sir. I'll see you around. Better meet with Miruko, her temper shouldn't be tested." As Midoriya left, Stan watched him go with a smile. Muttering to himself, Stan said, "You remind me so much of the older heroes, so pure and focused on saving people. It's like watching Captain Japan, Goldman, or even Arachnid Man. If the future of all heroics is as bright as yours, I know everything will be fine. Excelsior, young hero, go and show the multiverse what a true hero is." Midoriya made it to the 3rd floor and saw an office. As he walked up to knock, he heard rushed whispering from inside. As soon as he knocked, however, the whispering abruptly stopped, and was replaced with a rustling noise and a woman's voice telling him to come in. Midoriya entered, and saw the hero Miruko sat behind a desk, and the window was open. "Hello Midoriya, I bet you're wondering why I requested you." "Honestly, yes," Midoriya said. "I've heard of your views on team-ups and partnering. So why request me?" "There are 2 reasons why. The first is that you're strong enough that even All Might would have trouble bringing you down. I want to cultivate that, and see what your real power is. The second is much more stupid. A friend requested that I take you on as he cannot have any work studies himself yet. So, he begged on his knees for me to take you on, so that he could have an excuse to meet you. And because he can help with the second part of your powers dash. The wings." A scream was heard through the window as a grown man dove through the window, but failed the landing and slammed into the opposite wall. "What the HL? You said you wanted to make a dramatic entrance, but why did you scream like you were being killed? Your wings aren't that important." The man jumped up. "Not my wings, you furball. I lost my hot wings trying to dive into the room. This is a tragedy. Why did you even get chicken wings? You just jumped out of the window. Couldn't you wait 3 minutes for your cue?" "I got them to be all thematic, but no, someone had to buy a 4-story building and not even put their office on the top. I live at the top, you 6-piece chicken knobody. Anyway, hello Midoriya, I'm Hawks, the number 3 hero. Rumi was nice enough for once in her life to take you on, as I haven't been around long enough to claim any of you hatchlings for myself. So, now instead of just training with just some hero, you're getting taught by 2 heroes in the top 10. I hope we can learn to wing it together." Silence overtook the room. That was awful. Miruko finally broke the silence. HUI, I'm just trying to connect to my new wing bro. If I could also get the bird head guy, we could be the bird trio. He seems chill, so he would be Articuno, I would be Zapdos, and with your fire you can be Moltres. Silence was planning on just moving into the room permanently at this point. Okay then. Anyway, Midoriya, follow us up to the gym, let's see what I have to work with, and just how much better you are than Hawks. As the two squabbled some more, Midoriya gulped for 2 reasons. First, he had to fight Miruko. And second, he understood what Tina meant when she was talking about wandering eyes. Blue square POV. Ida was getting more and more frustrated. No matter what he tried, he couldn't escape to look for Stain. Present Mike kept him busy with other tasks, and never seemed far away. He also kept trying to talk to him about his feelings. If talking helped, his brother wouldn't be in a wheelchair. But he will make things right. To save his brother, his hero. Guess who hopping on the mic? Hisashi was worried for Ida. He knew the boy since he was young, but never seen him this focused or angry. Hisashi couldn't blame him. Upon learning of his friend's injuries, Mike was ready to blow the hero killer, along with the rest of the street, to HL and back. But he had to be there and safe for his comrade in heroics. So why couldn't little Tenya see it? And why was he trying to distance him further? General POV. Momo was in the range with Snipe, trying to practice creating and reloading ammo while shooting targets. Uraraka was trying to keep Black Whip from launching the knife in her hand at Gunhead. She didn't know how to broach the subject of her multiple quirks, so until she spoke to Midoriya, she would keep it all under wraps. Tsuyu was on a boat with the captain, getting ready to take on an octopus villain. Hey, not all of the students lead totally different lives because Borderlands characters showed up. Todoroki was training with Aizawa. He found that thanks to his fire quirk leaving, he would feel the cold faster. But it also left his ice more solid and colder. Together they worked on mastering his new power, trying to tame it as quickly as possible. And lastly, a certain hero killer just received confirmation that another of his targets, the brash and aggressive Miruko, was in town. She was hard to track, but he found her. Her attitude and ferocity reminded him of Endeavor, and given those recent revelations, Stain will not allow another Endeavor to be created. The hunter now hunts a raging rabbit, and was completely unaware he was the one being hunted. Midoriya collapsed into bed after another day of getting his butt kicked by the Monty Python rabbit and escaped KFC. I think they broke my everything. Where's a med pack when you need one? Like the ones you used to carry? Midoriya had been training for the last 3 days, and while he wasn't the only one leaving bruised, it was still 2-on-1. At least Mr. Lee was around with a cold water bottle and an ice pack. Miruko was surprised on the first day with his range of powers, but no number of powers will save you from high-speed kicks and feathers shot from a distance. At least he made them work to hit him, with his seraphim arms and teleportation. A knock hit his door. Looking up, Midoriya spotted Miruko in the doorway. Heads up shrubbery, we got a new assignment tomorrow. Apparently Hosu has had sightings of the hero killer lately, and I feel like hunting him down. You can stand back and watch how a hero fights in the real world. Awfully bold of you to come in without giving me a chance to cover up. Were you perhaps looking to catch a peek of your handiwork? Indeed, Midoriya had taken off his shirt and was chilling in some dark green gym shorts before laying down. So anyone who wandered in would get a sight of a lean chest, abs, and arms strong enough to fire RPGs from the hip. This, along with his seraphim tattoos, gave him a bad boy look, while still looking somewhat ethereal with the glow. Is it catching a peek if you leave your door open? Nice try, but I only date men who impress me. And while you may look attractive, you haven't done anything yet to show me there's more to you than looks. Good luck with that, Green Day. Miruko took the teasing in stride, anyway. Years of Hawks calling her out for all of her crushes on all the other top heroes, and then being disappointed when meeting them, had left her resilient to such simple words. Anyway, catch some shut-eye. Something tells me there will be quite a bit of action tomorrow. Sweet dreams, and with that, Miruko walked away, leaving Midoriya flustered at her tone. Hearing it from Mama Moxie was one thing, but someone like Miruko, I'm gonna have to call Gage and Tina about this. But for now, sleep. and Midoriya passed out, healing from his bruises at a moderate rate. The next day. Okay, the hero killer is attacking in alleys, warehouses, and back roads. We're gonna be traveling through them, so try to follow at a distance so you don't end up a hostage. Keep up, Vault Hunter. Miruko barely got off the train before her battle thirst took over and she was off on the prowl, with Midoriya following behind. Thankfully he was used to stalking targets for long distances, so keeping up was easy. 30 minutes into their hunt, a scream was heard a few alleys over. Miruko leapt to the roofs and dashed in its direction. Upon their arrival, they saw a masked noseless man standing over another hero, native, lifting a sword. Smirking, Miruko let herself drop down towards the killer silently, before twisting and delivering a solid kick into the man's ribs from behind. She landed on her feet while the killer was knocked down the alley. Standing up, the killer glared at who attacked him, before a sick twisted smile cracked across his face. Well then, this simplifies my search. Didn't think I'd get a 2-for-1, but I'm certainly not turning it down. So you've been looking for me too? And for some reason, I don't think it's because you're a fan. You would be right, you fake. You're no hero, just a fight-obsessed jackrabbit that twisted everything All Might has built to serve your addiction. You are a fake hero, absolutely abhorrent to All Might's legacy. And I will cleanse and your ilk from society. And thus, the fight started. Stain was swinging his sword left and right, dashing in for a quick kill, but Miruko wasn't considered one of the fastest heroes for no reason. For every swing, Miruko either had the perfect juke or jive to avoid it. Miruko also started laying on her own attacks in between Stain's wild swings. It actually seemed like Miruko was going to win. And then she wasn't. Suddenly, Stain whipped around with a throwing knife and managed to nick Miruko's arm, before tugging on a wire attached to said knife and reeling it back to him. Miruko had jumped back to figure out his new strategy, but she suddenly felt her legs turn to jelly under her, and she collapsed. She felt her whole body relax against her will. Looking over, she saw Stain remove his tongue from the small blade. I'll admit, you can fight like a true hero. Stain started walking towards her blade drawn, but that's all you can do. Not once did you try to get the other fake out of here, you focused solely on fighting me. And for that you must die. Stain started lifting the sword over his head, ready to end the rabbit. Just as he swung, bang! The blade shattered and started to corrode. Stain whipped around and leapt away from where he was standing, and saw a green-haired man stood where Native once was. Actually, if you had paid attention, she was leading you away from Native so I could retrieve him. Glad I dropped him off and got back in time. Now, surrender, or you're about to find out what this can do on something fleshier than a sword. Stain felt intimidated for once. He saw no hesitation in the young man's eyes. If he wasn't careful, this would be very painful. A hero should have no hesitation if it's for saving someone. Do you think you can stop me? I recognize you. You were at the sports festival. You are the one who saved the day, after Endeavor's brat got off with no consequences. You could be a true hero. But, if you stand in my way, I will have to cut you down like the rest. Stain hunched over. You just love to hear your own voice, don't you? You don't belong in this world, monster. Trust me, I would know. But enough talk, have at thee. Stain tried to burst forward, but had to roll to dodge the first shot. Then the next. And the next. This went on for 5 minutes. Why? Bang. Won't. Bang. Bang. Stop. Bang. Dodging. Stain had tried to use his spare throwing knives, but each were shot out of the air. All Stain could think was, this will last forever. I'm too fast to hit, but he's too far out of range for me to hit. All Midoriya could think was, I'm done holding back. Midoriya suddenly launched forward, throwing Stain off guard. And then Midoriya's arm glowed, and 6 spectral arms appeared behind him. Dodge this, you Waluigi Voldemort-looking bee. And Stain went through a wall. Solid brick. And through a table, before crashing into a bar. As he got up, he hit a switch while trying to regain his senses. And the place was lit up in pink and violet, as music started playing. Till death do us part, but we're already past that phase. This is a brand new start, and I think I deserve some praise, for the way that I am dash. Midoriya leapt in and was stunned by the sight. A strip club, seriously? Indeed, the metal poles, smell of booze and desperation, and glitter everywhere proved it to be a strip club. Stain stood up from the remains of the bar, head pounding from the impact and music, and glared at Midoriya. The location doesn't matter, I will continue my mission. And Stain leapt back into the fight. Thankfully the place was evacuated as soon as gunshot was heard behind the building, otherwise Midoriya would have had to worry about civilians. Midoriya jumped back into the fight as the bass dropped. Just concede and give in to your inner demons again. Midoriya swapped to an SMG, incendiary, and opened fire. Stain got hit in his arm, but ducked away from the rest. The other bullets fired managed to hit the bar and set alight the spilled alcohol. The entire bar area was set on fire, setting off a blue and violet glow. At least it was atmospheric. Midoriya jumped back to avoid another throwing knife, and felt the pole behind him. Struck with an idea, Midoriya jumped onto the pole and wrapped his legs around it. Letting go with his hand and falling back, Midoriya pulled out another SMG, shock type, and turned it to the side and started firing. Now, Midoriya started shooting at Stain, resembling a very deadly Beyblade as he spun and unleashed a real-life bullet hell. Stain tried to dodge, but couldn't miss every bullet. He quickly had burns and shocks all over his arms, legs, and body. Realizing he had to get the boy off the pole, Stain threw his knife and hit the top of the pole, severing it. As Midoriya started to fall, Stain launched himself in the air to finish him, but Midoriya let go of his shotgun, let it burst into pixels, and grabbed the pole. Landing on his feet, Midoriya pointed the sharp end of the pole at Stain as he fell. Stain twisted like a pretzel, but still had his arm impaled on the impromptu spear. A scream tore from his throat as he severed the tip with his knife and leapt back. Blood dripped down his arm, but he wasn't going to back down. Stain prepared to continue, when suddenly, woof! Stain was tackled by the ugliest but goodest boy this side of the galaxy. Mr. Chu! Midoriya cheered. Indeed, the skag on top of the killer was Mr. Chu, the companion of Midoriya. Are you okay? There's an unnecessary amount of fire in here. Fel 4K, the robot hunter, stepped through the hole. No need to worry about the rabbit, Zero already got her to safety. Now, any scratches? Suddenly, Stain got his feet on the skag's stomach and launched it back. Jumping up, Stain dashed and desperately stabbed his knife into FL4K's abdomen. Stain immediately ripped it back out and tried to lick it, but as soon as it hit his tongue, he recoiled. I believe you'll find I have no blood. FL4K then lifted the killer by his shirt. Therefore I shall take yours. FL4K threw the hero killer backwards, into the flaming bar. Normally, someone would have a little bit of time to put themselves out, but if one were to say, be covered in alcohol, that time would disappear. Which is why Stain immediately burst into flame. Thinking quickly, Midoriya pulled out a cryo assault rifle and put him out. But the damage was done. Stain, covered in burns, electrical shocks, and his own blood for once, collapsed. Midoriya immediately checked on the killer, and was relieved to find him still breathing. Getting up, Midoriya looked over to FL4K and Mr. Chu, who seemed to be patching up their wounds. You okay? Yes, my friend. The knife barely got past my shell. We should probably get him to the police, while Miruko and the other hero gets medical attention. Speaking of strange, where did Zero go? He should have been back by now. With that, the duo started dragging Stain to the authorities. Nearby roof. Now, I can finally have vengeance against both the hero worshipper and the gun brat. Chappie, or Shigaraki, started gesturing wildly with his prosthetic arm, and turned to the shadow man next to him. Now, Kurogiri released the no dash. Suddenly, Shigaraki noticed a sudden change in his balance. Looking over, he watched as his hook fell onto the street, and that it was cut off from his stump. What? How? Turning around, they noticed a man stood there. A man who wore a full helmet, wielded a sword, and had only 4 fingers. You continue to threaten my family, so back off or get cut. Before the situation could worsen with Shigaraki running his mouth, Kurogiri yanked him into a portal to the bar before disappearing. My vengeance! Back on the roof, Zero turned towards the group he saw leaving the strip club. I will have to make the rat aware of this new development, yes. And so, he joined his friends, letting them know Miruko was already at a hospital, being looked over alongside the other hero. And with that, the hero killer was defeated. Tenya point of view. While working with Present Mike was annoying, at least he was training with a full-fledged hero. Tenya worked heavily on his speed and fighting techniques, making sure to reference any known information on how the hero killer fights so once he finds him, he can tear him apart. Present Mike had tried to make him loosen up, but he only partially paid attention, just enough to get him off his back. Tenya knew Yamada was reporting back to Tensei, so he had to keep a low profile. He would be patient. He would train. So, in the near future, when the time is right, Tenya will. This just in, the hero killer has been captured. Tenya twisted, glaring in disbelief at the TV that was always playing in Present Mike's office. What? Who did it? Who stole my chance to avenge my brother? Earlier today, the hero killer was engaged by the pro-hero Miruko, alongside her new work-study from UA. Both made it out with little injury, and the hero killer has been captured. In the pictures posted on social media, it would appear Miruko tasked bringing the hero killer to the authorities to her in turn, who we have confirmed to be the newly dubbed Seraphim hero in training, Vault Hunter, UA student Midoriya Izuku. Pictures of Midoriya dragging the hero killer behind him flashed on screen, the hero killer's burns and bullet wounds apparent. Tenya felt his whole body tense as his heart dropped. His vengeance, stolen by Midoriya. Present Mike had his jaw hanging, sunglasses sliding down his nostrilous nose, eyes glued to the screen. He was absolutely flabbergasted. Blown away. Wig snatched. Looking over, he saw Tenya lock up, and hoped beyond all that it was just shock. Yamada felt his own heart jump in his throat. If the hero killer was captured, then that means that maybe if they were fast enough. Yamada whipped out his cell phone and dialed up the hospital. Principal's office. Lilith felt her head swimming. Why was she learning this world's history? She never even learned her own world's history. All she needed to know was not to kill the villains unless there's no other option to save lives, shoot villains and not civilians, and save people first. Normal hero stuff. So why did she need to know when the Edo PRD ended? Nizu must have been messing with her on purpose now. Speaking of Nizu, the weird mammal, and at this point that could even be a lie, was watching his laptop when he suddenly started cackling and shaking like he was sat on an old washer. Lilith had long since linked this sound to immediate danger, but decided to ask anyway. Susu, anything new? Still cackling, Nizu turned the screen around and showed her the news clip. Oh, nice. Glad to see he's keeping busy. Anyway, what's next on the schedule? Hero Commission. Hawks was walking down the hallway after delivering another report, when an agent yelled to him, gesturing him closer. Chewing on another chicken wing, he walked over and looked at the tablet that was shoved in his face. As he watched, his jaw dropped, along with his chicken wing hitting the floor. The agent got his attention again. Kigo, we have a new assignment for you. Get this kid under your wing, one way or another. We need this kind of power and popularity on our side. Hawks nodded vacantly before wandering off to his room. Midoriya helped defeat the hero killer. He had his doubts about Rumi's involvement, as he had had doubts she could beat the hero killer. And if she had played a role, she would have dragged him there herself. So Midoriya most likely took down the killer. And now the commission was interested. That was never good. Sanctuary. Ray was actually having a good time. It took a while to get used to the raiders, but most of them was content to sit around and do nothing as long as the booze kept coming. And any that tried their luck ended up facing Moxie. Speaking of Moxie, she was beyond grateful. Moxie always made sure to be close enough in case something happened, but always kept distance when Ray couldn't handle being around people. She also kept her informed as to what was happening on the other side, which Ray knew she would have to go back to soon for the trial. But for now, she was happy. She had made friends among those who stayed in Sanctuary, and bonded well with Wainwright and Hammerlock. They had so many stories to tell, and Ray was always a fantastic listener. They spent time together regularly, which was priceless to her as her lack of contact with other people left her craving interaction, even if it could be overwhelming. Hey Sugar, just got an update from Lil on our boy. Apparently Izuku just defeated the hero killer. I knew he was going places. Moxie was leaned over the counter showing what looked like some kind of news article which showed the green-haired young man dragging the killer behind him like a sack of potatoes. Ray's heart warmed at how Moxie fawned over him like a proud mother. Her face also warmed, as leaning over the bar caused Moxie's clothing to reveal a little more than usual. She had to figure out these feelings soon. Was she just blowing up her feelings for the woman who went above and beyond to help her, or was she? She calmed herself and decided to think about it after the trial. Down the rabbit hole. Rumi was sitting on her hospital bed, getting ready to be discharged. After that weird ninja guy dropped her off, the doctors ran a bunch of tests to see why she was paralyzed. It was determined to be related to her blood, and a few minutes later it wore off anyway. The doctors told her she was lucky that it wasn't a permanent quirk. But right now, there was a different matter running through her head. Midoriya, namely. She had always admired strength, which she tried to reflect through her hero work. Thing is, this admiration had also led to a few, small, crushes on those who showed said strength, and had the heroic attitude to back it up. It's the reason her celebrity crushes were all top heroes. The only ones she had never had a crush on were Endeavor, whom she had felt had the furthest interest in heroics, and Hawks, who felt more like a brother than a possible romantic interest. But in those cases, all it took was meeting said heroes to eliminate those crushes. Between how old All Might was getting, to Best Jean's insistence on correcting her public image, she learned to look past her strength obsession and instead look deeper. With Midoriya, however, she had spent days fighting him. She could barely call it training, as he was giving her just as much of a fight as she did him. Beyond that, she also saw how he interacted with others, with nothing less than kindness and a smile. She had already felt herself falling into her old habits. Then Stain happened. If Midoriya hadn't jumped in, she would have been dead. She would have been another casualty, and his biggest kill to date, if it wasn't for Midoriya. He leapt into action, actively leading the killer away from her, and saving her. And he won. The news claimed they had worked together, but that couldn't be further from the truth. Midoriya had beat the opponent she couldn't. He saved the victim she couldn't. He saved her life, she couldn't. She felt herself fall harder for the young man, her tail flickering behind her as her ears laid back on her head. Between the casual flirting, the training, and now this, she knew. Rumi had fallen in love. But now, what does she do? She had to figure out how to approach this. She didn't want to ruin any chance she had with the person who best fit her. Hey, Miruko, how are you holding up? Rumi lifted her head and saw the man of the hour at her door. She kept her gaze locked on him as she replied, Rumi? You earned that right at least after saving me. Midoriya scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and walked over to the side of her bed. Thanks. Now, apparently the news heard we worked together to beat Stain, so let's roll with that story if someone asks. 'Cause what I just did was massively illegal, I think, and it's going to be hard enough to deal with the arson charge that's most likely going to come. Seeing Midoriya so nervous and adorable made Rumi decide to throw caution to the wind. Rumi reached out, grabbed the front of Midoriya's hoodie, and kissed him on the lips. Midoriya froze for a second, before wrapping his arms around her and returning the favor. After keeping their lips locked long enough to lose oxygen, they finally split, breathing heavy. Izuku, I don't fall easy. And today I fell twice. First to the hero killer, and now, into my love for you. I hate partnerships, but if it's with you, I feel like I could fight anyone. So, we're dating now. Midoriya felt his heart soar at the declaration, as well as a chuckle escape his throat at her assertiveness. Alright, I would love to date you, but I got to let you know something first. If you want to forget this and me after hearing it, I don't blame you. Shrub, you could tell me you have 9 toes and 3 balls and I wouldn't change my mind at all. You can't faze me. Laughing more before becoming serious, Midoriya looked Rumi in the eye. Have you ever heard of polyamory? Rumi nodded. I would hope so, because I am as well. Midoriya's eyes widened. You think these ears are just for show? I heard you talking to your girlfriends this morning. Rumi then leaned in closer, and I heard all about how they would love my legs. Midoriya blushed and paled at the same time. Something instinctively whispered in the back of his mind, I'm in danger. And he certainly wouldn't mind facing this peril, head-on. Point of view change, one more time. Zero sat on the roof across from a bar in the derelict part of Kamino with two others. His friend Mordecai, as well as the enigmatic hobo hero Eraserhead. This is the place? Why aren't we storming it? Said Hero asked, watching as the place seemed to have a handful of visitors, most of which were wanted for various vicious crimes. Apparently Zero had met the leader again, chopped off his prosthetic, and managed to put a tracker on his biosignature using his echo. We gotta stake out the place for the real leader. No way Chappie is the real leader. Only someone well-known or stupid powerful could get a group like this together. Mordecai answered as Eraserhead nodded. Zero recorded footage until he got enough to prove the villains were in there. Turning and nodding to the group, the three left the area as stealthily as they could. They may not be able to strike now, but soon. Soon Eraserhead will exact vengeance on the monsters that dare attack his kids. And he will show them the same amount of mercy they offered during their attack. Gunhead's agency. Ochako stumbled back into her room after a long day of pushing herself while holding back. She had to keep a tight lid on Black Whip as most of her training with Gunhead involved fighting hand-to-hand and launching a knife at the speed of a fastball because a tentacle sprouted from her palm at top speed would be trouble. Laying herself on her bed, Ochako pulled her phone out and looked at the date. Today was the final day of internships. Tomorrow class started again. While she wasn't looking forward to schoolwork again, she could appreciate a breather. That, and she was excited to speak to Midoriya as soon as possible. She needs a plan on how to reveal her new powers, and surely Midoriya had an idea how, given the myriad of powers he has. And speaking of Midoriya, Ochako popped onto Chirper, her favorite social media, and looked up a new hashtag that had appeared after the Stain incident, #VaultHunter. People were cataloging all the activities of the hero who had brought in the hero killer, and while nothing was as big as his first act, people were falling for the new hero fast. He was just so pure and always willing to help, and the public ate that up. Just today, there was several pictures of him helping little old ladies, takes pics with children, one of him clotheslining a strange masked guy in red and black carrying illegal katanas, and even one of him helping a kitten out of a tree. As Ochako scrolled, she felt her cheeks begin to heat up. Before, she would have been completely clueless as to what this feeling in her chest is. However now, somebody caught the Luvuv bug. Her personal peanut gallery made her well aware of anything even remotely embarrassing. Simmer down, Fourth, just because your quirk is mainly empathetic, doesn't mean you can tease her. Unless you would like 1 through 3 to reveal all the embarrassing stuff you did. 6 stated, as 4 shut down in terror. Yes, finally silence. Wait, I got embarrassing stories on you too, so it was nice while it lasted. Your training has done well, despite us having to put our quirk training on hold. Although, restraint is also something best practiced as well. Way, you seem to have gotten stronger, and now you can actually throw a punch. Soon, you will need to reveal your abilities, but for now, rest. We are proud of you. The voice of one echoed through her head, drowning out the other voices for now. As she put her phone down and readied for bed, Ochako could only wonder, how am I going to ask Midoriya for help? Then she fell asleep. The next day, Ochako ground her teeth. She had wanted to approach Midoriya during lunch, but was unable to separate him from everyone else. Midoriya was flanked by Tina, the redhead named Gage, Lilith, Tsuyu, and strangely enough Momo, and Todoroki. She was forced to let the others take all of his time. But she had to speak to him, she can't keep lying like this. But for now, she was stuck at her desk, waiting for, I am here, to take you all to Gym Delta. Get in your costumes and let's go get bread, you queens and kings. Silence took the room, sheer awe at what the HL just came out of his mouth. Is this not how to motivate you young people? Where's your YOLO swag? Get going, zygotes. And with that, everyone rushed out, got dressed, and reported to Delta. Along the way, Ochako snuck looks at Midoriya, and noticed him inserting purple crystals into some strange bracers on his forearms. What in the worlds is that? Today, you will be racing in groups of 5. You will receive the location of an injured civilian on your communicators. First to reach the civilian wins. Midoriya, no teleporting or flight. What? Why was All Might calling out Midoriya? That's completely unfair. She could feel the disappointment of the other holders inside her, all directed at All Might. And a slight bit of regret? Just as she was about to argue, Midoriya nodded. Sounds fair. Wouldn't gain much from just winning within seconds. Besides, I get to try out some new tricks. All Might nodded at this and declared the groups. Midoriya's group was going to go first, followed by Ochako's, then the others. Looking over, she saw Ida was part of Midoriya's group. However, upon looking at him, she caught Ida glaring at Midoriya before schooling his face to look neutral. Ochako became concerned. What happened to Ida for him to glare like that? The racers went to the starting point, each prepping in their own way. Siro stretched his arms, Mina wiggled to loosen her joints, Ida entered a sprinter's starting stance, Ojiro was pulling his tail around, and Midoriya double-checked his bracers. Suddenly, their communicators went off. Gio go, and they went. Siro immediately shot his tape out and started swinging. Mina started skating on her acid. Ojiro had his tail between his legs and was rolling? Armadillo style? Maybe he actually has some personality. Ida sprinting, taking off ahead of the other 3. And Midoriya? He glowed as he sprouted his other arms, created an energy bubble around himself, and made his arms slam into it, sending him flying across town. Everyone watched in awe as Midoriya bounced past all the competition and was treated like a volleyball when he had to make a turn. It was within a minute that the hands caught his bubble, depositing him in front of the finish line. Midoriya walked across the line and over to All Might. So, how was that? All Might's smile became strained for a second before giving a thumbs up. Good job. Go join your classmates. Midoriya did just that, and watched as the others arrived several minutes later. Ida arrived first, looking absolutely livid before returning to neutral, and was followed by the others. The next group was called, and Ochako realized she had to pretend she was trying her best. She pretended to touch her arm, making the others think she was negating her own gravity. When the go was given, she made use of her float powers to fly straight towards the point her communicator indicated. She was quickly arriving at the finish line, when she realized she had no way of pretending to get down with her quirk. She thought quick before touching her fingertips and quickly slapping her arm, allowing gravity to pull her down slowly. When she reached the platform, she crossed the finish line, before pretending to be nauseous. All Might congratulated her, and she went to the class. Everyone congratulated her, but as she settled in the back to settle her stomach, Midoriya came up to her. Listen, I believe we need to talk later. Meet me after class. Ochako sat stunned before becoming flushed. She saw several possibilities running through her head. But then she realized this is exactly what she wanted. Little did she know, someone was listening. And they were not going to let this go. Later that day, class had just ended, and Ochako was nervous. She had no idea why Midoriya wanted to speak to her, but if it was what she thought, she wasn't sure her heart could take it. She saw Midoriya gesturing her to follow him, before leading her to an empty classroom. Ochako felt herself blush at this extremely cliché scenario. Ochako, Midoriya started, causing her to look at him as best she could. Why yes. Ochako nervously replied. I know you have the power to fly. Ochako stood shocked, after Midoriya dropped that bomb on her. WWW what? Ochako stammered. I was watching you. The others may have missed it, but I saw you slowly drift downward before reaching the end. You started drooping in the middle, like you had to focus on maintaining your altitude. Given I can fly, I understand the trouble first-time flyers have. You didn't use your zero gravity, you flew there. How? Ochako was stunned. Had it been that obvious? Ochako decided to tell the truth. I'll admit, after the sports festival, suddenly I had these new powers in my. I can fly, create energy whips, use super strength, and make fire. I was actually going to approach you about this, because you got a lot of powers too, and I figured you might know how to approach this. Ochako looked up at him, hoping that giving him her infamous puppy eyes would have him help her. Midoriya thought for a moment, before responding. Alright, I understand. You suddenly got powers and want to come out to the rest of us. First off, do you have consistent control of your powers? Ochako shook her head. I got an idea of what to do. First, we need to tell Aizawa. If we are going to get you help controlling your powers, he will be invaluable. Then we inform the class. They will be in hero class with us, so they would learn rather quickly if you wanted to actually use them. And finally, I'm going to train you. Ochako looked at him confused at that last bit, so he decided to explain. I understand better than anyone what it's like to suddenly get new powers. Thankfully, I had Lilith, Tanis, Maya, and Amara to teach me how to use most of my powers. But you don't have those kind of people around. So I will take that role. I'll help you, so you can become the best hero you can be. So, it's a deal then? Midoriya stuck his hand out to her. And she couldn't resist, and hugged him instead. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was so nervous about talking to you about this. So, we'll tell the class and teachers, and you can train me a couple days a week. Ochako babbled excitedly before realizing her position and let go, jumping back halfway across the room. So, thank you so much, gotta go taktoi out tomorrow. And with that, she dashed out of the room. Izuku began to leave as well, when suddenly he was stopped by two people walking in and shutting the door. Hello Midoriya, Karo. Hello Midoriya, glad to see you are all right. Hey, Tsu, Momo, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, the nervous one this time. That depends on how you answer this next question. Did you just ask Ochako out? Karo. Midoriya's brain blue screened. Then, upon rebooting, boots. No, we weren't talking about that. We needed to talk about something else. Midoriya quickly defended himself. From her reaction, that is surprising, but if it is as personal as it seems, then we will not pry. Momo accepted what was said. I understand, Karo, and now we can get to why we are here. Will you go out with us? Yes, the rare double mental blue screen. Rebooting. Reboot failed. Rebooting attempt, wait, what? You're interested in me? Midoriya freaked out. Despite knowing his girlfriends would be okay with it, suddenly having 3 more girlfriends in the span of a week was blowing his mind. Yes, Karo. You're heroic, strong, smart, good-looking. I'm surprised you're not regularly approached. Karo. Tsu explained. Momo followed up. Indeed, normally I would have danced around my feelings, but my time with Mordecai-sensei taught me that when you have a shot, you have to take it. So, will you date us? Midoriya swallowed. How did you two end up coming to me together? We actually discussed it at length the other day before internships. I was curious as to what polyamory is, as Tina had mentioned it once during one of her attempts to make me make her more powerful explosives. I went to Tsu and Jairu, as they appear to be the most upfront with information. While Jairu freaked out, Tsu explained it to me, and we swapped numbers if I had more questions. Momo began. Karo, she had a few, but we kept talking, and eventually I asked why she wanted to know. After some topic hopping, she finally admitted to liking you. I already liked you from the USJ, but the sports festival sealed it. We agreed to try to confess to you, then I noticed you wanted to speak to Ochako, so in case it was a confession, we wanted to join. So, will you date us, Karo? Tsu finished the explanation, and the two stared at him in anticipation. Midoriya took a deep breath. I would be honored to go out with you too, if you don't mind the others. Of course not. Why else would we ask Izuku? Momo came up to his left and hugged him tightly. Karo, I was worried you might not want me to join, given my mutation, Aizu. Tsu joined the hug on his other side. If I discriminated based on something like that, I'm like 99% sure Rumi would beat it out of me. I'll accept you no matter what, Isu. Tsu hugged him tighter in response, which made Izuku feel Momo on his other side, and gave him a good impression of how well endowed she is, which overloaded his brain, giving him his third blue screen of the day. Rebooting. Reboot failed. Rebooting. Reboot failed. Shutting down. And Midoriya passed out in their arms, making the two girls giggle before taking him to the nurse's office. Principal's office. Nizu chuckled, having watched the tooth-rottingly sweet scene, before contemplating what he just learned. So, One for All indeed found a new host. And one that seems to be a good choice. But how will Yagi react? I will have to have him locked in here with me when I tell him. Perhaps Aizawa may be able to help as well. Oh well, this is going to be very entertaining. And Nizu began to cackle. It was the next day, and Ochako was scared. Midoriya was nice enough to speak to Netsu and Aizawa before classes, and they gave the okay to use the free PRD to tell the class. Midoriya mentioned Netsu smiling sadistically when he walked in, and Aizawa giving a soulful sigh, and then they gave the okay. Netsu did say Aizawa had to stay with him for a meeting, but can be caught up later. The day seemed to flash by until it was just about time for the announcement, and then it slowed to a crawl. It was so visceral that Ochako was tempted to say it was another new ability, except the director's commentary crew in her head weren't screaming Zawardo, Mutamuta, and Rai. Freaking meme lords. The bell finally rung announcing their free PRD, and Ochako stood up. Walking towards the front of the class, she saw all eyes turn to her. Stepping to the front of the class, she turned around to see a sea of curious gazes staring at her, and one green BGMI in the back giving her thumbs up for encouragement. Stealing her nerves, Ochako started, hello. I have an announcement to make, and it's really important. I don't want any of you judging me until the end, okay? Ochako rushed near the end, the pressure building within. Seeing the class nod, she took a deep breath. I have multiple quirks now. A beat of silence. A bar of silence. An entire concert of silence. At least, that's what it felt like before all HL broke loose. Wawaet. The class was screaming at her. If it wasn't for Midoriya's reassuring looks, Ochako would be tempted to claim it was a prank and hide for the rest of her life. But no, she had to be strong. For her friends. For her parents. For Midoriya. Wait, when did she stop thinking of Midoriya as just a friend? Shaking off that for later, Ochako looked out amongst the crowd. The class, seeing her determined face, and still scared of whatever possessed her before the sports festival, went quiet. During the sports festival, I suddenly developed a headache and passed out. Upon waking up, I found I have new quirks. Everyone was enraptured by her words. So far, I can float, summon black whips, and can use fire. The second she said fire, and saw Todoroki's eyes flash with realization, Ochako knew who the previous wielder was. Deciding to keep that secret realization close to her chest, Ochako continued, so, for help with my new abilities, I will be training with Midoriya regularly. If I were to face any of you in a fight, I would be too worried holding back that it wouldn't help anyone. So, until I get this under wraps, I will be spending heroics classes training with him and our counselors. Thank you for listening. And Ochako walked back to, and sat down in her desk. The class was staring at her as she felt a large weight lift of her shoulders. Then she looked down and realized she was hovering just out of her seat. Dropping back down while blushing, Ochako took in her victory. As a certain group of brain squatters started singing an old cartoon song about a sponge or something from pre-quirk days, she looked over at Midoriya who smiled at her, and she returned it. With him by her side, she felt like she was on cloud 9. And she was hovering again. Darn it. Meanwhile in the principal's office. Hello Yagi, please join us. Nizu greeted the Skeletor look-alike as he slowly wandered in. Yagi looked around, and saw Nizu sat behind his desk, with Aizawa to the principal's right. What is it that you need today, sir? I have issues to deal with, between the return of him, and finding out what happened to young Todoroki's quirk. Indeed, Yagi had been spending the time since the sports festival trying to find what happened to One for All. With it being the only quirk that couldn't be stolen, if AFO returned, the only way to beat him would be the sacred torch, which he used to do the equivalent of lighting an already burning building on fire, but no one could convince him otherwise. Nothing much at all, Yagi. Please come over and observe. Nizu cheerily smiled as Yagi stepped around to look at his monitor and saw a recording of Class 1A. About to question what they were doing, Yagi was interrupted by Nizu pressing play. Hello. I have an announcement to make. Yagi saw one of the girls in the class, young Urarara or something, at the front of the class. Figuring this might be what Nizu wants him to see, Yagi tuned back in. I have multiple quirks now. A spurt of blood shot from Yagi's mouth as he shot Ramrod straight, eyes staring in terror at the young girl. What? What? How? Forcing himself to focus again, he caught the next bit. I can float, summon black whips, and can use fire. Yagi stared at her power set, trying to piece together why it sounds so familiar. Then it began to click. Floating. Fire. Even the whips were vaguely familiar from the stories Nana would tell. Stories of past wielders. Seeing Nizu end the recording, Yagi immediately puffed up and darted towards the door. He had to get to her, had to get her to give it a dash. Yagi felt himself suddenly deflate, slamming into Nizu's reinforced door face first, and hearing a loud crack. Yagi crumbled in front of the door, clutching his face, seeing blood dripped from his face, for once from his now broken nose and not his mouth, and he turned to look at the occupants left in the room. Nizu, looking down at him in disappointment. And Aizawa, with glowing eyes set in a glare. Aizawa, what are you doing? I need to go get the girl. Yagi stood back up, but was still unable to buff up as Aizawa kept his glare. Turning towards the only being that could save him, Yagi looked towards the frowning principal. Please sir, you have to let me go. You know as well as I do what this means dash. No Yagi, I know this means. It appears you do not. You never even thought of any other alternatives. Just jumped up to take a swing at the perceived villain. Nizu cut him off with a grimace. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. Aizawa knows. Yagi's eyes widened as he stared into the eyes of his fellow teacher. He approached me about the sudden change in his student's quirk, and with him being Todoroki's new trainer, I decided he was trustworthy enough to be let in. And it would appear you forgot about the words the quirk left behind. Todoroki was unworthy, so it would only make sense that the quirk that can be transferred would be able to transfer itself in case of emergency. The quirk chooses its wielder, not the other way around. It's obvious, the quirk deemed Uraraka as someone worthy. Now, we can either all help her learn her new abilities, or Aizawa and I allow Midoriya to teach her while we keep an eye on you. Take your pick and stay away. You're dismissed for now. The door swung open, and Yagi scrambled out of sight of the quirk-canceling hero. As he turned to leave, his mind also turned to what Nizu insinuated. If OFA can choose a wielder, why that girl? Why not young Ida, or Kirishima? Why not just return to me? Am I no longer considered worthy? Yagi left the school, mind a torrent of thought. He realized that a piece of his mentor, something he treasured dearly, had been given away in a moment of panic. A moment built entirely upon loose, if not even incoherent fears. He doubted not only the smartest being in the entire eastern side of the world, but also his best friend, a literal lie detector. He could not believe himself in this moment. Yagi paused in front of the gates, and made a decision. He was going to put this behind him, and work to be a decent teacher. His time could only last so long after all. And speaking of time, Yagi knew just who to call to help him not only teach, but ensure that OFA's new holder was going down the right path. As he started walking again, Yagi reached into his pocket, and pulled out a cell phone. He dialed a number he knew would still be active, and waited as it rang. Then the other end answered. Hello, I believe it's time we sat down and had an honest talk. Mirai. Endeavor sat in the courtroom, bound to a wheelchair, fuming. Not literally as he normally would, due to the quirk restraining HNDCFFS that left his arms attached to the wheelchair, but that only increased his rage. He watched as everyone he had paid to remain silent testified against him. Even the Hero Commission, who he had thought would back him up, let the people know of his damage numbers, and the amount of burned civilians he was responsible for. The grave was being dug deeper, and the final nail for his coffin was about to arrive. From the evidence so far, we have grounds to not only revoke his license, but also send him to jail for a long time. The judge stated. However, it would be remiss if we left out the latest incident. The attack at the mental hospital. For this reason, the court will now call Todoroki Rei to the witness stand. The door opened, and in walked 4 people. In the middle was Rei herself, looking in any direction but at the defendant. At either side of her was an odd pair, as a tanned man with glasses, fantastic mustache, and a prosthetic arm walked on her left, and a semi-pale man with slicked-back graying hair, a goatee, and a glare leveled at the former hero walked to her right. Taking up the rear was a woman that the crowd recognized from the sports festival, walking with confidence that seemed to assure the woman in front of her. Rei stepped away from the group and walked to the stand. "Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?" "I do." Rei was sworn in, and the plaintiff's lawyer stepped out to begin the examination. "Hello, miss. Would it be okay to ask you a few questions?" Rei voiced her agreement, and they started. "Miss, would you please state what you recall of your first meeting with the accused?" Rei took a deep breath and started. "Met shortly after I graduated college. I had hoped to become a teacher, but my parents did not approve of my choice, stating I should have either been a hero or married rich. One day, I came home to find my parents waiting for me, saying they had found a suitor for me, and he was coming by to pick me up. It was only then I realized all my stuff was packed next to them." Rei teared up at the memory, before continuing. "After he picked me up, he took me back to his house and locked me away. He never let me on the phone or computer, and if I wasn't cooking or cleaning, he would—" Rei let a few tears slip. "He would heat his hands and give me minor burns. Nothing that could scar, but enough to cause pain. And if he was particularly displeased, he would lock me into a freezer room he kept to help cool off after using his quirk. He would leave me for hours, and my quirk would cause me to freeze even faster." The crowd and judge sat there in horror at her treatment. But Rei wasn't done. "After our marriage, which was nothing more than a signed contract, he started to demand children. And it didn't matter if I said no, he always got what he wanted. He would chain me up for hours and leave me there to ensure I did nothing to endanger the baby. From that, 4 children was born. Tuya, Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shoto." Rei fell silent after that, and everyone absorbed what she said. Quirk marriage, domestic abuse, and, dear Lord. Even the lawyer could only just keep himself from feeling ill. "I believe that's enough with that question. Now, what led to, and happened during your stay in the mental ward?" the lawyer asked. Rei recounted the night of her mental break, then continued. "After that, I was brought in an unmarked van to the ward, bound and blindfolded before going in. At first I tried begging, screaming, anything to save my children from NG, but I realized the room was soundproofed. I broke down crying. When meals came, I noticed afterward they were making me tired, listless, and numb. They were slipping medication into my food to prevent me from escaping. After that, I barely ate, only taking enough to survive, and I developed a resistance to the medication. I stayed there for years like that, isolated bar the random nurse who would chat. Until recently. Yes, now we get to the incident that got us here. In your own words, what happened the day you got out?" the lawyer probed. "I was there when NG walked in, slamming the door. He started talking about the sports festival, and I thought he was going to brag about the quirk he wanted winning. Then he told me it was broken, and I had failed him again. I tried to back away, but he grabbed me. I was terrified he was going to take me out just to tie me up and try for another quirk. Thankfully, that wasn't his plan. He had found someone with a better quirk, and planned to break and use them like he did with me. He said all he needed to do was eliminate me. He planned to frame it as I had escaped and attacked our children, and he would kill me. At that point, I couldn't bring myself to resist. My life was either going to be spent in solitude or ended by him. And I couldn't see which was worse." The audience teared up. It was one thing to know that it goes on, but to actually hear from a survivor was something else entirely. But then a smile slipped onto Rei's face. But then they came. Apparently NG had slammed the door so hard it broke and the door was left open. His yelling was heard down the hall, which caught the attention of two people. The woman, Maya, recorded the latter half of his rant, which you all watched earlier. And NG attacked her. Thankfully her friend is fireproof, and he took NG into the room next to mine, and Maya ran with me. Soon Krieg, the man, joined us, not a scratch on him. They took me to meet with Principal Nizu, who had me stay with allies of his, 3 of which came with me today. And that is what happened, Your Honor. Everyone sat silently, until the lawyer cleared his throat. The prosecution has no more questions, Your Honor. The judge nodded as the lawyer stepped back. Does the defense wish to cross-examine? Endeavor's glare is what made the now sweating lawyer agree. All right, Miss Todoroki, are you sure that these events happened as you said? Surely after having spent so long in mental health programs, there must be some lasting effects, the lawyer stammered as he asked, but before Ray could respond, one of the officers to the side stepped forward. If I may, Your Honor, we have a psychiatric evaluation done by a neutral third party. They state the only concerns they have found is touch starvation, survivor's guilt from her children's treatment, and PTSD. There are no concerns otherwise. The judge nodded, aloud. Any other questions from the defense? No, Your Honor, we rest our case. The lawyer knew there was no winning this, and hated situations like this. He always hated defending those he knew was guilty. His quirk made him a great defense lawyer, as it allowed him to know who's guilty or not if they were directly accused. He knew Endeavor was guilty, but his firm made him take the case. The money couldn't be passed up. Endeavor glared at his lawyer, the useless penny pincher. First the hospital turned on him, then his subordinates were useless, and even the Hero Commission turned on him. He had only one recourse left, and he hoped that he did not fail him as well. I believe we have heard enough. Todoroki NG, for the crimes of property damage, manslaughter, intentional misuse of a quirk license, fraud, quirk marriage, domestic violence, and abuse of minors, you are judged guilty. You will lose your hero license, your marriage annulled, and will go to Tartarus, 100-year sentence. This suit has been settled. The judge finished by banging his gavel. And then all HL broke loose. Suddenly, a man in the audience jumped up, revealed his index finger was a gun barrel, took aim, and fired. The guards jumped in front of the judge. But that wasn't where he was aiming. The bullet flew at Ray. Putting her arms up, the bullet struck, but bounced off a wall of light, and Ray's watch flashed red. The guards jumped on the attacker who was about to turn on the judge and knocked him out. As everyone was panicking, a voice rang through the courtroom. I'm gonna tear your arms off and shove one down your throat and the other up your s. Nobody's hettin', that poor girl again, you lily-livered beefy. One of Ray's escorts had leapt up, ready to storm over to the attempted shooter, with another escort flexing his mechanical hand next to him. Language, honey, but I completely agree with the sentiment. If the guards weren't closer, they would have carried through with said threat. The third escort was over comforting Ray, who was shaking. Don't worry, sugar, I'm here, nobody is gonna hurt ya. Moxie held the woman as she shivered. Finally, Endeavor's patience snapped. Are you serious? Am I surrounded by idiots? First the hospital staff, then the incompetent cops, the commission, and now even the assassin. How can I not find anyone worthwhile? The useless BH should be long dead. The ranting was cut off by a punch knocking him out, the source of which turned to the judge. Many apologies, Your Honor. We already lost enough brain cells listening to his blathering, and I wasn't in the mood to lose more to this sorry excuse of a person. The man with glasses bowed to the judge, who simply nodded in thanks. The police took Endeavor into custody, where he will remain until his next trial, where he will receive a much harder sentence. Ray and friends walked out after giving their statements. Thank all that Midoriya and Gage built a smaller, single-use shield for public use. Ray stated, looking down at the watch in awe. I'm glad as well, I find myself to be rather attached to you, Moxie said shamelessly, leading Ray to blush and hug herself into Moxie's back. You know, Wayne, seeing you be so protective really warms my heart. I'm glad we met. Hammerlock said, turning to Wainwright. And seeing you knock out the bee warmed my heart. among other things, honeysuckle, Wainwright responded, flirtingly. Ray groaned to herself. Why did she surround herself with such smooth people? And why was she falling head over heels for one of them? Sir Night Eye Agency. Later that day, Mirai shook his head after watching the news. He admits he never thought to check on the futures of many heroes, but even he couldn't keep up with that series of events. However, in his visions, he could have swore he saw a future of Endeavor taking over the #1 spot upon All Might's end. But now that future should be impossible. Something is changing the timeline. But what could have the power to defy time itself? Then he thought of how those people with Ray were connected to the boy Toshi was worried about. Could they be the key? Could they save All Might? Mirai had to set up a meeting. To save his best friend. Midoriya was confused by the intercom asking him to step into the principal's office when he walked in the next morning. Shrugging at his friends and girlfriends as if to say, "I ain't been here a minute," he walked out of the room towards the office. As the door swung open, Midoriya saw the principal sitting at his desk, and across from him sat Lilith, and a green-haired man with blonde streaks. "Welcome, Midoriya. Let me introduce you to our guest, Sir Night Eye. He was rather insistent on meeting you as soon as possible. I was already going to talk to you about something, but why not kill two birds with one stone? Sir, if you will." Nizu introduced the guest, who turned and gave Midoriya an appraising look. "Hello, sir. Nice to meet you. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Why did you want to meet with me?" "Hello, young man. I was wanting to meet with you to see about using my quirk on you, and to ask a favor. I have a future sight quirk, and I wanted to see about checking yours, which would help a friend of mine settle something. And for my own curiosity as well. Would you consent to my quirk usage?" Sir was trying to be as polite as possible, as he already knew this young man held more power than him. Future sight can only help if the attack was avoidable, and bullets are pretty hard to avoid. "Sure, I guess. What do you need to do?" "Please just sit for a moment, and I'll just need eye contact. I'll get started." Sir Night Eye stood up and let Midoriya take his seat. Breathing deep, Sir then made direct, prolonged eye contact with Midoriya. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but then Sir saw something he had never seen before. The world took on a violet haze as images began to flash in front of him. First, a scrawny child in front of a mechanic and soldier. Then a scene of Lilith and the child shooting at giant bugs and split-mouthed canines. A scene of the boy, slightly older, working as a waiter at a bar run by a woman in a top hat. A scene of the teen meeting a group of 6 newcomers. Another of him meeting a girl in a rabbit mask. Then a scene of Midoriya ordering a sniper to shoot the collar off a giant flying monster, causing the creature to crash nearby, and the collar to explode. It shifted to a scene of Midoriya caring for the creature, significantly shrunk. A sniper was nearby aiding the boy, as he tried to remove what seemed to be some energy from the creature. And a scene of the soldier, collapsed, having been shot in the back. Midoriya breaking down, crying over the body, as he yelled and screamed, begging for his dad to come back to him. Then the scene shifted to the teen now training, taking on near impossible odds for his chance at vengeance. Vengeance that came in the next scene. A man in a jacket was barely standing, screaming as the boy walked up to the scarred, blood-covered man, before pulling out something that resembled a buzzsaw on a stick. At the sight of the weapon, the man's eye widened and he scrambled back, collapsing as he tried to get away. Then Midoriya swung, and swung, and swung until only a bloody mess was left of the man's head. Then he saw a scene of another loss. This time the mechanic, lost to an attack of some kind of plant zombie disease. Midoriya, leading the charge next to Lilith against a giant plant monster hybrid, before blowing the town up. Then the scenes changed. They were relatively peaceful, showing Midoriya's healing process, as his bonds with the others became solid, and close enough to be without a doubt family. He saw how Midoriya cried with Lilith and Moxie about those lost, how Mordecai had 2 of those bat monsters, but one was covered in scars, and how that healing was tested. He saw Midoriya screaming as Lilith had her energy drained in ways similar only to a certain villain, how Midoriya refused to leave her side. He saw how a young man held a blue-haired woman and seemed to start draining her when a bullet tore through his head, causing the woman to collapse. he saw as another woman freaked out about his death, but got away. Then he saw the woman, hovering in place with rocks levitated overhead, about to crush Lilith, the blue-haired woman and a tween, when another bullet went through her head, and her body was crushed under her boulders. He saw how they received a message from a short and stout man, who met with them on some purple jungle planet, who helped them fight off an army of soldiers with elemental weapons. Then, he saw the completion of a machine with a giant lens with the words fast travel. And suddenly Sir collapsed to the ground, as violet light shone out of his eyes. Flashes of scenes appeared to him, words such as the number 1 hero, and the sound of wedding bells was ripped into his head. Then a final scene of Midoriya stood in front of a giant arch, as a familiar purple light shone through it. And Sir immediately felt a punch connect, breaking his nose. The violet light stopped shining out of his eyes, and he collapsed exhausted. The room was silent. Everyone stared at the man on the floor, before Nizu turned to Lilith. Was the punch necessary? Lilith shrugged and just said, "It worked last time. He should be glad he didn't have a white-hot vault symbol branded on him like the last guy." Sir sat up, but couldn't find the energy to rise any further. Would seem that the difference in universe also means a difference in time functionality. I barely understood what I saw, but I can say, he is not a threat to anyone who isn't already one. All I have to ask, does a floating arch surrounded by light mean anything? Lilith and Midoriya whipped around to stare at each other. They knew what this meant. A smile split their faces. Lilith chimed in, "No rest for the wicked, hot killer?" Nizu shook his head. He would find out what they were talking about later. "Are you all right, sir? We'll get you to recovery, girl. Did you have anything else to say to Midoriya?" Sir Night Eye nodded. "Midoriya, I hate to ask favors, let alone in this matter, but I have to beg you, please, save All Might." The room stilled at this declaration, and Sir finally gave in and passed out. Midoriya turned to Nizu. "Save All Might? From what?" Nizu was shaking his head a lot today. "I'll ask more details later, but for now, I wanted to let you know you will be interning with another hero from now on." Nizu replied cheerily. "Really, who?" "Usually heroes go for second years at earliest. The reason is more my doing, but you earned this, by all means. From here on, you'll be interning with the new hero on the scene, Firehawk." "Firehawk, but isn't that—" Midoriya turned to Lilith, who was smirking at him. "I up killer, you're with me. I know you got my back, so let's do it like old times, okay?" Midoriya leapt forward and the two wrapped the other in a hug. Even Nizu felt his heart melt at the sight. Classroom. Midoriya walked back to the room, and saw Ochako holding a small flame in front of an awestruck Mina, Toru, Momo, and, pretending I'm not interested but secretly awestruck, Jo. Tsuyu was the only one successfully minding her own business. The boys all sat around, either secretly jealous, or in Todoroki's case, nervous. When Midoriya stepped into the room, Ochako turned the flame off and blushed in embarrassment at being caught showing off, which made Mina pout and Toru to beg her to do it again. Tsuyu and Momo saw who entered, and smiled as they came up to hug Midoriya on both sides. It was Midoriya's turn to blush, and everyone stared at them, some in jealousy and others in contemplation. Namely, the girls in the classroom, who displayed both. A throat cleared behind them, causing Midoriya and his girlfriends to turn and see the most tired man in the world. They dashed to their seats, and Aizawa sighed. "All right, you bunch of rabid children, just to let you know in a few weeks we will be holding finals. Study." And Aizawa crawled under his desk, followed swiftly by snoring. And that set the tone for the rest of the day, until heroics. Upon entering heroics class, All Might stood there, awkwardly shifting. "All right, class, today I have an announcement to make. The circumstances, it was decided that I would be assistant to the heroics teacher, instead of teaching myself. So, may I introduce you to your new teacher?" Suddenly the door was slammed open, and in walked their new teacher. "All right, kiddos, we got things to do, people to save, and bread to get. Let's get along this year." Everyone froze, and then, "Brother!" Ida yelled, shocked. Hello Tenya." Ingenium stood in front of the class. You may have heard I was paralyzed, but that was only temporary. The only reason it was not healed sooner was because of the hero killer, as he might have attempted to kill me for daring to come back, but after his capture the healer quirks went right to work. In a few months I'll be right back to 100%. Ingenium smiled to the students, then smirked. Not only that, but we will also be having guest heroes come in to help. So, allow me to introduce you to our guest for the next 3 weeks. The door slammed so hard it rattled the windows, and one more hero joined the group. Hey baby heroes, you better give it all you got, Miruko smirked, with a wink aimed at Midoriya, or else. The class shuddered. Between their counselors and new teachers, this was going to be painful. So you know what time it is. Time for a training montage. A few weeks later, Midoriya and his class was suffering. There was no other way to describe it. The poor class was pushed to their very limits, both with and without quirks. Miruko was a SLV driver, and Ingenium was content with only giving occasional pointers. This, when mixed with the help of the Vault Hunters, made it so every day they were exhausted, and were more bruised than person. But they improved. Midoriya could absorb greater amounts of iridium without issue. Uraraka mastered both Float and Black Whip, and was working on her flames, as well as unlocking the next quirk in reserve. Momo was now proficient in most hand-to-hand weaponry, and was second in class for accuracy with firearms. Tsuyu even improved, as Amara had taken a liking to the girl and her honest nature, and taught her how to fight using the strength in her legs, such as kicks, as well as increased mobility with her leaps and tongue. Jiru developed her Jax more to be a piercing weapon as well as reconnaissance. Mina had developed such fine control, her acid no longer burned the ground she slid on, while still burning targets she hurled globs of it at. Hagakure started to be mentored by Zero, who helped her develop a suit to blend in with her, as well as weaponry. He taught her to fight in an ambush style, taking out opponents swiftly. Everyone else developed as well, except for one. Much to the class shock, Ida was slowly being left behind. Feeling he wasn't developing fast enough, Ida pushed himself harder, which was exactly the problem. Ida stopped trying to learn from the teachers, and started to overwork himself to the point of backsliding. This shocked the teachers especially. With Tensei there they expected him to listen to his advice at least. But this was not the case. The teachers sat around their meeting room, debating on who to pair with each other for the upcoming finals. We have most of them lined out, we just need to settle the last 3 students. Ida, Midoriya, and Uraraka are each difficult to place, but I may have a proposition. Nizu stated, no matter what, Midoriya must face All Might. He would be the only one who could face Midoriya with somewhat equal ground. That leaves Ida or Uraraka to be paired with him. All Might nodded his head. Makes sense. So you want me to test Midoriya and Uraraka? Nizu shook his head. No, but I believe Ida would be the better pair. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the principal. Explain. Simple, Ida has shown himself to be pushing himself to the point of self-harm, while chasing some sort of goal. To get through to him, we need to show him that his way is not the best, and we can try to discern his goal as well, as you humans show so much of who you are when under pressure. He needs a brick wall, and that will be you, All Might. All Might was annoyed at not being able to test Uraraka, but shrugged. Understood, sir. Then that leaves young Aoyama and Uraraka to face Eraserhead, correct? At the principal's nod, All Might settled down, resigning himself to only observe young Uraraka instead of testing her directly for now. The rest of the meeting went without issue, and when it ended, All Might stepped out to see if he could perform any other heroics with his remaining time. Upon his leaving, Aizawa turned to the principal. You know more than what you're letting on. Explain. Nizu sighed and looked at his best teacher. What I said was not a lie, he needs to know he has limits as well. Alongside that, however, I want to avoid having All Might face off against Uraraka. Her powers are too volatile to put against an overtly powered opponent. Ida also seems to show barely hidden resentment for Midoriya, so we need to figure out why. I have a hypothesis, but it needs more proof. Aizawa narrowed his eyes, not liking having to use this test as an experiment that could injure his student. Fine. but I'm calling the match the second I see any infighting between them. Whoever starts it, fails automatically. Nizu agreed with him, and informed him that his pair would be Shoto and Momo. With that, the meeting left for the day. A week later, Midoriya was in class chilling, talking with Shoto and Ochako. Just the day before, they had the written portion of finals, and not everyone was recovered yet. Mina was slumped to the side, a pink liquid dripped out of her ears, and Midoriya hoped it was just acid overflow, and not her melted brain. Hagakure had her hands in front of her face, and seemed to be either praying or face-palming. Maybe both. Kaminari seemed to be passed out on his desk, and any time someone tried to talk to him, all that could be heard was a sad, "wee." Suddenly, Aizawa popped up from behind his desk, sleeping bag swaddled around him like a cocoon. Yesterday was the written portion, today is the physical. Good luck. Then he laid back down. Midoriya looked at the board, where random pairings had been listed before. Putting the pieces together, Midoriya saw his partner and the instructor listed with them. But Midoriya's final. Midoriya walked into the city with Ida, dread in his stomach. The entire way there he tried to plan, but Ida barely paid any attention, and seemed to ignore him. Deciding to take one last chance, Midoriya turned to his partner. "Okay, Ida, do you have any idea how to get past Dash?" Suddenly Ida took off down the street without a word. "Ida, what the he dash?" The ground suddenly erupted, and started to blast towards him. Midoriya dove into a nearby alley, not wanting to waste his shield. After the shockwave settled, Midoriya peeked out, and saw the destruction left behind. Midoriya was astounded by the damage, which was only comparable to a small vault beast. Midoriya heard a groan. Turning around, he saw Ida lodged in the wall next to the entrance. Midoriya pulled him out, mind racing. "How do you beat something like that?" "Ida, listen, we need to work together to dash." "Shut up. I'll outrun him and knock him out. You stay here." Ida interrupted him before bolting up and dashing down the street. Midoriya stared on in shock, realizing how ridiculous this situation is. Leaping into action, Midoriya summoned his wings and took flight. Following the street, he saw Ida running up to All Might and tried to jump him. All Might just reached up and grabbed Ida's leg. "Hello, young Ida. Would your partner be nearby perchance?" "Midoriya, doesn't matter, I'm your opponent." Ida tried to kick All Might, but was thrown away like a bouncy ball. Ida stood back up, armor covered in dents, shaking. He tried diving to the side and coming at an angle, but was knocked back again. All Might started to get annoyed. "Young Midoriya, are you going to aid your partner?" What kind of hero abandons his partner in the face of Dash? Suddenly All Might roared in pain and dropped to a knee. Looking down, All Might saw a bullet hole in his calf, with ice surrounding it. Looking back, All Might couldn't spot where it came from. Realizing his mistake, All Might whipped his head around to Ida, expecting to try to catch another attack, but saw Ida was standing there, shaking. Ida saw red. He told Midoriya to stay out of this. He told him to stay away. But Midoriya didn't listen. Midoriya was fighting All Might. He injured All Might. He was doing more than Ida. A buzz came through in Ida's ear. "Ida, what are you doing?" "I got him distracted, go for it." Midoriya's voice rang through the communicator. Ida stood there. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him, as All Might was returning to his feet. Turning, he saw Midoriya. "Ida, we can't win unless we would work together. You can take the lead, I'll provide long-range sup dash." Midoriya was cut off by Ida punching him in the face. Not expecting it, Midoriya was knocked a few steps back, and Ida tried to follow up. Midoriya dodged back, yelling at Ida, "What are you doing?" and "Stop attacking me." Ida revved up and charged, but Midoriya took flight. As soon as he slowed down, Ida suddenly felt himself trapped by gigantic muscular arms. "Young Ida, what are you doing? Attacking your teammate will not help you beat me." Ida thrashed in All Might's arms. "No, I won't stand for this. I know Midoriya is better than me, but I need to step up. I need to prove I'm worthy. If I beat you without his help, I'll show you all. If I beat you, I could beat anyone. You, Midoriya, villains, and Ida slowly came to a stop, and the hero killer. All Might's face softened from the scowl. He slowly let Ida down from his hold, but had to immediately catch a surprise kick from the boy. Ida jumped back and yelled, "But I'll prove myself here and now. Midoriya stole my vengeance, so I'll beat you, then him, then anyone else in my way. I'll be the hero nobody can beat, and I'll become #1. Then I'll have had my vengeance on that green degenerate freak." Ida charged again, but All Might had heard enough. This time, All Might disappeared from sight, appearing behind Ida. Ida had only enough time to look surprised before feeling a blow to the back of his head, knocking him out. All Might looked sadly upon the unconscious teen. Then he spoke. "Young Midoriya, I assumed you heard all that? What are you going to do?" Midoriya dropped down, having been hovering overhead. "I heard it all. Honestly, I don't know what to do. He has potential, but his issues are holding him back." They stood there, looking at the fallen hero in training. A buzz was heard in all of their communicators. "Thank you for being honest, Midoriya. Please cross the gate. You will be graded on your actions before Ida's incident. All Might, please take Ida to the infirmary and report back." Nizu spoke through the comms. Midoriya took off, and All Might felt his expectations of the boy shatter further. At first, he saw a possible ally of All for One. Then he saw an arrogant, ruthless gunman trying to play hero. Then he saw someone who was shaped by his experiences, with potential to grow into a decent hero. But now, he finally saw what everyone else saw. He saw a boy who knows he has amazing power, who bears a ton of responsibility, who has faced villains and came out on top, and who experienced loss. He saw himself. Shaking his head, All Might collected Ida and left. Monitor room. Nizu hung his head in thought. This explains so much. He had expected Ida felt some sort of anger at Midoriya, but he had hoped it was mere jealousy. But it was not the case. "Hound Dog, you are to speak to Ida twice a week, and try to help him curb his hyper-fixation tendencies." "Tensei, I'm sorry you had to see that." Tensei shook his head and responded, "It's not your fault. Tenya made his choice. I'm just thankful that you are giving him a chance to improve. Gotta find a way to make this up to Midoriya, but I'll take care of things on the family side." Both nodded to each other in agreement, before turning to the other currently active test. In a different city, Aizawa was cursing the rat with every insult he knew. The rat had to know his quirk wouldn't work on Uraraka. Every time he tried, it only cancelled one of her quirks. She stopped floating but attacked her with black whips. He stopped the whips, she launched a fireball. She just wouldn't stop. Even Aoyama was sneaking in attacks while he was distracted. This was the rat's fault. Suddenly, one of the tentacles caught his face. As he pulled his head out, his goggles slipped off his head. He was blinded by a flash from a laser. He turned to the source, despite his lack of vision, and saw a yellow blob. "So, monsieur, you say I'm useless without my quirk? Then prove it." And Aizawa caught an eye full of glitter. Screaming in pain, Aizawa already felt his eyes trying to tear up to get rid of it, but his dry eyes would prolong his suffering. Then he felt the cuffs on his wrists. He passed the brats he was secretly proud of, and promised to kill the rat, after washing his eyes in a sink for 10 minutes. Later that evening. "Alright, finals are over. And other than a few issues, most of the students seem to be doing well. It's time for our usual training camp, but I've got a good idea on a change of pace." Everyone was staring at Nizu, some in curiosity, some in wariness, and one planning murder, Aizawa. Nizu grinned. "Tell the students to pack warm clothes, and sign non-disclosures. We're going to space." The students were sitting on the edge of their seats, waiting for the results of their tests. The only people who were confident were Tsuyu, Momo, and Midoriya. Normally Ida would have been confident as well, but the verbal smackdown he got from his brother last night, as well as his actions as of late, made his heart sink. He knew he failed the practical, but in his focus on beating Midoriya made him less focused on his studies, and he knew it would be reflected. Aizawa crawled in from a vent on the wall, still wrapped in his sleeping bag. Hanging his head and torso out of the vent, he stated, "Everyone but Kaminari, Ashido, and Ida passed the physicals. For the written portion, Ida, Kaminari, and Shiro did not pass. Ashido, you barely passed, but I will make it mandatory for you to seek tutoring if this keeps up. Mina nodded, breathing a sigh of relief, as both Ida and Kaminara hung their heads, and Shiro sat there as Kirishima pat him on the back and said, "Nice try." Normally, this is where we reveal the summer camp to function as a remedial class as well, and tell you to gather camping supplies. But the principal, in his mission to make my life harder, has managed to get you all special permission. You will need to pack warm clothes, as well as sign both non-disclosures as well as liability coverage. Midoriya, curse you for giving the mad rat new ammo to drive me up the wall. Paperwork's on the desk, sign them and submit to the drop box next to them. Goodbye, gremlins. And like that, Aizawa climbed in and closed the vent again. The class gathered and started to sign the paperwork, while staring at the vent. Mina, Kaminari, and Shiro stared at the vent cover in fear. Zeus. All three said in unison. Midoriya gave a read over the paperwork, as was Momo, Jair, Tsuyu, and Ochako, but only Midoriya picked up on the hidden meaning. Oh boy, hope they're ready. Momo leaned over. Who? Midoriya looked over and gave her a smirk, getting her to blush. The rest of the class, mostly. Later that day, Midoriya was walking through the mall. With only a few days until the trip, he was trying to find any good stores the others could shop at for supplies, as he knew Marcus, and while Marcus is honest in what he wants, he is not overtaking advantage of new vault hunters, even with the lack of a need for them. He was sitting on a bench, contemplating if the army surplus store would be enough, when Midoriya suddenly felt a hand on his throat, griping it with 4 fingers. Hello, Vault Hunter. Haven't seen you since the Stain takedown. Care to answer a few questions? Midoriya looked at the man, into red eyes with barely hidden hatred. Excuse me, who are you? The man glared harder, and opened his mouth to introduce himself, when recognition flashed in Midoriya's eyes. Chappie. Long time no see, not since I killed your monster. How have you been? Doing okay? Chappie sat there, an unreadable expression on his face before it swapped to pure anger. Isn't. Chappie. I am Shigaraki Tamura. I am the leader of the League of Villains. Midoriya brushed off the correction, as well as the tightening of the hand on his throat, and crossed his arms. Whatever, so Chappie, what you want? Chappie decided to move on. I got a few questions for you, and you better answer if you want to keep your head. First, what's your quirk? The Nomu should have killed All Might, but you killed it first. You overpowered it easily. Sensei said you had no quirk listed anywhere, so what is it? Midoriya thought about how to respond, before deciding to lie. I have a fire creation and control quirk. Anything else? Chappie got annoyed with the short answer, but decided to move on with the other questions Sensei wanted answered. Where is the training camp being held? We know Yua always has one. Where is it, and will All Might be there? Midoriya looked at Chappie with a smirk, before responding. Guess that means we break tradition, there isn't any camp this year. As for any locations, nothing you can get to, and as for All Might, I believe you have bigger concerns. Like what? Chappie ground through clenched teeth, angry that he couldn't just kill this hero brat. Namely, that you and someone else I know are about to have something in common. Midoriya replied cheerfully, leaning forward on the bench. Chappie wondered what he was talking about when suddenly, bang, ow! Chappie had never felt this much pain before. Even losing his eye and arm never felt like this. He let go of Midoriya's neck to grip his crotch with his remaining hand. Midoriya unfolded his arms, revealing a small orange pistol in his hand. Now you're halfway like that guy. But you know what, let me just fix that last little bit. Midoriya aimed and shot at Chappie's crotch, but this time, his good hand was in the way. Chappie scrambled back as civilians stared on in shock. Before? Hey, that's the hero who captured the hero killer. Whoa, isn't that the League villain that was on the news? The public immediately flipped out, half calling the police, the other half recording the standoff. Midoriya leveled the gun at him. Stand down, or I shoot something a bit more important. Chappie stood there, bleeding, before screaming in a notably higher voice, "Kurogiri!" A portal opened beneath him, swallowing the neutered villain before Midoriya could take the shot. Portal closed, all that was left was an excited crowd, Midoriya, and a puddle of blood with a finger. Later that evening, Midoriya walked out after giving his statement to the police, who gave him a pass as he didn't use a quirk and his life was in danger. Outside, he found reporters waiting, all clamoring to speak to him. He was barraged with questions, but gave no comment other than being glad no civilians were harmed and kept going. The reporters made to follow him, when suddenly tire screeching was heard. Everyone turned and saw a limo tear around the corner before braking directly in front of Midoriya. The door opened by itself, when a long pink appendage whipped out and grabbed him around the waist and yoinked him into the limo, and then the door shut. Midoriya was blinded in the dark, until some overhead lights came on. "Hello, Izuku. I thought you were going to meet us to take us out on a date, but it seems you could not keep out of trouble," he heard Momo say. Midoriya looked up and saw the faces of his 5 girlfriends. "And you, of course, had to be attacked by the leader of the villains who attacked us. So you spoke." Midoriya saw in their eyes they weren't angry per se, but more concerned for him. Sitting up, Midoriya held out his arms. He was then immediately tackled into a cuddle pile, as the driver told the reporters his friends was checking on him and giving him a ride home. He felt their grips on him tighten, and Midoriya realized he was in for a long evening. Not that he would have it any other way. The next day, Midoriya walked into the classroom with a smile on his face and a sack full of goodies on his back. He sat down at his desk just as the bell rang. A minute later, Aizawa rolled in. "Today is when we begin the training camp. Now, normally we would load you onto a bus and dump you in the woods, but recent events have led to a change of pace. Problem child, you can handle the rest from here." And with that, Aizawa rolled under his desk and started snoring. "Yes, everyone, please come over here and get one of these from the bag." Everyone lined up around the room and were handed a strange device. Momo, Tsuyu, and Ochako smiled when they saw that their devices were personalized, with Tsuyu's being green with little frogs, Momo's having a book theme, and Ochako being pink with stars. Now, these are called echoes. These are used on Pandora for storage, communication, and to aid with traveling. "Now, follow me." Midoriya turned and left the room with the rest of the class following. He led them deeper into the building, before arriving in front of a heavily armored door. Midoriya typed in a code, which opened the doors to reveal a wide, open room with only one thing in it. Against the far wall was a strange pole, with metal flaps on the sides, an antenna on top, and a light in the middle. Floating in front of the light was a glowing hologram. The words were obvious, as it translated between English and Japanese. "Fast travel." The class ushered into the room, stared at the pillar of tech. What was going on? "This," Midoriya began, "is the fast travel station built for UA. This is where we can travel between Sanctuary and UA with ease. Speaking of which, everyone make sure you still have your echo, and prepare for a tingling sensation in 3, 2, 1 and dash." The machine suddenly flashed, sending light across the group, which continued to glow until the group disappeared. In another flash, several of the group found themselves dropped on their buttons onto a cold metal floor. Shaking off the dizziness and the dots in their eyes, they looked around and realized they were in a new room. They saw 4 rooms, a strange machine, some tables, the void of the cosmos, some potted plants, squee. Suddenly several students were bowled over as 2 pink blurs dashed to the window. Mina and Ochako stared out of the mess of stars, galaxies, and planets. Occasionally they saw a light in the distance zoom between the lights, which they realized were spaceships between planets. Spaceships, like the one they are currently on. Everyone else was staring out in awe, as Midoriya began again. "Welcome to Sanctuary, our home in the stars. And welcome to this training camp. Once you're ready, let's go to the flight deck and you'll meet the captain." Everyone turned back to him, excited beyond belief, even though Ochako and Mina had to unstick their faces from the window first. Midoriya led them through the ship, past a bar with slot machines, up a ladder, past a medic office, and down a hallway with a few more rooms, before entering the most impressive room they ever saw. It reminded them of the flight decks from the sci-fi shows they watched. Mina practically drooled at the hologram showing a flight path, the monitors, the giant windows with stars flying past. Lilith chuckled, reminded of Izuku's reaction to some of the marvels of the town of Sanctuary and her own Firehawk camp. Welcome to our little home away from Pandora, kiddos. Netsu told me that he wanted you to get the real experience of combat, so here you are. You are ambassadors for your world to ours, so unfortunately, I had to scrap most locations to train you all due to human interference. But thankfully I remembered a place that is hooked up to the fast travel that will work. Lilith looked out into the crowd as everyone stared at her with wide eyes. Smirking, she turned to a teddy bear. Engage the warp drive to Pandora. The students stared at her like she was crazy, or crazier, when a voice rang through the intercom. I got you, Caption. Set 10 coordinates to Pandora. The students could see the giant hologram display a galaxy, with a line connecting 2 dots on it. This is the coolest part, students, to the front. Now. The class rushed in front of the windshield, except Izuku, who hung back next to Lilith, watching the kids' reactions. And they enjoyed watching their wonder-filled faces as the world outside the ship began to stretch and distort with the lights and colors flashing. A couple seconds later, the sight outside settled and a planet appeared in front of them. Several students began to cheer, and some, Mina and Ochako, began to even vibrate in place in excitement. Welcome to Pandora. Lilith felt pride rising in her chest at their faces of awe. For all of 3 seconds. We're here, but wasn't that kinda pointless? The fast travel would get you there instantly anyway, the voice from the intercom stated. The students turned around to see Lilith slouched down with a hand covering her eyes. Curses muttered from her lips as Izuku tried to comfort her while holding back his own laughter. Then Lilith squared up her shoulders, took a breath, and looked back at the class. As our navigation system has pointed out, we will be taking the fast travel to get down there. While there, you will be facing some of the local fauna, and to do that, we need to get you armed. Thankfully, an agreement has been made for a bunch of spare weapons from Marcus's shop. We'll stop by there before hitting the fast travel. Izuku, you know the way. I'll meet you all at the station. Get moving. Izuku led them down a level, saying hello to some of the other soldiers, and they approached a window with a vending machine next to it. A man in a goatee peeked through the window. Well, if it isn't my favorite customer. Izuku, sales have gone up thanks to your speech at that super festival thing you did. Best 5,000 I've ever spent. And you brought friends. As per the deal, have them present their echoes to the vending machine, and have them select one of the prepared kits. Each one has 2 guns and a grenade mod, with choices being SMG, sniper, and shotgun kits. Each one comes with the obvious and a pistol. Pick wisely, and remember, it's a beautiful day outside, full of opportunity. The man then turned and went to the back, as the students started to pick their kits. The machine started with a flash, displaying a hologram screen with several options. A voice rung out, "Hello, boys and girls, would you like TO buy weapons of mass destruction? It's only one easy payment of 1997 kroner." Suddenly Marcus' voice rang out from the back. "Shut up. I didn't install you for you to lose me money, you stupid spam bot. Actually, it's spammed. Nobody cares. Shut up before I put you back into the dumpster I dug you out of." Seeing Izuku's confusion, Marcus explained he wanted an AI to help with manning the vending machine stores like the navigation system, but regrettably decided dumpster diving in Malawan's dumpster 4. The parts was the best way to get it. With help from the vending bot, the students picked their kits. Kirishima was obvious with his pick, as he declared his new shotgun manly beyond belief. Momo looked over her sniper critically, and Tsuyu was getting accustomed to her SMG. Everyone else was looking through their gear, some in excitement, others in neutrality, and a few in fear. Once everyone had selected, the students began to meander their way to the back of the ship. Izuku began to follow, when the vending machine flashed pink and yellow, and the AI began to speak, more quietly. "Hi, Dimension Hopper, do I have a deal just for you? Malawan was working on what they believed to be the big one. A coup de grace, if you will. The files are still on my storage device. For 1997 chromer, or iridium, I can make it for you. So, deal or no deal? Izuku thought for all of 10 seconds, before deciding to give the bot a chance. Peeking at the window nearby, he hooked up his echo to the machine and transferred the iridium. It was quite a bit, but if this was supposed to be Malawan's best weapon ever, it would be worth it. Suddenly, the machine was flashing again as it began to construct the weapon. After it digitalized into reality, Izuku caught it before looking it over. It was a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, with a white body, gold trim, and an iron sight that resembled two small antlers side by side. Around the end of the weapon was a gray steel ring, with barbs pointed outward at awkward angles, each barb tipped with red. The moment you have been waiting for, may I congratulate you on your new angel. The Snowgrave. The AI yelled excitedly, before Marcus started yelling from the storage room again. Izuku checked the weapon stats, and was astounded by the damage. It was easily the strongest rocket launcher he had, even with only one shot in the clip that took 3 rockets to fire. Looking at the bonus stats, he saw the flavor text, which simply read, "Proceed." The other stats said that this was a cryo-element rocket launcher, one of the few rocket launchers, let alone cryo ones, Mali-1 ever made. Putting away the weapon, Izuku followed up his class, which finally gathered at the fast travel. Lilith stood there, tapping her foot impatiently. "All right, we'll be heading to a place where we can get some real training in. Everyone locked and loaded?" Seeing the nods, Lilith went to the fast travel, before selecting a location. The station began to light up over the group, and as sudden as their arrival was, so was the departure. With a flash, they were gone. Over in the bar, Moxie smiled, seeing her boy making friends. Once they left, she turned to her left and looked under the bar. They left. Looking down, she saw Ray hiding behind the bar, knees to her chest. Ray nodded and began to get up. "I'm so sorry, Moxie-san, but I don't know if I'm ready to see him, or him me. I hurt him, and I know it wasn't my fault, but still." Ray was staring down at the bar sadly, when Moxie gave her a side hug. "I know and I understand. Just try to connect while you still can. Not a day goes by I don't miss my own son, but those doll BSs took him from me. Your son is still alive. All I ask is you try, and I'll be here every step, ready to help any way I can." Despite how sultry that sounded, Ray was around Moxie enough to know she was genuine. Quickly turning, Ray wrapped her arms around Moxie, who had new mascara tear tracks down her face. And together, they silently wept. On Pandora, the fast travel flashed before dropping off the students. The first thing that hit them was, "Holy crap, it's cold." They then looked around, and saw they were in a building with a hole in the roof. They saw a tool bench, a dartboard, a poker table with weird box robots sat around it, a furnace with a roaring fire, and 4 people in front of said fire. Quickly, the 4 tried to strike a pose despite shivering. "W welcome T to the training C camp. We are the why you youthful her hey, you messed up the I intro." The 4th person sniffled, before standing a little closer to the fire. "Hello, heroes in training, I'm Tiger, and these are the wild pussycats. We'll be escorting you on your training mission." The students would have been in awe, if the 3 other teammates weren't trying to shove the only coherent one out of the way to the furnace. Lilith rolled her eyes before talking again. "Welcome to Claptrap's place. We'll be heading from here to the nearest settlement. Thankfully the bandits abandoned this place after Captain Flint's death, so only bullymong's should stand in your way. Once we get there, we'll really begin the training. Understand?" Seeing the combined faces of understanding, but confusion of what a bullymong is, Lilith smirked before leading the group out the back, past a dumpster indoors for some reason. Izuku passed a cryo-resistant shield to Tsu, who was already nodding off, before her eyes blinked open at the sudden lack of cold. Tsu gave Midoriya a quick peck on the cheek before continuing on. Midoriya blushed, but walked onward, while the pussycats followed behind. Pixie Bob was smirking at such an innocent interaction. On the way through the snow, they finally saw a bullymong. Or, rather, a tiny blue gorilla with 4 arms, about the size of a chimp. The girls awed a little at the thing before it spotted the group. Letting out a loud growl, the bullymong grabbed a nearby icicle and hurled it at the group. Kirishima quickly hardened and jumped in front of the flying icicle, tanking it before it pierced a panicked Koji. Suddenly, the icicle was followed by the bullymong itself, knocking Kirishima to the ground and trying to strangle him with 2 of its arms. Kirishima tried to punch it, but it was too tough to be little more than fazed by it. Kirishima then reached over, put the shotgun barrel to the bullymong's head, and pulled the trigger. A bunch of viscera, Kirishima shoved the quickly cooling body off of him and got up. The class stared at him with wide eyes, shocked that the pure BOI had killed. Then, a bunch of growls rang through the valley, and the class looked back. This brought their attention to the 5 other bullymong currently charging at them. As everyone panicked and pulled out their guns, Lilith grinned. If they think this is bad, wait till they stop dealing with monglets. This cycle continued as they worked through a few groups of the little monsters, and even saw some bigger ones at what looked like a trash pile. After traveling through a gate into a place called the Southern Shelf, they finally made it to a ghost town. Seeing a house surrounded by a fence, Lilith walked up and unlocked the door. Inside was space besides furniture, but the marks on the walls told that whoever lived here displayed things on the walls, from square marks of what was possibly maps, to trophy head plaque-shaped gaps. They set up camp here, and so, the training camp began for real. Meanwhile, at a not nearby hero school. Hello, young Koda. I hope your day is going well. Great talk, young man. I'll check in later on you. Principal Nizu walked away from the dorm that housed their newest temporary resident, Koda. After what happened to his parents, Nizu understood his current outlook, but after studying a few psychology books, as well as the internet, he was sure he could connect to the young man. He just had to keep trying to interact with him while giving him the space he needs. That is why he put a tracker on the boy, to make sure he stayed on campus, and allowed the young man to stay in the dorms, which should soon see students again once they returned on World. On World, the possibilities had his fur standing on end in excitement. Alternate dimensions, alien technology, other intelligent creatures like himself. He saw so many possibilities, he could practically smell it. Or was that smoke? Nizu finally paid attention to his surroundings and saw a blue inferno just to the southern part of the school. But Nizu immediately hit an emergency switch in one of his coat buttons, and alarms blared across campus. Teachers and nearby heroes rushed outside, saw the inferno, and dashed towards it. Arriving at the scene, the heroes saw a small army of copies of people, some with black hair and covered in scars, some blonde in school uniforms, and multiple others. Instead of speaking, the villains launched an attack at the heroes, as blue fire and tear gas flooded the area. Knives were pulled, swords were swung. Of course, all this amounted to nothing when All Might punched the air with enough force to turn all the flames against the wielders, as well as the compatriots. In seconds, the army melted into a strange sludge, grinning and laughing. The heroes were underwhelmed. Nizu walked over towards the southern wall, looking at the damage. Nizu, you find anything? Present Mike asked. Yes, Mike-san, the wall wasn't and couldn't be damaged fast enough by the fire to let so many villains in without triggering alarms. Looking here, a disintegration quirk was used. Only one villain uses one as far as we know, so this is related to the League most likely. But why? As they stood there, Hound Dog sprinted up on all fours, panting wildly. And you, Koda, huff, rough, the kid Koda, is missing. There was a message on the dorm doors. It's a kidnapping. Nizu whipped out his phone, and realized why the villains attacked here. It was to lead them away from the main campus, while putting them in range of a signal jamming quirk that was still active. His phone should have been notified, had it not been cut off like the alarms in this section. Nizu then grabbed and read the note. It was in terrible handwriting, as if written in a hurry, or with your offhand, but the demand was clear. Give the League Midoriya, or the boy dies. Things were going well for Midoriya. The training camp had been going for about 2 days, and there had been no casualties. That had to be some kind of record. Momo and Tsuyu were adapting the best, namely due to Momo's sniper skills and Tsuyu having that shield that kept her warm was able to keep her mobility. The rest of the class was faring well too. Kirishima was getting experience fighting off melee attackers, Jairu learned how to track multiple targets through the ice surrounding the Bullymong dens, and Kaminari learned that ice is a terrible conductor for electricity. Sure, it cost him a Monglet punch to his nuts, but hey, Jairu got a laugh out of it. As the training was continuing, suddenly Midoriya received a message requesting him to go back to UA immediately. Midoriya, confused, informed the teachers there and used the fast travel back to Sanctuary, and then to UA. Once at UA, Midoriya was escorted to another room, which held a giant table and a projector. There were heroes everywhere, discussing in hushed whispers until falling silent once they spotted him. Nizu jumped up onto the table. Midoriya, thank you for coming so quickly, we have an emergency on hand. No problem, Principal Nizu, but what happened? In this dimension we've only been gone a few hours. So who screwed up what? All the teachers looked sheepish for a moment before explaining to him the attack on UA's southern border. So there was an attack? But it sounded like you all had that covered. Present Mike responded, we did for the actual attack. But there was a complication. We were told to watch over the Pussycat's nephew, Koda, and when the villains attacked, they kidnapped him. Midoriya stared at them, in disbelief. They kidnapped a child that was on campus. Nizu continued for his employee, correct, and we are ashamed. However, priority one is getting him back. They left behind a ransom note, with only one demand. They want us to surrender you. Midoriya was in shock. These villains want him. They kidnapped a child to get to. Heck, he would have showed up if they just issued a challenge, or even just a call-out post on Twitter, but to go this far? This was too far. Principal Nizu, what do we have for the location of their base? If they want me, then I think it's time to make them regret it. Nizu turned on the projector, which showed a map of Kamino. Thanks to our spies and underground heroes, we know this is the area they are based. This bar seems to be the main base, but they also seem to do supply runs out to this warehouse. Nizu pointed out the locations with more detailed pictures popping up. Before they took the boy, I had placed a tracker on him, due to the size of the campus. It actually showed him at the warehouse before whatever jammed our signal came up there too. Midoriya looked over the map and tracker information. Alright, game plan. I and a small team of heroes charge in on the bar, while All Might and other powerhouses or speedster types break into the warehouse to rescue. Normally I'd volunteer to teleport, but if they are after me they will target me, and I don't want to draw fire onto the kid. Let them focus on me at the bar, and once the kid is safe, the others can join me. Makes sense? Everyone stared at him, surprised at him taking over the planning when Nizu replied, that is the most logical option. We can't let the child be caught in the crossfire, nor can he be let into a hostage situation. This left the room floored, as Nizu never let anyone make plans without at least 17 corrections. But I must ask, how do you plan to approach them? Midoriya smiled, that's easy. Later that day. Alright, plan is go in 3, 2, 1 and... Ayo, League of Losers, who gonna step up? Midoriya shouted from outside the LOV headquarters with a megaphone. The bar fell silent, no movement within. That couldn't be him. Noon gonna come out? Alright then. Midoriya switched the megaphone, and instead in a burst of pixels held an RPG pointed at the door. One trigger pull and the doors shot off their hinges, scattered wooden shards striking anyone who was foolish enough to approach the door after the first yell. Which of course, you die today you pest. I don't care what sensei says, kill him. Chappie screamed, as he had rushed the door as soon as he realized who was on the other side, and received a face full of shrapnel and splinters. Every villain scrambled to follow orders, but Midoriya was having none of it. First, Midoriya shot the mist guy with a cryo weapon, locking him in place and unable to portal. Then he swapped to a fire weapon and fired on the scarred teen with black hair, hoping to have an Agni Kai, but was disappointed when that was enough to stop his flames and was captured by Eraserhead, who was providing support, which was a way to get paid more for what amounted to cleanup duty. Third, taking a shock weapon, he then fired on other villains, paralyzing a Deadpool knockoff, the lizard from Spider-Man with a sword KNK, a magician who tried to disappear, but was shot before the count of 3, and someone with sunglasses who was completely forgettable until the next arc. One by one they fell to a hail of bullets, one-liners, and occasionally a grenade with the same weird elements. The League was gunned down until only Chappie was left. Chappie was frothing at the mouth. He tried. He followed orders. He destroyed and destroyed as much as he wanted, and then he ran into a wall. A wall that wouldn't be destroyed. Not by his quirk, his Nomu, his League. This green-haired freak stopped him completely. The game was over, no do-overs. Chappie screamed as he charged, trying to dig his hook into the green monster, destroying his life. Midoriya dodged back, reloaded his shock weapon, but was forced to dodge before he could finish. Over and over the game of cat and mouse went, before Midoriya was cornered. Chappie smirked and leapt, trying to embed his hook into Midoriya's face, but as soon as he made contact, the hero faded into pixels. Chappie stared into the corner, disbelief forefront in his mind, when twin sounds of guns cooked behind him. You know, boyo, after all the work I've done, you can still keep it entertaining. You still owe me a drink after this, though. Don't worry, Flint, I know better than to not pay another Vault Hunter. Still, you want to shoot him or me? Chappie turned and saw his nightmare, holding a gun pointed directly at him, with a short-haired older man next to him, also aimed right at him. The older man smirked and said, "We both pull the trigger, whoever hits him first buys first round?" Midoriya felt his grin widen. Sounds good to me. Chappie tried to dodge roll, but unfortunately could not move faster than bullets. And the last he knew, until he awoke to the sight of a cell in Tartarus, was the feeling of twin shock rounds coursing through his body. And thus was the end of the LOV. Well, that was underwhelming. Let me scan if there is anyone else in the building. Midoriya was surprised how easy that was. Even the scan was disappointing, as there were no other people there. Eraserhead walked up. The League has been secured. Turns out they actually had only a handful of people, which they supplemented with desperate villains in need of cash before either letting them go or killing them. We did find a girl in a hidden room, looked like they were torturing her. We don't have information on her yet, but hopefully we'll get more when she wakes. No more target spotted. That explains that at least. How is the other team's mission? Was the child secured? Midoriya asked. As Eraserhead went to check his comms link, suddenly they felt the earth shake. What sounded like an explosion ripped through the air, even bursting eardrums of those sensitive to sound. In the distance, they saw smoke billowing into the sky. Wasn't that the direction of Dash? Eraserhead was cut off as Midoriya's wings came out, and he took off towards the disaster. Eraserhead just felt that things will become complicated. Minutes ago, in the warehouse, Zero scanned through the building and found the child, who seemed to be locked in a cage while some doctor was prepping what he was certain wasn't normal for procedures. As he stealthily infiltrated the room, he reported through his comms. Target has been found. Now begin plan smash and pass. I will secure him. Suddenly the building shook as a giant blonde punched his way through the door. Villains have fear, for I am here. Then the wall next to the door was punched in, as an equally giant biker charged in. Catchphrase or whatever, let's fight some fools. The two looked at each other, before nodding their heads, and charged the guards who were stunned by the entrance. The guards tried, but between the unrelenting power of All Might and the violence of Brick, they were quickly dispatched. Scattered across the warehouse was tubes, which seemed to contain more incomplete Nomu. All Might immediately started destroying them, which led to Brick making a challenge out of who would destroy more. The comms crackled in their ears. Target is secured. Signs are showing only one more person in there. Brick and All Might looked for where the last villain is, when a voice rang out from above. Well, if it isn't All Might. Came looking for the brat, right? This voice only confused Brick, but completely froze All Might. Both eyes flashed up to the catwalk, where a man in a suit stood. Brick glanced at All Might, who glared at the man upstairs. All for one, looking awfully alive for a dead man. As FO descended levitating, He came into the light, and All Might couldn't stop himself, or you just look awful in general. What, did your doctor run out of skin grafts and decided potato skins would do? Brick chuckled to himself as Ifo glared as hard as a man with no face can glare. You are the one who did this to me, hero. You mutilated me, and for what? Some dead people who don't matter to anyone anymore. She mattered to me. She mattered to her family. She had people who cared, unlike you. All Might roared. His skin stretched, as his embers tried to flare up as much as possible. You're right, you still care. Because of you, she still haunts me, just like every fool before her. It's because of you. Suddenly AFO began glowing, as sparks and power radiated from him. Allow me to correct that. And the entire building exploded. Back to present time. Brick. All Might. Somebody report in, darn it. Mordecai was perched 2 building over, and got an eyeful of the building exploding. He swept his scope over the area, trying to catch sight of his friend. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw some rubble move, and the 2 rose out of it. Brick seemed okay. His shield absorbed most of the impact while All Might's costume was in tatters. Only then did Mordecai spot the epicenter, where a suited man with no face stood. And unfortunately he wasn't all that slender. Now, let's end this, All Might. And the fight began. Both of them flashed across the battlefield, trading blows that would have destroyed buildings if they weren't able to either take it or negate it. Brick was sidelined, unable to keep up, and neither he nor Mordecai could take a shot while All Might was in the way. They watched 2 titans clash before finally one crashed into the ground. And it unfortunately wasn't AFO. All Might felt his embers give a final flicker before fading, and he shrunk. Before everyone's eyes, All Might became a stick figure compared to before. He managed to force himself back up, as his foe floated above him. Look at you, All Might. Reduced to a fraction of your previous abilities. And while I cannot sense the quirk in you, I know you passed it on. To who is the fun part? But I can narrow it down to you. Thank you for pointing out who'd investigate. I'll be sure to kill them before they ever pass it on. You will fail. Good riddance, All Might. Foe began to supercharge his arm with many strength quirks, descended upon All Might. All Might tried to flare up his embers, but swiftly realized how futile it is. He stared his enemy in the eye and accepted his fate. Just before the final blow could land, however, a green flash overtook his vision, and the sound of something slamming into the ground had him blink his eyes to get the spots out of them. But once he did, he was shocked. Before him stood Midoriya, 6 wings flared out behind him, spectral arms out. Midoriya was a vision of strength, of power, of protection. And All Might finally understood. He understood why everyone believed in the young man. He saw the same look on the television when they reported on his rescues. That determination was what others saw. And now he could appreciate it as well. Midoriya glared at the suited man who stood up from the crater. Ah yes, Midoriya, just the one I wanted to see. Midoriya quirked an eyebrow. I will make this easy. Your quirk. I want your quirk. I know you already have the brat, but there are others. You see, it's not hard to find records for Midoriyas in the area of UA, and a Ms. Inko appeared, who has a son at UA. You give me your quirk, and both you and her get to live. Do we have a deal? Midoriya was listening. When he heard his mother's name, he immediately tensed up. This monster was threatening his mother. The mother he just got back after years, and he was threatening her. Mordecai, seeing all this in his scope, sighed. He's dead. Brick, who had joined him, asked, who did he threaten? Izuku's mother. Oh yeah, he is so dead. AFO took the lack of action as agreement and sauntered over, feeling like he won. He forcefully grabbed Midoriya's head and yanked for his quirk. Or he would have, if he felt anything. He stretched his quirk as hard as possible to find it, but there was nothing. He couldn't sense anything. And then he felt a hand grip his wrist. He tried to pull his arm away, but he couldn't budge it. Looking down, he stared into 2 unending wells of hate glaring directly at him. The grip tightened. Seraphim. His tattoos changed from green to purple to blue before settling on scarlet red. Calypso. AFO stood there, confused, before feeling something he never thought he would feel. His quirks were disappearing, and kept disappearing faster and faster. He felt every strength quirk, every longevity quirk, every mobility quirk, even sensory quirks were ripped from his. With another tug, he felt his original quirk, and the last few be ripped from him. He thought this would be the end, but unfortunately he was wrong. Midoriya hates the Calypso power. He was always of the opinion that as long as you need nothing, you should provide for others. The Calypso power, however, is greedy. It was also amplified by emotions, like the other siren powers, and anger was the perfect fuel for it. It takes, and once past a certain point, it can't be stopped. They were long past that point. Crystals began to emerge from AFO, and his skin turned to dust. All he knew was pain, before even those nerves disappeared. The drain sped up on last time, claiming his life before finally stopping once there was nothing left to take. Where once stood a villain who killed thousands, instead stood a statue of dust and crystal. Midoriya stumbled back, feeling the weight of everything he took, and then the quirks were absorbed. Midoriya screamed as hundreds of quirks were forced into his body, and he felt every single nerve in his body burn, freeze, and jolt trying to integrate them. Then AFO was absorbed, and immediately deactivated all the quirks and absorbed the rest. The second the pain faded, Midoriya passed out. The ultimate villain is dead, and the heroes took a deep breath. It was over,